that, yes, is an assumption, but you don't have to include that.
So the trick is not to masturbate frequently with your Apple Watch on, because that doesn't count as doing your daily steps. Yeah.
Well, it depends how you do it.
Well, that's how I tricked my wife. I was going, look, I've been walking a lot this week.
Pretty sure it counts as cardio.
I'm just going out for a walk, love. Oh, sorry, I wank.
The L is silent. Yeah.
Oh, what a glorious, glorious day. The sea's looking pretty flat. Yep. We're on a flat, non-rotated, non-spherical, zero globy.
But did you measure it flat? Or does it just look?
Yeah, I'm walking on the flat soil.
So
I'm watching birds not actually taking the great circle round.
Can your ear tell the difference if you're standing on level ground or ground that's on a slope of 2 arc seconds?
Yeah, I don't. Arc seconds are just nonsense.
It's
why would I?
Dividing
Why
1
would
degree
it,
by
why
60,
would
then
be,
60 a degree again. Like, it's just a small angle.
Yeah, but I don't really contemplate walking in arc seconds. You know, that's not my reality. My reality is what I visualize right now, which I am experiencing.
If you're on a flat, like, level, only planar bit of cement that was a mile long, could you tell the difference between that and a ramp next to it that was had a grade of 8 inches over the mile?
100%. 100%.
Okay. This I've got to test, because that's got an angle to it. Can your inner ear tell it, and sensors on the bottom of your feet tell if you're leaning ever so slightly differently?
I used to do construction, yeah, and the guy used to have to do a slab, because we'd construct on the slab, and the slab, they, like, there's different ways to finish the slab, a lot of the times they thought they would power float it, so it's like a Flymo lawnmower which vibrates, and it makes everything like very even. And I could walk up to that slab and I could tell within reason how much I'm going to have to pack my sole plate when I fixed my sole plate to that slab. And there weren't many times that I got it wrong. And there was 100 times where just walking up to the slab, some are quite big. They're not too big, but the smaller, the harder to tell. But I just know for a fact that you can't get that level.
Yeah, so
even when they've poured self-leveling concrete, and I just go, nah, it's not. And lo and behold, it wasn't level. I've never ever been to a place where I fixed directly in the concrete without packing it up,
Sure. So there's actual illusions where balls look like they're rolling uphill because of like how the trees are tilted. People's perception of that small a deviation from perfect level, I don't think is physically accurate.
No, I'm using a laser level to an auto level to get my highest point.
Sure. Yeah, my whole point is that I think you can determine if something is off level if it's off by some significant amount, but people's ability to discern that small a measurement, especially something like arc seconds, like the other guy was talking about, I don't think you're going to be able to do that just like by eye.
Why would I need arc seconds? Why would I need arc seconds if I'm on the ground? I'm checking for level. Why am I going to be looking at arc seconds?
Yeah, it depends on what you're looking at.
It's like 1 degree divided by 60, then divided by 60 again. Like it's a very subtle ramp.
It makes no sense to bring arc seconds into me measuring a slab on the ground. Makes no sense whatsoever. I've got an auto level. I've set up my auto level. That's level.
That wasn't the issue, though.
Huh?
The start of the conversation was you talking about how the horizon was flat.
Yeah, but like
then went on to slabs. But the arc seconds was with regard to how much curvature can you actually see with the naked eye.
You can't see any curvature. How can you see curvature when look? The thing is, we live on a.
Point is, it doesn't mean it's not there.
Where we live, it goes up and down, up and down. How are you going to discern what's curvature from just normal topography? You can't do that. The only way you could do it is you come in and you level everything. You take down the mountains, and then you've got you know this flat thing. Then we can shoot some measurements and say like, oh yeah, look, it's we got curvature, but you know yourself that's never going to happen.
Here we've come to the fundamental issue, and that is that flat Earth relies on the individual perception of the world. Right?
No.
Every individual's reference is going to be of a flat Earth. If you put any two distant observers together, those observations don't make sense together on a flat Earth. That's why flat Earth is very hesitant to look to the sky for measuring the Earth. That's why they always fundamentally go back to what does it look like to you, or can you personally verify things? It is intrinsically a very individualistic thing.
All your measurements.
Yeah, you're quite right. Do your own research as well. Yeah.
All your measurements are taken planar. Regardless of what you say, they're taken planar.
Locally, yes. But if you put them together, they don't make sense on a flat Earth.
They don't make sense because why they don't make sense is because you then be applying your nonsense, which you've adjusted to, put this on a map, which is not our map. You're just going to put that on a Gleason's, which is just a globe squashed out. So it makes no sense again. I don't understand.
It does make sense it makes sense on a globe. I'm saying it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but the Gleason's map is a globe squashed out.
Yes, and things make sense on a Gleason's map if you take this scale into consideration.
Yeah, but like, look,
every map
it's like me. It's like me pretending I've got a ball, then I've squashed it out flat and goes, oh yeah, look, there's your flat map. It's not my flat map, is it? It's a ball. So regardless of squashing it out and making it flat, it doesn't make that is the world I live in. You know, when people say, you ain't even got a model. Here's the thing.
You're arguing to me that there's no such thing as a flat projection. I agree with you. That's kind of the issue.
But we can take 2D, use 2D geometry, and we're fine with that. On when you say like, oh, you ain't got a model, how do you know the model that we haven't got is the model that we live on, the same one that you measure? So if you say like you've measured it, regardless of the calculations what come afterwards, you've measured it. You know it is. But if you want to assume you're on a ball and then you start applying all the ball stuff, yeah, that's just preloaded mathematics. There's no argument.
Well, you don't have to.
The only
growth comes
argument
out
I
of the
have,
measurement.
the only
It's not
argument I
necessary for the
have
measurement.
is you're assuming you're on a globe when you haven't really established it, and you haven't, and you're
So the
using
conversation kind of drifted, but
spherical
this was actually going to be.
geometry to give the illusion that you're on a ball.
No. So the conversation kind of drifted, but this was going to be my point when you were talking about the horizon looks flat, right? Because you, in that instance, are the Apple Watch. You are making assumptions that aren't warranted from the data you're observing directly. The most you can say is that it looks flat, right? But that's not a measurement. So in our model, right, we say that photons are massless.
Yeah, you
We actually can't say that.
We've got zero
We could
proof
say,
on the globe.
Not great.
we could say, for example, that there's no mass that photons. That we
Have you ever
can't
seen
measure
it? Have you ever
mass.
seen a photon? You ever seen a photon?
That's irrelevant. The point is, at most, what we can factually say is that we can't determine the mass of a photon to be anything more than, anything less than, what is it, 10 to the negative 17 electron volts or something? It's some absurdly small number. It could have a mass smaller than that, right? We just can't measure it. So that's the most we can factually say. It makes sense that it's massless because of other implications in physics and such.
That's
But
convenient.
the most
The
you
thing
can
that
say is that it's honestly it's irrelevant. The point is the most you can say is that the horizon looks flat. You can't say that it is, right? That would be an assumption on your part.
Oh my God. It's working.
That's just
Frankenstein is admiring his monster.
It just
What's he
thinks
done?
it Emdurmstern.
I may have not pronounced Frankenstein properly. Sorry, Sage. I will go on bended knee.
yeah, just it doesn't matter. You imagine if some flat Earth person said, "Yeah, it don't matter," because it matters. You'd be like a liberal crying.
But
Blue head.
sometimes it does matter because we've got something in Australia called the Flying Doctor Service, and if the map tells us it's 3 hours away, but in reality he's actually 2, that means the government is delaying help somehow secretly for some poor bloke with a broken leg who somehow needs to suffer for an extra half an hour.
Mate, if you pulled out a flying doctor for a broken leg, I'm going to fine your sorry ass and deport you back to whatever country you came from.
But that's the case for Australians who are in the outback.
Well, I could get a confirmation on that because my friend lives in Perth, and she's in a place, and she's the only doctor in that place.
Yeah, you know the Flying Doctor Service is far away from Perth, often towards the border of Western Australia inland,
I think it takes about 4
where
hours.
Kalgoorlie and all the other places are.
She takes about 4 hours to drive to work.
Oh, maybe she could
stay
join
there.
the Flying Doctor Service and fly to other people in less than 2 hours.
She can't commute that.
So you would agree, based on the conversation we were having half ago, you would agree that the moon appears spherical, wouldn't you? Or spherical.
I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm not gonna deny that. You can't say that it doesn't look spherical. But appearance, like if I put on my grand's dress and just walked out, I might appear like if from a distance, I might appear like my grand. And when you get up close, you go, fucking hell, Mark, what are you doing in your grand's outfit? And I go, I'm just pretending.
But that's an obviously an example with deliberate deception. What do you think would be the alternative for the moon not being spherical?
I don't know. I just,
If we see an apparency to it and we can't think of any viable alternatives, then why would we leave it in? Why wouldn't we just come to a logical conclusion?
because we haven't been there, so we can't come to a lot. It's the greatest question in the world, isn't it? What is it?
You can come to
You
a
know,
logical conclusion, and not necessarily a definitive one in the same way as you've got to touch it to sense it to determine it's there. But you can come to a logical conclusion.
what is the logical conclusion then? We look at, say, like, look, if we didn't know nothing, and you didn't know anything, and like we was I just pulled out that telescope and I said, look at the moon.
It's a circle in the sky.
It looks like yeah. What would you say? It does look spherical. It does look spherical.
If it was in the ancient times, even without telescopes, looking up, you could completely comfortably come to the conclusion it's just a circle in the sky. You wouldn't even necessarily invoke any notion of being solid or three-dimensional. It's just a round thing in the sky. Yeah. Well, I think we both agree with that.
I agree with that. Then if
But
you look through the telescope,
the story doesn't end there, does it? Because in the modern world we live in, forget all the claims of being there. You know that in nighttime there could be millions of people in a range of many, many thousands of miles apart, looking in completely different directions in the sky, and all seeing a circle in the sky. And this is why I say logical conclusion, because we only know of one physical manifest shape that is a circle in profile, no matter which direction you look at it, and that's a sphere. So that's a logical conclusion, surely.
Not only that, but also the way the shadows move on it. They move as though it's a sphere. Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of things we do know about it just by observation on the ground with our naked eye. There's a couple of things we do know. We do know it's got texture. We can draw that texture on. We can artistically draw it, and we can see that texture, for all intents and purposes, doesn't change. Those things that we argue about, whether they're craters or you think they could be bubbles, they don't change. So we know it's solid, because a logical conclusion is if you see something with complex texture and color that has a complex pattern and it never changes, it's probably not a gas or a liquid, because that would be dynamic. So we can possibly conclude it's solid. We can possibly conclude it's spherical.
It's a parrot.
Yeah, but all you have is the apparent.
If we just looked at the moon in the nighttime sky, I'd agree with all of that. But it's when we see the moon in the daytime sky, then that where the ambiguity comes in, because it almost looks transparent.
So, but it's not, though, is it? You can't see stars behind it.
Then you have to look at. No, but you can see. It's like when you're looking at it, you've got where the dark patches are. That's the sky, and it's the same as the sky that it's in. So it appears to be transparent. Then you've got to think to yourself, well, the moon and the sun, they're kind of in correlation with each other. They follow in a path.
They're not following the same
and the sun
path.
comes out.
They never follow the same path.
No. They're following a path.
So's a snail in the garden, but I don't correlate the moon and the sun and the things.
Yeah, but the snail has an independent mind. It's not just on a trajectory day in, day out, is it? It's not on the same trajectory day in, day out. If I put
bad analogy in that respect. But why would you allude that they're in any way the same? Because they're in the sky, and they're circular.
Yeah, they're the only two things which are big in the sky, and there must be a correlation. Which
why?
You could easily work out that there's a correlation where one could be charging the other. So, like in the daytime, the sun.
That's not a correlation.
Yeah, it is. You could make. I'm saying like that's not a correlation, but you could make the correlation. Because what happens, you know, like all your, we can predict. No, you can't predict because it just happens every day. So you're not predicting anything, are you? You just you've just put an equation to what you're seeing, and then you've confirmed it with some like globe statistics and said, yeah, this is what's happening. I can predict. You can. The ancients were predicting things thousands of years before you come up with your equations and your mathematics. They were predicting things because they saw things day in, day out. And
But to be clear, they used equations in mathematics as well. They haven't. It wasn't invented by
maybe
us.
they were simpler things. They'd most probably using
if they wrote down,
simpler.
if they understood cycles and periodicity and this sort of thing, they would have had equations. And if they built like the what's it called, the machine, oh god, I've got the name. If they can build mechanical orreries, they definitely understand mathematics and equations, don't they?
Yeah, but what I mean to say is like, say that we knew nothing, and we woke up one morning. Oh, you know, you looked up in the sun, you see the sun out. The moon wasn't at night. Then all of a sudden, the moon has started to appear. And it got, you know, each day it got a little bit more rounder. So you'd see like a crescent or something, or say you'd see the full moon one day and then it would get reduced. So each day you know there was something happening. You don't need mathematics for that. You'd see, oh, look, that's bigger than yesterday. And then the next day it was even bigger and then bigger and then bigger until it was full. Then you could sort of like, oh yeah, look. So you could, I don't know, you'd make some crude
correlation, numerical correlation.
Well, I don't know if you'd make a numerical, but you could put lines down and you'd say like, oh look, so for it to be just a little crescent to full moon, you could just put lines down, and then you'd think, look, you wouldn't know that was a number because we're subjective, that we know numbers and would be going, yeah, look, there's 10. But you say, look, all these lines correspond to a day when the moon was bigger than the last day or smaller than the last day.
You can only do that by counting, can't you?
No, but you can just do lines, and you don't. At this time, you don't know what counting is. We don't know nothing. So I've just got, on different days, depending on the day, forward or backwards, it was bigger or smaller on the previous day or the following day. We can discern that. We don't need to know.
By the way,
but this is all very lovely, and you're romantically evoking a time before we had sophisticated math or physics. Yeah, but why? What's the point in doing this? Why do you want to lurch back to an ignorance?
Because then there's no influence. Because what we've got now is the influence that we're on a globe, assuming we're on a globe when we haven't really physically proven we're on a globe, not beyond empirical, you know, like we've just got lots of theories, and these theories have been given to us, and then they're kind of widely accepted, but it's nevertheless it's still a theory. I don't disbelieve that. Here's a theory, but the theories, yeah, it's not 100%.
What about the maps of the entire surface around we live in?
Yeah, but like, look, there's a place, right? There's a place that's called Brentwood. Yeah, there's a part of Brentwood when you can look at Brentwood, and you can see Canary Wharf. You can see Canary Wharf super clear, and the hill where you see how far it goes down, and then it must go back up because like Canary Wharf looks like eye level to where we are, you know, where I am standing in Brentwood, and you know that's not correct. But you wouldn't believe the down when you're, you know, like it seems like it's a massive valley. That massive valley just blows the globe away, because how can you then start talking about curvature? Doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Curvature on a topographical plane, like a undulating, you've got hills,
people-
mountains, valleys, that don't make any sense. And you're going, oh yeah, we do a thing called the mean sea level. It's exactly what it is. It's an average
But-
sea level. Sea level is not level, is it? Because it goes up and down. It is level, but it goes
The
up and
trouble is-
down. So you've got
Yeah,
this
but the-
mean sea level of an average, which you've averaged, assuming you're on a globe anyway.
I mean, you can. I mean, the thing is saying things like it doesn't make sense is a personal perspective. If it makes sense to others, what are we going to do about it?
Yeah, because your maths, it makes sense to you because your maths is preloaded. And I'm not arguing with your maths. I'm just arguing with the concept of how your maths has been applied.
But it's
I was
just
gonna say
a matter of
employed,
simple counting.
Applied.
Like for moon cycles, you got to go how many day cycles per moon cycle, and you go, oh, it's roughly 21 or 28
I've got some lines on the
between
ground.
one full
I know-
moon and another full moon.
I know those lines represent a daytime and a
you're trying to
nighttime.
remove basic counting from a sun cycle to a moon cycle, and that's just absurd.
No, it isn't, because you obviously wasn't on board with what I was saying in the first place, was I? Were you?
Just a simple like sun moon cycle means a simple sundial can go, this is high noon, this is high noon.
But we ain't got
And-
to the sundial. You're jumping. You're streets ahead. We're primitives. Yeah, we're living in
okay,
caves. Yeah?
primitive,
We've got no
and
light.
you've
We've
got
got
a
no
you've got a
fire.
moon, you've got a sun rising and setting, so that's at least one, then another one, then another one. So you begin counting like on your fingers. There's one finger, then two
I
fingers.
don't
then
think
three
we'd be
finger.
counting on our fingers, would we? Because
not?
we'd be saying like, did I put 3 fingers up yesterday, or did I do 2? I can't remember. You'd make.
Counting is as simple as fingers.
For years, we'd be looking at the sky and going. Then we'd have that eureka moment and goes, oh look, day to night, we'll do one line that represents that day when the moon was predominantly smaller. The next day it was bigger, or vice versa, and then you start to correlate that
Why are
cycle
people drawing
to
lines?
lines
Why
on
they-
the ground. Because that's
I think-
confirming that that's one day. So we'd discern that, look, we're
So
dark,
you
and
draw
all of a
one
sudden the sun
line
comes
and
up and
then another
we're
basic
light.
line and then another. So this is still involving basic counting.
No, but it's beyond count. It's before counting, isn't it? Because it's just lines. Listen,
Yeah, you'd
Don't
have
you
one
agree?
line and
Don't
then a
you
second
agree?
line and then a
don't
third
you agree
line.
that mathematics is a given by man? It's not natural, is it? Because it's not natural. Someone's come up with, oh, this is a way to count. It's the same as time. Time's been given to you by man.
Can I make a couple of points?
Yeah,
I had
Don,
to fix
shoot.
my
Oh,
mic.
please.
Only
we
if
had-
you say, I'm Dawn, king of porn.
Okay, I'm Don, king of porn.
Okay.
Right, my first point was about accelerometers. Yeah? I'm not asking you to believe that they prove Earth's a globe. I just want to tell you about them. You know, drones, when they level themselves, knowing what down is what this little device, accelerometer, does. So if you tilt to the side, it'll tell the drone computer to tilt back to flat, that sort of thing. And they're in lots of different technology, and they can be used on a flat Earth to help you know to stay flat relative to the down. And that's from the weight and the gravity, whatever you believe, buoyancy, density. So I'm just saying they're a good device on a flat Earth. You shouldn't discount them. And the other thing was the valleys. That's a silly point. You know, valleys can exist on a planet. We measure the flatness from sea level, usually over the sea, sometimes with mountains, but we account for valleys. We're not stupid. And the other thing, moon phases have been studied for millennia on all models. People know the count, and it's good. It helps us organize our lives.
Yeah, but you imagine, right? Your mean sea level, say, down in Yarmouth, yeah? You was in Yarmouth, yeah? And I was in London. My mean sea level is going to be different to your sea level.
Different orientation, but the same height, elevation.
Yeah, depending
reference.
of my datum. My datum's not going to be the same as you. If I used your datum to do something where I was in London,
No, that's what mean means. Mean means we've accounted for London and Yarmouth, and then we've got an average.
Well, then I say that was just flawed.
That can work on a flat Earth too. It just means you've got a baseline to work from all over the world.
Yeah, but you can't use the same. It's depending on where you are in the world. They're different.
You use the mean. That's what it means.
No, but they're different. I'm telling you. I guarantee that they're different.
You take a mean average.
Yeah, but like they're not. I don't know. They're different.
Don't worry so much. It's all good science.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I just don't believe we're on a globule.
Yeah, I'm not trying to convince you of that. I'm just trying to say that those three things can be understood as human things. Don't necessarily have to prove a globe.
Yeah, well, look, you've done part of it when you're saying like, "Where's your model?" Well, you've taken your measurements initially planar, and that's kind of a bit of a telltale sign to say like, right, why would you be taking them? Yeah, because you take it planar, then you apply the maths afterwards to do the adjustment.
None of that's true.
That is true.
We do it planar because it's easier, and then when we compare all the different planars, they curve round a ball.
No,
yes.
You're curving it around the ball because
we don't lie to ourselves. We just measure.
You're measuring flat. Then you're doing adjustments.
And then someone else measures flat, and we realise they're not quite the same flat.
No, because you've already got the circumference. You don't know the circumference, and you've been given the given the circumference. You know, drilling 8 miles down doesn't give you the authority to say what's in the middle of the earth.
No, we didn't do that.
Even if there is the middle of the earth.
Digging deep down is not to find out what's down there. Digging deep down is to see if you can get through what's down there.
But you couldn't.
Yes, true.
So what does that tell you?
Nothing about what's down there.
So how do you assume that there's a molten ball and it's spinning around the other way? And
we've studied chemistry for thousands of years. And
but chemistry,
they've seen balls and acknowledged a planet, and they've seen volcanoes and hot liquid rock come out of the ground. And then we've put all of these stories together, and we've realised it's got to be hot and round in the middle. It's probably spinning because that would make magnetism.
Yeah, well, look, there you go. You're talking about stories, and that's exactly what it is. You've been told a story. It's a great story. It's interesting, and people like it. And they've said, like, do you know what? It makes sense. But it makes sense in your world. I don't know. Some people have a more critical view and say that's fucking horseshit.
No, you haven't got a more critical view. You've got a more skeptical view.
Well, yeah, I deal with, you know, like what I mean to say is like when I walk out of my door and I leave my casa, I don't need equations to, you know, to lead me anywhere. I don't need anything.
That's true. But the people who had like compasses back in 1800, they would follow to magnetic south. But if they tried to do the same thing today, they'd follow magnetic south to a different location because the magnetic south pole and the magnetic north pole are moving ever so subtly over time. So I'm trying to figure out.
So say you. I think the only way it's moving is like you've created new technology to say that it's moving, and the adjustments, what you've improved on your old technology,
All it
suggest,
takes is
there could
like
be a move, a subtle movement, but maybe there's no movement, because that's what they have to come up with. What is it? It's got to be moving.
Magnetic compasses haven't changed in hundreds of years.
I don't need
where
a
they
compass.
point
I
to
can get a
has.
bit of static. I can get a bit of static on a needle, drop it in some water.
It's nothing to do with static.
Voila! I've got my compass. No purchase necessary. Well, you got to buy the needle and the
And
cup.
think of it like this: planets
You
have
bought
to
them.
have something inside, and this is our theory about what's inside.
But why? They're just lights in the sky. They're luminaries.
No, considering that we are one, that's the theory, and then we're saying something's got to be inside. We've seen lava, so this is our theory of what's inside some planets.
But it's like looking at the Christmas tree from afar and saying, "Oh, look, they're baubles," and then when you get up there, they're not baubles. They're just like round circles.
But
That's
then you're saying God's tricked you with fake lights.
No, God
sort of
didn't
thing.
put the Christmas tree up like your neighbour did.
No,
and then
you've compared the Christmas tree to the space with the stars, and you're saying it's all fake. We shouldn't go.
But you haven't been there, so you
No,
don't
they've
know. You
zoomed
can
in.
only.
They've zoomed in. They've
If you
studied it.
turned around to me and said, like, "This is what we believe in," even though we haven't been there, and then we don't know
what
it's
I'm saying.
true, but that's what we think.
No, I would never tell you we don't know it's true. Believing is knowing. That's what a man does.
But you don't know anything 100%.
But that doesn't make sense when you
What
say
do you
it.
know 100%?
Lots of things.
Like candy. That's what I know.
Huh?
I'm willing to gamble on the last
I
1%.
like candy.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So you said Christmas tree, yes. So you saw Christmas tree from far away, using your own eyes, and you cannot decide what it is. You see a bunch of lights. You don't know what it is. It's from far away. It's from long distance. And you say,
Imagine
wait,
that.
let me finish.
They would look
No,
spiritual.
yeah, wait. So I'm going to use your own example. So the
What is
Christmas
it?
tree
Like
from
the
distance.
worst.
Wait, let me finish. From distance, you see a Christmas tree, but you don't know it's a Christmas tree. You see a bunch of lights. Make all sorts of assumptions. You can say what you want, but then you grab a right tool, see what's far in distance. The emphasis on the tool, and the tool can be a camera, can be whatever. Okay. Then when you use the right tool, you can make it right. This you can say, oh, okay, this is actually a Christmas tree. It's not a bunch of
Actually,
flames flying around.
let's go one step
Use the
forward.
right tool. No, you use the right. No, let's
No,
get. So
let's
the
use my
example is
example.
not
Let's
example.
use my example. We keep with my example because it's a good example. And now I'm going to tell you that that tool you've got still doesn't give you the knowledge of knowing what that is in the distance. So until we fucking get off our asses, our lazy fucking sorry ass
Why?
asses, and walk
Okay.
over to that Christmas tree and touch that Christmas tree, we don't know what it is. Because you can
Okay.
still assume with your tools limitation, oh, that could be this could be that. No, let's fucking get
No,
off our lazy asses,
no,
walk
no,
over to the
no,
fucking
no,
tree
no.
and
I don't need
touch
to.
it, and then we know. That's
I
how
know
you
what is.
know.
Okay.
That's
I
how
know
you
what is.
know.
No, we know what does a Christmas tree look like. Okay, but
It
like I
don't
said, it's a bad
matter.
example. Yeah.
It's semantics.
Do I
Up
need
until
time?
until
So
you go over to the Christmas tree and you're looking at the Christmas tree and you can touch the Christmas tree, you can't tell what those things are, regardless.
why not? Why can I not tell?
Because you can't. Because that tool you just picked up doesn't give you the. It's limited. It doesn't give you the fucking. It doesn't let you see. So we have to go there. Don't you get
No,
it?
why? No,
We
no.
have to go there. We
No,
have.
your logic is.
No, but look,
What you said does not make sense.
no.
So you telling me?
What?
You telling me?
Hold on.
There's a
So
bicycle
hold
at the
on. So
distance.
you're telling
Wait,
me?
wait. Let me finish.
Let me
Finish,
steal
please.
man what you just told me because this is fucking important. So you're telling me that you're going to use a limited tool to see something in the distance,
Is it
so you
limited?
can assume it is what it is without going there.
How's it limited? It zooms right
How's
in,
this?
so you can see it.
No, but we're talking the Christmas tree is miles away.
Yeah. Then I use a tool which is designed to see.
But you haven't got
help
the
me.
tool because the tool doesn't give you that ability to discern
deny the
what it
tool.
actually is.
So
So we need
you
to
are
go.
denying a
We
tool, which is-
need to go. We
No,
need to
wait, okay.
physically hold the
repeat.
motherfucker in our hands to discern what
We
it
got you.
is.
We got what you say. You're not listening to me, and you're gonna repeat.
No,
same
because
shit
you're
over
talking
again.
bullshit,
Let me.
and you know
No,
you're talking bullshit.
No, you're
You
talking
know
shit.
you're trying to
You're telling me.
shoehorn your
Stop.
you're trying to shoehorn me into your nonsense, and I'm not having it.
Let's see. You're making it look very different. Okay.
Yeah, because
Tool,
like you're
there's a
talking nonsense.
tool design. There's a tool design. Of
There
because
isn't.
the
I'm telling
distance
you,
up
your
far
tool.
away.
Oh
But
my
your
God,
problem
you're not
with the tool.
listening.
That's it.
You're
No,
not
you're not
listening.
listening. I don't listen. So you deny
I'm
the
telling
tool.
you
Then
the truth.
you're
That's
denying the
why
tool.
your tool is
You're denying
limited.
the tool. But no, my tool is not limited. My tool is designed specifically to see objects far away.
Yeah, but it isn't. This is too
do you know
far
it
away
isn't?
for your tool to make any sense.
nuh-uh.
So we
I
have
get
to
it.
go
Nuh-uh.
there. We have
No,
to
it's
go
a nuh-uh.
there.
Nuh-uh. I get it. It's a nuh-uh.
What's wrong
So
with
deny
you?
the-
Are you
so you
fucking
deny
brain
the tool.
dead? You're brain dead. Brain dead.
Yeah.
Brain dead.
Get one to
Brain
get one
dead.
to know one. Get one
Brain
to know
dead.
one. Get one to know
So
one.
you're telling
Call me
me.
idiot. Get
So
one to know one.
listen to this. Listen to this.
Huh?
You're telling me if I went to
this.
the fucking Christmas tree and then I turned around and I said, those fucking lights, they ain't lights at all. And you're telling me when you go back and you go, "Oh, I fucking looked in my fucking telescope and they are fucking lights. I've
Right.
been there,
How
I've
old are
held
you?
it. They're not fucking lights. So you're now telling me I'm wrong. My
You're wrong.
God.
You're wrong.
Fucking mental. I've got. Please don't talk to me. Please don't
Nice
talk
to
to
see
me
you.
anymore.
I can talk to who I want to. You can fuck off if you're not happy.
Please don't
Honestly,
talk
you
to
can
me
fuck off if
anymore.
you're not happy. So you're telling me just
You
for the
can stutter
audience,
as
for
much as
everyone
you want.
here,
But
to clarify, what
talk
you're
to
saying
me.
is, let's see,
You're talking
just to
nonsense.
clarify, what you're saying is the tool is designed
Save
to
it for
help
your
you to see
girlfriend.
distance miles away.
Save it
Is
for your
not.
girlfriend.
It's
Save it for
not
your
the
girlfriend.
tool. You should not use tools.
Save it
You're
for your
against
girlfriend.
tools. Perfect.
For
I
your
got the
girlfriend.
message.
Save it for your girlfriend.
Up late. I think you're absolutely bang on. Yeah, you need to, you need to touch the mountain to see it's the mountain, know it's a mountain. That's his logic, basically. You're absolutely right. I don't know who muted him, but that wasn't me.
Yeah, I just thought of those coin operated things to like do sightseeing on the top of like things. It's like, oh, unless I touch the Willis Tower, if I'm looking at it from far away, it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
No, that's not what we're talking about, are we? We're not talking about physical things. You know, imagine, right? Imagine this, yeah?
Is Christmas tree not a physical thing? What the hell are you
I'm
on
not
about?
talking to you. So,
No,
Blake, imagine this.
I'm going to talk.
Imagine-
I'm going to because you
Oh,
saying
can you
at
stop
one point-
stuttering? Can you stop
At one
stuttering,
point,
please?
you are saying it's not a physical object.
Oh,
it's
I'm
a
not
physical
talking
object.
to you.
Now
I
you're
don't
saying
care what you're
not a
listening.
physical object. Which one is it?
Is he talking to you, or Blake?
Which
Is he
one is
talking
it?
to you? Is he talking
I'm
to you, or
talking to
Blake?
you. I'm talking to
Yeah.
you.
Who are you talking to?
I'm
I
talking
don't
to
see
you.
anyone here. I don't see anyone here. No one's
Oh my
listening
God.
to you.
How old are you? Seriously?
The same age as you. The
Right.
same age as you.
Obviously not.
3.
Obviously not. Obviously not.
Yeah. Okay.
Obviously not.
Can you
Is
please
it a physical
not
object or
talk to
not?
me?
Is it a physical object or not?
I'm asking you, please don't engage with me. Please.
Okay, you engage with me
Thank you.
first, and I'm
Thank
going
you.
to ask a simple
Thank you.
question. Is it a
Thank
physical
you.
object or not? Is it a physical object or not?
Oh my
Is it
God.
yes or no? No, just very simple question. Physical object, yes or no?
What?
Because we're talking about physical object. We talked about Christmas tree. Clearly, in my book, it's a physical object, unless you want to say no. Christmas tree is.
What are you talking about? I don't even know where you.
Is the
I don't even
Christmas
know where
tree in
you
my
are.
house CGI until you personally touch it?
Listen to this. Listen to this scenario. Yeah.
Yeah. you've got a telescope.
Right, listen to
you're
this.
like
Before you
4 miles
interrupt,
away. It's
you
pretty
know,
powerful telescope.
you're not
You look through the
listening. You're
bedroom
not
window.
listening.
There's a Christmas
You know
tree
what
there.
I'm about to
Is the
say.
Christmas tree CGI just because
No.
you looked at it through a telescope?
No, listen to this. Unless you know what I'm about to say.
I don't want you to engage with me anymore, Slitsy. And
Oh,
like,
I don't care.
You just make
What's
those
the
demands
topic?
out of other people. I can just make them out of you. It's just totally unrealistic. So yeah, just
what's
don't
the
engage
topic?
with me anymore because.
Oh my God, what's wrong with you people?
Well, I just behaved like you did, and you find it problematic. So
I don't find it problematic. I don't give a shit. I don't give a rat's ass what you think. I don't care because you're in the fucking globe. You're on the globe hill, and you'll die there. I know you will. You will be fucking stabbed in the heart before
I'll
you
probably
fucking
be
accept
buried
any fucking thing.
underneath the
You don't
Sagitta.
even have the ability.
I'll be
You
buried
don't have the
underneath the
ability
horizon, probably.
that
Yeah.
there could be something else where I have the ability that you could be right, but I know you're wrong. But I'm willing,
Well,
if you
you
can
could be
prove
right, but I
beyond
know you're wrong.
a reasonable doubt,
You're
if you
measurably
can
wrong.
prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you have validity in what you're saying, I can accept
ignorance
that.
because you have access to the theodolite papers,
Oh,
and you know how far they can look.
You and your
and you can know
theodolite,
what
listen,
kind of.
you clearly don't know what you're talking about. I know that for a fact. Because
No, you don't, because you don't bother to read the manual properly, and you think the instrument can't measure angles between one location and another that are 50 miles apart, and you're actually wrong.
Around your lips, yeah.
What? Because you're measurably wrong, and you will continue to be measurably wrong.
Oh my God!
Because you want to misinterpret the very documents that were supplied to you, indicating the limitations of the theodolite and the curvature of Earth is beyond those limitations. Beyond.
You cannot discern curvature with a fucking machine that takes fucking angles. You need
Actually, you
lines.
can.
You
And
need straight lines
I've been
to create
researching
angles.
how
You
that's
don't
possible.
have straight lines on your silly
Here we
Earth.
go, Mr. Slitsy. Here's angle number 1. Would you like to know what angle number 1 is?
So you think, right? Look, the theodolite
angle
takes
number
angles.
1 is 61
Can you
degrees.
Just listen? Can you
45
listen for 1 second?
minutes. 62
Do you
seconds.
think that you can
Angle
make a
number
ball
2
full
is
of
51 degrees, 43 minutes, 37 seconds. Angle number 3, if I didn't say 2 earlier, is 66 degrees, 30 minutes, 54 seconds.
What the fuck are you going on about? What are you going on about?
You would know what I'm talking about if you read the theodolite manual and understood it.
Oh my God, you're fucking mad. You are a theodolite. That's what I'm saying. You're a fucking tool, yeah? And you're not even a useful one. Especially if you think you can discern that we live on a sphere with a theodolite.
Again, I will tell you the 3 angles. Angle 1,
I don't
61,
care about your
45,
angles.
60.
I don't care about your angles
2,
or what you believe. I don't care.
7. Next angle is 66, 30, 54. So, please tell me, add up those angles. So see, do they add up to 180 degrees or not?
Distance. We're talking about a Christmas tree in the distance. Now you're talking about theodolites. This is how mad you are. 1 minute we're talking about a Christmas tree in the distance with some lights.
Yeah,
which look spherical. And now we're talking about
Christmas tree in 3 locations. There's an angular difference between these 3 locations. There's one at White Pine, there's one at Wheeler Peak, and there's one at Pioche.
And what geometry are you using to discern these points? That's a simple question. What geometry?
Each location I'm using. No,
geometry.
I'm just measuring.
Tell me how you made
3
points,
vertices and 2 angles from 3 locations.
What geometry did you use to get the points? It's a simple question, unless you can't answer me, and just say I don't know, and that's fine. We leave it at that.
I can assume planar geometry, and Earth doesn't conform to that.
No, because you would have put adjustments in there because it wouldn't have worked out.
No, I don't need to make adjustments. I can just look at.
You
three
don't even look. See, look. Just for
One
you,
location is 61
for you not
degrees,
to tell
45
me, for
minutes,
you not to
62
tell
seconds.
me, I
The
know that you
second
don't
location,
understand. You don't
51
understand.
degrees, 43
Hello.
minutes, 37 seconds.
I'm
And the
knocking on the
third
door of.
location,
I'm
as I've
knocking on
said
the door of
before,
voidness.
is 66 degrees, 30 minutes,
I'm knocking
54
on
seconds.
the door that you don't know. Hello, can you open? Just open the door and say I don't know. You're making an assumption when you don't know. See how things are weird, isn't it?
Somebody
See how
can't
things are weird.
swivel
You don't
the
know.
theodolite from one line of sight to another, and I've given you the angles.
You don't know what geometry you used, and you're making assumptions that you do when you don't. Because I know you don't, because you just say I'm using this and I'm using that, and you haven't said that. You're saying I think, I believe.
I'm assuming the worst case scenario.
See, look, I'm assuming
by taking the flat,
devil is
flat
in the
Earth
detail.
position
You're
of
assuming.
measuring three angles to three
assuming.
locations.
You're
They don't
assuming.
add up to 180. I have excess beyond
Yeah,
180 degrees. This is
I'll tell
not
you why they don't add
possible
up to
on a
180.
planar.
I'll tell you why they don't add up to 180, because you've put in your calculation for curvature, and
No, the calculation for
confirming
curvature
the
isn't there.
consequences without actually.
It's just three locations and measuring an angle between two distinct places.
This
The
is so
curvature
painful.
calculation isn't in there.
So
You're just lying to yourself when you say that. You're lying to other people when you say that.
Oh my
You
god!
lie to people when you have access to a manual that you can't comprehend, and you're having a lot of difficulty comprehending it. And
I can't
it's like,
comprehend. I'm asking you what fucking geometry you use. You can't even tell me, and you're telling me I don't
trigonometry.
understand. You don't understand what you're fucking saying. Are you that stupid?
It's basic trigonometry. Like
basic
I have
trigonometry.
a vertex point
2D or
and two
3D
angles,
or spherical?
and then I have another vertex
Hold
point
on.
and two
Let
angles,
me ask
and
you.
then
Let me
another
ask
vertex
you.
point and
Oblate.
the angles.
Oblate. Can you hear me?
Are you saying anything important
Are you
this time?
using 2D geometry, spherical geometry? What are you using?
Oh, when moving the instrument, 2D.
Oh my god.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Red Tape. Hello.
And why are the
Hey,
angles?
welcome to
And
the,
why are the angles not tallying up? Because you put in the adjustments for them not to tally up.
Adjustments.
Lunatic. I have no words.
I would need to fake the degrees between each line of sight,
I'm going to give myself a
left to right. I would have to make sure one angle is, for example, exactly 60, and then make adjustments to make it exactly 60, and then make adjustments again to make it exactly 60. This just isn't happening when theodolites are used. And you don't understand that because you're not reading the manual. You're just making assertions out of ignorance. And it's just really sad. I actually pity you.
Has anyone ever actually changed their opinion on this? Or you guys just argue continuously?
Is this Jessica?
Is Jessica a dude?
I used to be shape agnostic, but now I have understanding that the world's a globe. So I've technically changed my mind.
But anyways, hello, everyone. It's me, Red Tape. Death to Israel, death to America. Thank you.
Well, welcome.
Oh, and death to Russia, too.
So glad my bot managed to record that. Just switched on in time.
For the Slitsy Anvil debate, who does the bot analyze who think had the stronger points?
Do you guys see that from that bill that just passed here in the United States? We now have a larger funded ICE has more funding than the Russian military now.
ICE or ISIS? I didn't quite hear.
ICE.
Okay, yeah.
Why they genuinely need that much funding? Saying for one.
Dead people.
Okay. I can't. So, who's Simoracle? Are they one of these globers that I've been hearing about?
Flat Earth is
I
dead, man.
guess. Yeah. Yeah,
One
I
that's
am a
checked?
firm believer in the globe. Yes.
Why though? Have you checked?
It's obvious to me, and all the stuff that proves it to me is
Gay.
gets me yelled at because
Gay.
yeah.
But who cares? Like, Flat Earth is dead and dead. Double dead.
Well, it's
What are
gets
some of
more
the
interesting the more dead it is, the more fascinating it is, right? The whole point of being fascinated by it is it's so obviously wrong. So the more obviously wrong it gets, the more interesting it gets, right?
I guess so. I'm really interested. Like the people that are flat earthers, are they just griefing? Are they just kind of trolling along?
No, that's what I thought.
Some
Like,
are for
Or
sure.
are they serious? I really can't
some of
figure it
them
out.
are. You're gonna okay. There's like 3 categories. Like the ones who are just fucking around, the schizophrenics, and the really, really, really stupid people.
Schizophrenics and the really, really stupid people.
I would think there's a couple people who've believed the salesman, like Oakley, Witsit, Flatzoid, etc. And so, like, there's a lot of Facebook memes, and you briefly go, "Oh, that might make sense," without like questioning any further. So I think there's a bit of gullibility involved. First impressions can last. If you're in a swimming pool and you see water, it looks approximately flat. You look out to the ocean, looks approximately flat, and you just go, "Oh, might just continue on that way."
I joined into another flat Earth Discord to like kind of just see what they thought, and they just yelled at me and told me what I thought was wrong, and I'm like I was trying to be
What
neutral.
server?
I don't know.
What server was that?
Is that politics and religion one?
Yeah.
That was a while.
A large portion of flat earthers basically pointing out what's wrong with the globe, rather
Yeah, but
than
that's
presenting.
yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the flat earthers are like really far right weirdos as well.
I was saying they weren't very convincing. Like they had nothing to tell me, like to make me think that I am actually wrong. And maybe just that I don't understand something very well, but still overwhelmingly globe. I don't know. I'm just kind of waiting for someone to come in here and be like, "Well, here's the proof. Here's the model. Here's how it works, and this is why the sun goes around the South Pole. Here we go. Here's all the evidence."
Don't
For
you
a
know
long time, they genuinely didn't believe the South Pole was even a thing, man.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a cool idea. Like, I was really interested. I like conspiracy shit. Like, I like to hear the conspiracies,
I don't know, like
But
flat
like
Earth.
that one, the flat Earth just doesn't work, dude. It just don't work.
Do you know the conspiracy theory about the conspiracy theory?
No, what's this?
There's no.
I've got a theory on that. It's very meta.
It's,
You get a theory on the theory of the theory.
Yeah.
Flat earthers were artificially pumped up. They got a lot more attention because it makes any other conspiracy theory, even minor ones, look really stupid because these guys literally believe in every conspiracy theory too.
Yeah, even
The
though
gateway.
one that you're gay.
So my hypothesis is that
You're
flat
gay as
Earth was a theory propagated by people who realized it was a globe as like an employment filter for those entering the fields of expertise. So it's kind of like the limbo bar.
Worst
If you
conspiracies
can't-
I ever heard, guys. Like, your excuses for the conspiracy. Come on.
if you can't
Oh,
jump
geez.
this high, you
Um,
can't you can't
um,
enter the Olympics. You know.
This is good. Oh, my transcription is so robust now it can handle a good fight. Let's get amongst it, Ricksky. People have been shitting on flat Earth.
Yeah, Flat Earth's been taking a lot of heat. I like that Simon Dan or whatever.
He's a bit spicy sometimes. That guy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good. I don't like everything he does, but the shit when he's shit talking Flat Earth is, I'm loving it.
He definitely knows.
Then it becomes a moral argument of thou shalt not shit talk a person, but
Honestly, I wanted to be on the Flat Earth side, but god damn, I just couldn't do it. I thought it'd be fun to grief. I wanted to come in here and then go in my other Discord and tell my friends that I'm a flat earther and argue with those guys, but
okay. Step number 1: just say the words "Earth is measured flat."
yeah.
First,
Gas pressure requires a container.
you shouldn't want to
and-
become anything. You should be compelled towards it through justified reasons, Buren.
Yeah.
The whole idea. Otherwise, you're just laughing at that point, boys.
I was just trying to learn how to grief better.
How to grieve better? What was it?
Grief.
Grief?
Yeah, I grief people in video games a lot.
You want to
I
give
thought
people
if I
grief?
took the
Or...
flat Earth position, I could make people argue with me better. Maybe call me a messed up name.
So,
you know?
so you're seeking out actually sort of controversy at that point.
Yeah.
No wonder you didn't become a flat earther, man. Because I don't know. That makes.
As a
I don't
real,
see how. I
a
don't
real
see how
Scotsman.
critiquing the globe makes you a flat earther. I'm a glober, but I don't believe the globe narrative. Prove me wrong.
What's the globe narrative?
It's it's big globe, dude. Big globe.
It's just bollocks. You name it, it is what it is. Whatever you want it to be.
So you're a
Yeah,
glober that
so-
just disagrees with anything that I'm going to say.
Do you trust the science, first and foremost?
No.
Not you, Schlitzy.
Oh, sorry.
You're obvious, right? They're the other gentleman.
But I'm a glober.
He's globe prone.
I
love them hard
trust
on
some of it
globe.
that I understand a little bit, but yeah.
I mean, you're familiar with the terminology of trust the science, then?
I haven't heard that one. I think is that.
You've never heard
it's
anyone say trust the
basically
science?
shorthand for
Or if it's in
there's
the last 4
validity
years?
It's shorthand for there is much validity in the scientific method. However, it can lead to scientism of just because somebody in a lab coat says it, therefore it's true, which is fallacious.
Well, I mean, science isn't supposed to be trusted anyway. You're supposed to be able to like change it if it doesn't work, you know.
Would you say that there's an active, what do you call it, censorship campaign, I suppose, that would essentially say that the scientific endeavor is the a priori, and that heterodox opinions that go against the science should be censored?
I don't think anything should be censored, even no matter how stupid it is.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess I suppose I can shift it from more of a personal question towards you, but I mean, what do you acknowledge about the society within you live, and what is it trying to compel people towards thinking at that point then?
Oh, well, I mean, they geared you towards globe and like the regular science stuff, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
Have you ever heard the statement that what is it? That which you cannot criticize is that which controls you. Now, one sec, I got some people here.
Is that like a Jew joke?
Well, think of all the things that you really, really love, and then so, can I criticize them?
Oh no. Then I won't get any.
I love my wife, but I can't criticize her.
There might be consequences, like an ex-wife, to that
It might be
kind
sawdust.
of behaviour, young man.
An ex-wife.
The joke, a young man, the dad sat in the garden, like, you know, sunbathing with a drink in the sun in his home, and the son comes home and says, Dad, I'm getting married. And Dad immediately just turns to him and shouts to him, say you're sorry. He goes, what? Say you're sorry. He goes, well, what am I saying sorry for? I haven't done anything. He goes, you're not ready to get married. If you can't say sorry without knowing what they're talking about, you're not ready to get married.
Yeah,
that's true.
And I think it's valid to acknowledge like the hypotheses in the past that were checked and checked again, and eventually either found new ones or were replaced with things that matched reality better. And I think this will continue to be the case because our level to investigate the world will be proportional to like the instruments we use. So if we just use like our normal biological senses and then decide let's use corrective lenses so that people can see roughly 2020, that improves people's just basic observations throughout reality. And then go, can we do binoculars? Can we do like just extending the range of your vision, and stuff like radio extends like what we can hear. Like we've all got a radio, somebody's making a song available for the public, you tune in and you've got sound as well. So we have some basic sensors which we've like enhanced due to even the simple like little horn shape that would shape into somebody's ears so they can funnel the sound waves. So if they're slightly deaf, they can hear better. And then we just sort of improved on that sensory enhancement over time. So yeah, science is double checking itself because it has made some hypotheses before that were incorrect, and yeah, self-correcting, critical analysis, critical thinking, just making sure that we're sort of understanding the situation properly. Doesn't even need to be scientific per se, even psychologically. You just double check, is like, is this comfortable? Am I learning? Am I growing? Double check yourself. And if you aren't growing or learning and you want to, be a participant in that procedure.
Everybody going for sleep. A guy came in.
Oh, it's the middle of the day. What the heck?
What's the time in Australia?
I got 9:15 here.
In the
PM.
morning?
PM.
Oh, okay.
It's 1 p.m. where I'm at. What the hell?
I can't see the sun. Can you see the sun?
I can definitely see it's hot as fuck outside. Oof.
Oof.
The spotlight's over me right now.
I mean, if it's shrunk in size due to perspective, I think I should maybe spot it somewhere.
You able to see it from anywhere if it's flat. But what do I know?
Why would you
Double
assume that?
bogey.
It could be a toroidal magneto hyper refraction of the ether.
Wouldn't it be simpler if it's just a globe? Would that just make more sense, though?
I'm just saying what it could be. I'm just saying what it could be. So I thought the semantic wordplay that I was witness to was interesting. You can't do spherical geometry on anything that isn't a sphere. And since Earth has mountains and valleys, you can't do spherical geometry on Earth. I thought that was an interesting way to abuse the law of identity.
Yeah, I talked to my dad about flat Earth stuff, and he said the Earth ain't flat; it's bumpy.
Mm. That is that's a very Bev argument. I commend you. I've only been in the community for like a month, and like this guy's name's everywhere. Like you go to one server and like there's this private room, Bev's chamber. Go another server, it's like, yeah,
Are you
Bev
saying
prison.
for a month?
Is he like permanently online? I hope he does other things with his life. I really do.
I mean, the sun can, you can be on a flat Earth and the sun be, changing size. If it's a manifest of the personal dome of hyperbolically projected, mutation corrected, azimuthal ether grid of electrocovalent visual grid directionality, then it all makes sense.
Is that right next to the graticule?
Uh,
The graticule.
to the left of it.
That's the grid you make from the stars to put on the ground.
Hang on, no, sorry. You can't. If you're trying to work out the shape of the Earth, you can't look up at the sky, unless of course you're doing a celestial theodolite experiment.
Right, for mountain occlusion. Yeah. And if you turn stellarium atmosphere off, it turns the globe with refraction into a flat Earth without refraction.
If you get stellarium and you turn off the globe, turn off perspective, and turn off all the stars, yeah, you get a lovely screensaver. See what you're doing. Sounds like you're
I'm now going to put something in my toroidal machine meter.
Sounds like you're doing some DIY.
Making a breakfast before I go out to save some lives in my superhero job.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I save lives at least one a week. That's what I do.
I'm waiting to go pick up my child from daycare. Very exciting.
I'm just thinking, like, if Earth is flat and we've just been swallowing all this fake information, and there's these select few who've figured out, the elite are corrupt. The elite are corrupt. They know the Earth is flat. Are selling billions upon billions of gigabytes of globe data, and somehow, like, the people who are against this power
One thing's for sure.
Aren't allowed to, like.
One thing's for sure. We count on you for the worst analogies ever.
They are improving.
Fucking hell. Jesus. Don't get caught lacking while Schlitzy's in the house. Better be on point.
Wow.
We can count on you for the worst analogies ever. That's recorded in text.
Oblate's kind of consistent when it comes to bad analogies.
Well, it wasn't an analogy. What I was saying.
I mean, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, like what I was saying is, like, if the powers that be, right at the very tippy top, who are manipulating this spider web of globe information, they must have a flat map somewhere, but they're not giving it to the conspiracy people who say there's this elite group spreading globe information.
But this is the thing, like in Cook's day, didn't all he have was a, what do you call it? Not a segment. It's got some bloody name, but a triangle-y thing.
Sexy sextant.
No. So he was that, but he hated nautical maps apparently, and he went wandering around and he noticed these surveyors on land, and he's like, "How do you do that? What do you do?" and they explained
Mm.
triangulation to him, and so quadrant, or something.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so
yeah.
they said, we triangulate between known peaks, and he was like, oh my god, I can do that at sea because I'm always inside of the shore. Because they would always just try and do it with Latin long,
Mm.
and sort of gave these really terrible mud maps, so ships would run
Yeah,
into
yeah.
reefs all the time, and he
So
didn't like
that's
that.
how Cook and the gang were able to do the coastline approximately for New Zealand.
Exactly,
How?
yeah. His maps are pretty much exactly as they are today, and you see all of the maps previous are like, it's kind of like you go left a bit and then you go down a bit. They're just really wild.
Yeah, yeah. I'll have to check what kind of instruments they were using for surveying back in 1760, whatever. But
Oh,
yeah,
travel stations.
total stations. Yeah, yeah. The Leica Series 9, satellite driven. James Cook used in 1770.
Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt that.
He was a bit of a wild card. He was off
Wild card.
He was off the
You
hook,
make
baby.
everything sexy. Hang on, why am I not being? Oh. Okay, so we've now got a savvy-uppy thing. Savvy-uppy thing will work well. Hopefully.
What they used was basically, it's pronounced almost like Adelaide, and it's basically, yeah, it's basically a long steel ruler with two like snipe gun alignment things on it, and you would look through like one wire along the length to the other, and then at a single point rotate it through the degrees and then line it up, and then you would know how much of a portion of the circle that Adelaide went from one location to another.
Adelaide.
Yeah.
Well, that's a bit Adelaide of you. Old lady.
Alidade. Alidade. That was one of the instruments in addition to the sextants and other things. So.
Okay, I like it.
Like there was so many things happening on Cook's voyages, like the transit of Venus, for one, and yeah, doing the coastal mapping, trying to find new pieces of land for England. Like it's just like a multifaceted like bunch of journeys, including going to Honolulu, and I think that's where he died. They had a chronometer for basic timekeeping.
Yes, that's been
museum of
solved a bit before he'd got there, hadn't it? The problem of time.
somewhat, but not to the extent that it needed to later in history. We didn't have exactly time zones back then. We had like local noon, and the steam train and telegraph wasn't around then. So, timekeeping was not quite in the time zone. But if you wanted to go from one latitude to another, you'd have to know how many nautical miles per hour you were going. So that was your knots speed, and that was I don't know if it's true, but it's like allegedly every so many ticks you'd drop a knot into the ocean, and you could tell by the time of day whether you were at solar noon and how many seconds were on your chronometer. And yeah, like knowing your speed and location helped. Like if you're going like 5 knots, in 5 knots time you'd be 5 nautical miles. Or if you went for 15 nautical miles and you measured 1 degree difference, like near the equator, that's how you could tell you'd moved 1 degree along the equator, just by using your speed rate of knots and keeping track of that. So if you did 3 knots an hour, then 5, then 4, then 3 again, you could basically know how far you were going at sea, and then use your sextants to triangulate, and your timekeeping devices to go, okay, I've been at sea for X amount of minutes and seconds, and that means I would go from one latitude to another. And I'm trying to remember if Cook's stuff happened after. I think it would have to happened after Rene Descartes and Isaac Newton had a debate whether Earth was prolate or oblate. And Newton won the debate because the French measured it in approximately. I heard from the French guy about 1740, but I could be wrong. Give or take 20 years, but it is before Cook's time. But he was a pioneer for the Southern Hemisphere, with many others, like the Dutch for Van Diemen's Land and stuff like that.
Let's make some big sentences. Four seconds to wait.
So
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
theodolites were around back in the day as well. Through the company Benjamin Cole and Son from the years 1755 to 1765. These were basically brass telescopes with a protractor underneath them. I'll put a image in the chat for you.
And now it will post.
I'm just getting around to it.
Oh no, all good, all good.
Like, this is the kind of stuff that Cook was able to use back then. So around the circumference, you'd have your degrees, and then basically your telescope for distances. And you also notice the arc to help you with elevation angles. That is similar to like the sextant arc. So if you tilted that slightly up for a mountain, you'd know roughly how many degrees to that peak, to that mountain. So since the circle's like one of the most ancient things humans have known about, and you could divide that into however many portions you like, you could just rotate the instrument from one place to another and go, mountain A is here, mountain B is here, and we're on the boat. Let's survey the coastline. Long process, arduous, but that was. Mm. Yeah, I think they would have, to even try to use that, they would have tried to find like calm waters, because but even so, they got pretty close for what they were doing back in the day. Getting an approximate coastline for pretty much 2 New Zealand-sized islands. Like, that's a lot of number crunching for those surveyors that he had on board. But also, because of the telescope stuff and rudimentary solar filters, they were looking at the transit of Venus across the sun as well. So although the eclipse and solar eclipse might be awkward for flat Earth, how does Venus get in front of the sun is a difficult question for, like, how close is the sun for a flat Earth? When measuring angles like Kepler and the other guy to get reasonably close for the distance from Earth to Venus and the distance from Earth to Mars, and then using their position in the sky to look at retrograde, and it's just such a hard task to start from scratch to do it. And these days we just got something like Stellarium, and you can, or even Sandbox Universe, you can just multiply the speed by 10,000 times, and you can watch the Earth spin once every second instead of once per day. We've got things very convenient now, but many of these steps were happening back in the 1750s. And they'll figure it that they were debunking flat Earth then, like without GPS and without memes. So I don't think the final experiment killed flat Earth. I think like surveying the approximate coastline of New Zealand even assisted in that. Was while going along the coastline of Queensland, New South Wales, and over to New Zealand, they would have eventually found the Tropic of Capricorn and gone, okay, it's an equinox. The days are roughly as long as the nights, and can we get a boat directly underneath the sun to get the longitude of the day sun by looking at what the night sky was doing? Just small incremental progress. It's really cool to think about. Like, could we actually do something similar with just like the same type of equipment, measure a portion of the equatorial circle and the tropical circles and the Arctic circles at about 60 something degrees either north or south? Because I think that's what's a big seller for me, is like the Arctic circles are small, the tropical circles are larger, and the largest is the equator. I don't think anything other than an approximately global world will do that.
Oh, good. It's going in paragraphs now. Because we're going the east coast of Queensland, New South Wales, over New Zealand. Yes, the flat Earth just ends up having to essentially claim we can't know anything. You know, I couldn't even get a full room of people in geos the other day. I couldn't get a single one to say I can find north to within a degree. Like, you end up having to just say, I can't do anything, but you should trust me about this Earth-shaped question.
And that's the sort of powerlessness I hear. Like there's a mysterious government. They're controlling all the information. They're telling your kids to be a different gender. They're doing this. They're doing that. And there's so little control, even for the Christians ones who go, you know, God is all powerful. But there's this group auspiciously in the background pulling strings, and their God isn't doing anything about it. Like, what's the go with that? Whereas for me, it's like, okay, maybe there is a God, and it looks like a whole bunch of like mathematical equations can make a reality. So it's just like, well, just makes sense that a logical being would make a decipherable universe, and we're just having difficulty looking at the intricacies of like what that is. So yeah, it's kind of sad for these biblically cosmological flat earth Bible believers to say there's an all-powerful God, but also he's not doing anything about this allegedly corrupt overlords at the top, spreading globe misinformation and sending money into NASA's pockets and this, that, and the other, planning terrorism attacks, changing social norms. Women getting the vote was an inside job. Like, what's the next conspiracy? I don't know. But yeah, I think I overheard that, Eggs, where like, could you find north without a compass and the stars? It's like,
No, I said with a compass. I said any
oh,
tool
with a
you
compass.
want, with as much
Yeah,
money as you want, with as much training as you want. If I gave you thousands of dollars and said you can go to university, you can come back to me in 6 months, can you find north? And they wouldn't say yes. And it's like, it's north, motherfucker. Look at Polaris. Just say it's definitely in that direction to within a degree.
yeah,
And they,
and
oh my God, it was wild. It
and
was the strangest thing where you're like, you're now just, what are you claiming to not be able to do at this stage? Like, what is the,
yeah, and the other guy had a simple example: sunrise right hand, sunset left hand. One of the two directions is north. Either directly behind your head or one in front of your face, based on pure sunset and sunrise information alone, and where you could spread your arms out wide and go. Yeah, it's like it is very easy to find north, or an approximate, like within like probably 5-10 degrees, and you'd walk that north, and you'd use your body as a sundial and pick halfway in between, and that's your new north. I don't see why that's hard. It's almost like being able to determine where north is evidence for the globe, and that has to be treaded on lightly, like eggshells.
this is me speaking one complete sentence as asked.
Not really. I've got to break up what I say into sentences and then pause and then start the next sentence for the bot. Okay, no thanks.
No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. I'm not, no, sorry, I wasn't asking you to do it.
I thought it might have been a sage sort of comprehension issue. But yeah, like this theodolite stuff's old as the 1500s, and we could have basically found out about it earlier, because it's basically just a telescope with a protractor underneath. But I guess like yeah, stuff like spirit levels, put a bit of alcohol in a tube with an air bubble. So a bit of glass work is involved. So yeah, technologically, glass blowing was coming into fruition, rudimentary eye correction lenses. I'll have to look up when Galileo did his telescope. Yes, 1608. So no less than 70 years did they just put angles on the bloody thing and call it a theodolite. Sorry, a protractor. Thinking if all you needed was like a long stick and two gun sights kind of thing and a protector, like very rudimentary theodolites could be made. As early as 200 BC. And that's just fascinating. It's about just making some logical connections, and sometimes you're distracted by philosophy, ethics, religion, this, that, and the other. And then measurement became a priority briefly. Now it's more like a side quest.
Flat Earthers are fucking stupid.
Oh, he's come in
I just
swinging.
wanted-
That is
just
your
wanted to-
opener.
I just wanted to say that out loud.
That's your opener.
It's just stating a fact.
Bunch of total lying idiots.
Oh, we missed your opening volley.
That was the point of climax when it dawned.
This is my opener, yeah. It's not that they get everything wrong. It's not that they get everything wrong on purpose. It's that they know it's wrong before saying it. And that is the most idiotic possible misbehavior.
They're griefing you, huh? With their
I think
stupidity.
this type of ignorance, these people should go to hell, basically.
Dawn's wanking out loud.
Well, it's like a place you don't believe in or something. You want them to go there, or a place you don't believe.
No, I think they deserve real karma for choosing ignorance over truth. And that's what hell means. They're basically one
So
of
it's
the
not
reasons.
a place; it's a state of mind.
Is that why you're
Yeah,
unlucky
I also
in love?
mean get in the bin. You shouldn't. You can't be taken seriously. I'm not going to read your books. I'll never trust you, even if it's important.
You'll never trust someone, even if it's important. It's an interesting statement.
Never trust a flat Earth or someone that's pretended Earth isn't a globe. someone
It's
who's
not trustworthy.
someone who's become passionate about lying. I'll never
You could
trust
lie to
them.
yourself. Like they're obviously gonna lie to you.
Exactly, yeah.
I
And
like
it's
it.
not because Earth's definitely a globe. It's because I know you know that it's definitely not a globe. And that's ignorance.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
How would you
don't
know
don't even
what
get
we know?
because I studied you for 7 years since I became obsessed.
Dawn.
Man, I haven't been engaging in the topic that long, but okay.
I studied your
Dawn.
kind and you followed the pattern.
Dawn, what am I about to say?
Something completely irrelevant that tries
Kind.
to defend other
Could you
flat earthers but doesn't manage to.
could you
Well, I was
define
gonna
the
say-
kind?
That's an oof.
Sorry, Rick.
Define the kind. Okay,
Yeah,
presumably
I already
you'd be
did. I
able to
already did.
like before someone comes across us like the specific topic, you should presumably be able to actually predict that they would become a said flat earth or something, right?
No, the kind is someone who's pretended Earth's not a globe and then become passionate about lying.
Yeah.
You follow that kind. You're one of the better ones, but you still have the ignorance.
Well, thank you for that.
I mean, it's my personal position that most of flat Earth is essentially just a heterodox position to the orthodoxy that is sort of superimposed. So
Yeah, so
I don't know.
it's all a rebound
But-
reaction instead of a truth.
I suppose I'd say it's probably more of a wider recognition of the scale and capacity for civilizations to essentially lie to their own people. And then, in fact,
No,
like every
you're going to
civilization in
conflate
the
it with,
past
you're going to conflate
seems
it
to
with
indicate that.
You're going to conflate it with normal enlightenment now, and that's rude.
Well, I mean, are you presuming that we're moving more and more into truth as we sort of progress as a civilization, society, or whatnot?
Some are not. On average.
Well, I mean, that's a lukewarm response. Interesting.
If we count all the things that are true, then yeah, we've got more of it. But we don't share that. We normally lie to each other.
So yeah, if we normally lie to one another, right, as you say, then the nominal position within the society is that of the lie. So therefore, if the society is hoisting like a globe interpretation, then that would be
No,
pretty much
normally
pretty likely to be a lie. Because
normally
society's
lie
lied
to each other doesn't mean every model we use has to be made up. That doesn't equate.
Every model we use, how many models are there?
I'm saying if we've got a geometrical spacing and idea of movements of things, that could be true, even though we lie to each other in general. My actual point was, yes, we're getting closer to truth, but the elites don't tell you all of that.
What elites?
The smart men.
Who are they, Dawn? You sound like very conspiratorial.
I don't know their names, but I'm talking about astronomers, religious men, predictors of the future, chemists, philosophers.
You sounded very conspiratorial.
He wants them to like come along someday and beam him up and take him away.
I'm giving Rick that there is elites that lie because he brought that up.
Oh no, that's I said it's the fun. Like it seems to underpin every civilization, everyone that I've ever looked at. If you can show me a civilization that hasn't lied to its people, I mean, I'd be keen to listen.
But the globe isn't from civilization; it's from astronomers and measurers and travelers, normal men.
No, it's Western civilization. Yeah.
No, the globe doesn't come from civilization; it comes from smart studying.
From
it's not
ancient
it's not an ideology.
When they say stuff like global empire, what do you think that implies?
We're getting very off topic.
Well, you think global empire is off topic of the notion of civilization?
None of it connects to. We think Earth's a globe, and we know flat Earthers lied.
You think that what was it? Flat Earthers lie, or what was it?
Most people think Earth's a globe, and me and a few others know that flat Earthers lie. These are my points. The fact that there's a globalism has nothing to do with that.
Look, dude, human beings lie in general. So I mean, I don't know. Like there is no such. There's a finite truth, and there's so much possibility to lie. So I mean, every word out of my mouth is essentially it could potentially be described to us like it's not the truth.
I can tell when you're lying and when you're not.
Right. So you're just a walking, talking, like truth machine. What do they call those things? Truth barometer. What do you want?
Yeah, I've become good at it.
I mean, that is a self-delusion, which I mean you can fool yourself into, but that's actually kind of becomes your own problematic issue, doesn't it? Because you feel like you get set within your own delusion at that point. That you think you know when someone's telling the truth or not.
That statement you just made was honest in the fact that you were following logic that you think is true, but it was dishonest in the fact that you were straw-manning me with an irrelevant point. And I could hear both inflections mixing together as you said it.
I just think it's very sort of, I'd say, pig-headed or very arrogant to make a claim that you can tell when someone is or is not lying.
Is it though? Isn't it a good human skill rather than arrogance?
Good is only that of which is like, I mean,
useful. Sorry for my wording. Useful human skill.
It's only useful in the situation that it's true.
Okay, so if you're saying if I am good at it, that is useful, and I think I am. But saying
do you think you are the best measure of your own capacity, or should someone else maybe evaluate that for you? I've always considered that someone else should evaluate that for you.
Definitely, yes. I can take in other people's opinions, but I'll decide myself after hearing them.
Well, I think you're just defaulting then to a sort of like a more kind of, what do they call it? Like, you're individualized. So like, you basically the world is your perception at that point. And I don't know, like, have you? Is there a common sort of?
That's silly.
Go ahead.
Just because I can tell speech patterns and when people fib, because I know their patterns of what they fib about and why they would fib and how they're going to fib to me in this moment. I know all that. That doesn't mean I only think everything I think is a perception. That's silly.
All you have is your perception, so.
Okay, well, I'm going to go with it.
And that's all you can do, ironically enough. So you're not wrong in that like sort of sentiment, I believe. Like you're given a whole bunch of options in the world of like constantly forks in the road, and you need to make a decision because it comes down to time. So,
can you tell when I'm lying if I say, Earth's definitely a globe, Rick? Can you tell that I'm telling the truth?
No, because you come across like you have this sort of dry, sarcastic tonality to your British sentiment. So
try this one.
Can't tell.
Earth's definitely flat, Rick. Can you tell if that's a lie? Or did it sound the same?
Earth's definitely flat, Rick. You sound like you're trying to compel, like by invoking my sort of my name or whatever.
I think you should be able to tell by now. You should be able to tell by now that I'm a glober and I'm mostly honest. So when I say Earth's definitely a globe, that's the truth. And when I say
you're just a really shit liar.
When I say Earth's definitely flat, that would be a lie because I've never come across a flat earther ever.
Are we just drawing a distinction between telling the truth and being honest, or not?
No, I'm saying honest and dishonest. Okay. I said truth.
I think we should do that though.
They know inside when they're being dishonest. That's what I'm claiming.
Okay.
But I just gave a test, and Rick can't tell if I'm telling the truth or not. So it seems like our conversation is up in the air, quite high.
Oh my god!
Well,
I'm assessing him for truth.
Everything. I'm getting everything. It's all coming.
I'm assessing him for truth,
Stop
and
creaming your pants, eggshells.
he can't tell if I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, I mean, you have a tone. I don't know. I'd have to get to know you, and actually, I think you could do what you're saying, but you need the
You haven't
to
got
be
to know
there
me
in
yet.
person. No, you need to. What actually? Isn't there a study or something where they said that people can actually detect lies better on a telephone than they can in person? Is that true? I can't get. I'll do a search later on to check it, but I do remember something saying that human beings can detect whether or not they're being lied to over the phone better than they can in person for some odd reason.
I actually
But
find
I
it
would
easier
genuinely say
just
I
from
need
the
to look at your
voice.
facial. I'd want to see your facial inflection, not just your vocal tonality.
So are you really saying you don't know if I'm a glober or not?
Well, I could ask you similarly, right? Like every movie that you've ever watched is essentially watching two characters on a screen constantly portraying a lie, right? Because they're not under the presumed danger within the scene. Actually, it's a lie, right? Those actors always come back to life. So my question to you is then, can you watch an actor? Are the actors convincing to you? Like, do you even watch the movie? Wouldn't you be just disgusted watching a movie because you can just you feel like these guys are constantly lying to you?
No, I love movies. I'm going to have to tell you now. I don't believe that you think I could be acting. I know that you know that I'm a glober. So I'm calling you out on being dishonest now.
You think I don't know, accusations of being dishonest? I don't know. It's how it's even relevant to the conversation.
But you're not even a real glober. You have your own model.
About my
so
honesty, but I can
what
tell
does it
that you're
mean?
not being honest during this. Sorry, Stacey. What were you saying?
I mean,
So, but you're not really a globe person, globe believer. You have your own model. So isn't that like?
I'm a totally normal global man, Stacey. Since I've been born, so 43 years. So I don't know why you'd try and strawman me into some weird.
I was born in the globe.
My own model.
Superman. But you do.
I don't have my own model. I don't make up models.
Now I'm starting to question everything.
It's much easier to choose a true model than make one up. That's why I did it.
I would say how we think about society is different than how we are modeling the shape of the planet. Like there are things that shape the societies, but generally how we understand what the world is more or less shaped like is usually down to measurement. So I'm not sure if what you mean by, is there a difference between your model of the world and mine, Stace, or and how would we come to understand what those differences are?
Oh, and I definitely don't have a model. I've talked to Don for many years. I heard a debate not too long ago between Jen and Don. I was here for it. And there really wasn't a debate for the globe. It was more just his own interpretation, which is fine. We all could have our own interpretations.
I just told
but
you
then it wouldn't be a
that's not true.
glober, maybe.
Not true, and it's not fair to strawman me like that. And you just repeated it.
Trying to.
How dare
I'm
you?
just giving my opinion. How dare you?
It's round, yeah. It's oblate. There's gravity. It's exactly the size they say it is. It's going around the sun. There's a moon. Newton's gravity. Yeah, Polaris in the middle. Southern celestial pole. It's totally normal globe that I believe in.
Okay, I hear you.
He thinks that he believes in off-world intelligence though, so yeah. Kind of got to believe in if you want to believe in the off-world intelligence thing, then you got to believe globe. There is no other option within any other cosmological paradigm.
You're
Maybe you go
I only believe
demons
globe
and
because I like
angels or
aliens. Fucking
interdimensional aliens.
What a lie.
Yeah, why don't you want interdimensional? Why would you prefer
Aliens are a theory
Galaxy aliens
inside the
versus
globe.
interdimensional.
Right.
Why not the interdimensional aliens, dude?
You don't have to believe globe just because you believe in aliens. Aliens come after knowing it's a globe. They're a theory inside the globe model.
Yeah, it is possible that we may never see evidence of them, but given how many star systems and planets, it's possible that some kind of rudimentary life form is possible. And it depends greatly on what kind of chemistry or biology is even available to.
I go further than that and say there's definitely
Mm.
aliens, and they might have made us, and I think they did make us. But that isn't
Right.
why I think Earth's a globe.
Right.
Yeah, it is. You're emotionally attached to
No.
that sentiment that you need to have such a thing.
No.
And
No.
thus,
No. I learned
then you
globe
go,
when I was
now you
8
wanna-
years old. 2017, I checked if it was a globe, and it was. And then later on, I come to the ancient aliens belief. After knowing
How
it
did
was a
you
globe.
verify that?
All the normal ways.
Normal ways.
So boats over the curve, sunset.
Did you feel the? Did you just like sit out and meditate for a little bit and just feel the motion or something?
No, boats over the curve, sunset, south celestial pole.
Those are all
Yeah.
interpretations, man, of something that's happening within the visual
Yeah.
field. It's not
Yes,
touch
but they all fit
like
a globe.
of all your senses, right?
So
You're only
that's
using
that's
essentially
called,
one. What
that's
else you
called
got?
determining.
The anti-Twilight
I
arc.
mean, you can determine a falsehood, right? So I mean, you can
Yeah.
determine all day long and not get to the truth.
That's true. I could have, but that's still determining.
Well, at that point, you're just sort of manifesting the decision, just sort of.
No. I'm
I mean,
using
I get it if
sensible
it makes you
minds
feel you
to
more
decide
comfortable
what I
or
think is
something.
true.
Yeah, because you want the interdimensional aliens or something.
No, that came after.
Yeah, to me, it's a bit of a dice roll, and like what the concept of like the Goldilocks zone exists, and you have to think about how many of the trillions upon trillions of planets have a planet within that Goldilocks zone, and can chemistry become organics? Would that still be a carbon life form, or would it be more of a other type of basis? Some people think silicon, but I doubt it. But they wouldn't need to be shaped like humans or have two legs. You could have like advanced space horses, but
You
it
into
would be,
space horses? What? Okay.
no. I'm just saying their body type could be any body type. Like it's
I
not.
go for a jellyfish or something, maybe. That's a strange creature. I'll give you that. Half plant, half animal. Central nervous system with no sense of touch or something, apparently. I don't know. Strange phenomenon, I suppose. But there is no example of any other intelligence. I mean, like, I've heard this silica stuff, right? But apparently the carbon's where it's at. And then everything else about these presumption of like the lights in the sky that you're referring to, and presumptions of planets revolving around them also. I mean, dude,
Well,
that's astronomical.
Jupiter,
like it is.
Jupiter is like seen by amateur astronomers like every night. If you got like a 10-inch scope, you can see a portion of the moons of Jupiter orbit Jupiter. Like you got Io, Titan, etc. Like these aren't strange things.
It is very strange.
No, they're just out there in the reality, waiting for you to go and look at them.
As I said, you're using one sense and making a lot of determination of like what's happening at that place with that one sense.
Or you could look at it that we're actually seeing what's happening and just writing it down. So we saw a ball, we called it Jupiter, named after God. Then we saw a tiny little dot go in front, and then it disappeared, and we thought, oh, maybe it's around the back, and then it appeared on the other side. We thought, oh my God, it's going round. There's a ball going around a ball.
Yeah, cool. Okay. I
Right?
mean, my conception at the moment seems to be
That's
essentially
it.
the celestial play that you're seeing in the sky is like, I mean, they're orbs, but you're actually just watching a dance, a play, like it's occurring at a different location, and
Yes.
you're witnessing it through a sort of a projection that's occurring in the sky.
Just think of it like this. So you're on the coast and you haven't met another tribe before, but you make a zoom tool. You zoom in and you see another coast, and there's people walking up and down the coast, and you think, oh my God, that's people. And they look from a far distance tiny, but they could be us just over there, more of us.
Mm.
So you make a comparison. The ball going around a ball is quite like the moon going around us if we were a ball. It starts to all fit together.
Yeah, because you've like denoted this feeling and sensation, and sort of that's us, and you know, we're like as if you can actually look down upon Earth, and you've ever seen Earth at such a distance that ever looked anything like it was
You can send a
a
camera
wandering star.
pretty high.
Like
We've
that's
seen
hubris
that
at,
there's
at that point,
land.
Dawn.
We've seen that there's land and the sun goes behind on Earth, and now we've seen a ball going around a ball in the sky. Then we've seen the moon, looks like a ball, and it seems to be going round us somehow.
So when you look down, right, and you feel the Earth, and then you look up in the sky and you say, I see more downy looking Earth stuff up there.
Yes,
That's interesting.
That's what I'm saying. Roundy,
Why would you
ball
presume
stuff.
that?
Balls
Yeah,
going
downy
roundy
ball
round.
stuff in the sky is weird.
Yes, exactly. So, and this relates to maybe we are a downy ball stuff, like that one in the sky, and we can compare.
You trying to identify with the sky, Dawn? Like you want to identify with it somehow?
No, it's both.
Like,
we
if
think
you-
we're a ball, and then we see one.
Yeah, and if Dawn is like holding like an orange and rotating, the orange will go in front of him, and then it will go apparently behind him from my perspective. So like he would have an orbit of this orange. It would be going around his own body. Like,
Oh,
and
really?
that's just
And what is the greatest orange in the sky? Would you say?
I don't.
Would you go with the sun, or would you go for the moon?
What do you mean by greatest?
Well, you're talking to the orange, so I just like, what's the greatest orange in the sky? Like you said, you look at the orange, and you look at the sky, and the sky looks like an orange. So I'm just wondering, what's the greatest orange in the sky?
The closest one would be the moon.
Oh. And why do you always see the same side of that orange?
Oh, there could be two reasons. You're holding the orange in the same position, so as you...
It's in perfect rotation with the orbit.
That could be one option. It could
it's like
be
cosmologically, mathematically, like perfect.
No, it doesn't have to be that way. I'm just saying that's what it could be. It also could be the case that it's further away, and no matter how much I rotate, like if you do like that sort of head wobble where you go from your right shoulder, put your head forward, then back again, and make your head do an orbit, you would see the same side of the orange. So that all that means is like your Earth could be wobbling, but the moon is far enough away that even if your head wobbles in that circular fashion, the orange is far enough that you more or less see the same side of it. So that's also another option. So these are very simple things that you could do, like on a roundabout or something, and there's a distant tree, and you put a picture of a moon there. You could rotate on the roundabout and go, oh, I still see the same side of the tree.
Uh-huh. Is
Yeah.
everyone following this?
Are you not following with it?
Apparently, the moon's following you. So I mean,
No.
I gotta ask you, man. Like in the cosmic sort of playground that is this like heliocentric model with all the marbles flying around all over the place, right? And you said that there's observations of like what exoplanets, essentially,
all
like
over
those
the place.
stars have other planets rotating around them.
Perfect circles, Rick.
Perfect circles.
It's not flying
Okay.
around all over the place. It's falling in a lovely arc.
I'd
I thought we were in
say
a cosmic sort of shooting gallery or something. What's the go?
Kinda, but at like
No? Got meteors
century
flying
to
all over the place.
century scales. No.
It's sacred geometry. It's not flying around all over the place, man.
Well, I mean, how did the moon get there?
Oh, there's a couple of theories. I'm not entirely confident on the current hypothesis.
All right. So in this cosmic shooting gallery that is the heliocentric model, yeah, like it's presumed, like I think the major theory going around at the moment is that this the moon was either another exoplanet, right, that's come into the solar system, or it was like maybe another sort of primordial planet at some point, and it had a glancing blow upon Earth. Now, what I find absolutely remarkable within the mathematics of possibility and chance, that, I mean, how is it that the moon is the same size as the sun, facing the same way, always down towards the Earth? This is absolutely like remarkable in that cosmic shooting ground scenario.
Always down.
Just imagine pool balls.
But what about when it's on the horizon?
You're always looking at the same face, dude.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's down. If you're seeing it across, why would you say it's down, facing down?
So there
Facing
are
down?
there
You're
are
taking ball logic and saying this doesn't make sense.
So yeah, there
That's a-
are
that's a
total
projection.
eclipses and there are annular eclipses, meaning when the moon blocks the sun, there is more sun as a ring around the moon. For a total eclipse, the moon totally obscures the sun. And so, no, it's not always the same size. This is like why we have what's called a supermoon, where when it's on its elliptical orbit, it is physically closer. And then when it's on its perihelion or aphelion, it's on its farther one. So yeah, when eclipses happen during those closer or further away things, you get these annular eclipses where the moon doesn't block the entirety of the sun, and then other times you do get total eclipses of the heart.
Cool pop reference.
I know what you mean on a globe. We always see the same face. I do know what you mean, but just a weird denial.
Technically, no. The moon has a slight wobble to it.
You know what Rick means?
Yeah.
It's tidally locked, and he's saying that's weird, so the globe can't be real.
No, it just calls into question the like. I'd start applying some sort of Occam's razor at that point, and suggest that, like, within all the infinitesimal possibilities, that such like borderline perfection, like perfection is not ideal, right? There's too much symmetry. You need a little bit of asymmetry, and that's the reason for
all we have to do, Rick,
the variation. But
Rick, all we have to do is change the
so close,
size.
dude.
All we have to do is change the rotation speed, and they match. But on your model, you have to explain why we don't see the backside, which you can't.
Yeah. So we do see slightly, ever so slightly different angles to the moon, and that moon wobble GIF.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good evidence. 60%. It shows more than half a ball. 55 or 60%, whatever it is.
Yeah, it might be 55, but yeah, with that small amount of wobble, we, from Earth's perspective, see
Like-
just slightly
That-
more throughout the month, if not year, as
Not
well.
seeing the back is something that would want to be explained on a globe, and we've got that. So I'd challenge you and say, okay, I'll raise you with explaining why we don't see
You
the
got
back
what?
side of the moon on your flat Earth. Why would we not see the back?
It's a projection. I've already answered that.
So what do you mean? It's shining
There
on
is
a
no
surface.
backside.
Shining
A
on a surface.
projection is that comply with Occam's razor?
Right. You just
I mean,
brought
it's just
up
a
there.
luminous body in the sky. Yeah, for sure. I mean,
You're
there's
way
no means
outside
of
Occam's
tangibly
razor.
operating with it except for the fact that it's a light in the sky. To presume that it would be materialistic and that you can go up and touch it and eat it or whatever you want to do with it, like
I've
Well,
just
we can
that's
bounce
presumptuous.
radio waves off it.
Occam's razor says it's an object.
You can bounce
so it's
radio waves
physical.
off the atmosphere. What does that prove?
Oh my god, Rick, you
Well,
don't
because
understand
if
it.
you don't point the antenna at the moon, it doesn't bounce back.
Cool, man.
No,
You can
now
bounce
we're
stuff
off,
off stuff.
we're off the logic of it though, Rick. When you see an object, it's usually physical, isn't it, in life? So Occam's razor says this one's probably physical too. You get that? Occam's razor doesn't say, I saw something today in the park, and because movies exist, it must have been a hologram. That's not
Well,
Occam's
until
razor.
you're able to go up to it, and all you see it is just as a representation of light, why would you make any other presumption beyond that?
It's fine, but that's not Occam's
In
razor.
fact, it seems to be like behaving rather oddly within the sort of materialistic paradigm
That's
to
called
impose
being a
such that
dishonest
like
skeptic.
it's
But it
constantly
affects
following you.
The moon has
Its
effects
face
here
is
on
always
Earth.
facing you.
Yeah, we experience effects of the moon in tides.
Yeah, sure, gravity boy.
Well, there you go. Occam's razor. We have tides, rotating Earth with an orbiting moon.
Assumption
Done.
of gravity and its
You don't
cause and
want to use
effect.
Occam's razor. If you use Occam's razor, you'll be a globe.
Hey,
No,
hey,
'cause it
what
just
was
goes
the
along with
control
consensus.
variable to figure out that cause? Because I'm interested. To me, that looks like a correlation and habitual observation. But I don't think you have a correct control variable there to demonstrate that the moon is the cause of the tide. So go ahead.
What else could it be?
So that's
it seems like Occam's razor in Risky's definition is to have no explanation is more likely than to have physical explanations.
Well, all you know of it is that it is a light in the sky, and it seems to have some correlation with the tides.
well, and you can bounce radio waves off it.
You can bounce radio
you
waves off
send
like
a
the
bunch of
air
shit to
apparently
it,
in the upper atmosphere. Like you can bounce radio waves off a whole bunch of different stuff.
Not the same way. So if
Well,
your
you
radio
bounce radio
projected, hold on, Tora, hang on, Tora. If your radio signal is designed to go through the ionosphere, and you don't point it at the moon, it will not bounce back. So
Sure.
that's not how it works.
You can bounce radio waves off plasma. I've looked into that too. And
Yeah.
I don't know if the moon is plasmatic. I mean, you can bounce the radio waves off it. Congratulations.
Different frequencies.
It's
Plasma
confirmed.
doesn't have shadows on it.
I mean, it depends what's actually emanating the plasma at that point. But I don't know. Tori, you want to jump in?
Different frequencies reflect off different things. Yeah, the radio frequencies have different reactions to ionospheres and solid objects with different frequencies. So what?
Right. Can you bounce radio waves off a hologram? That'd be interesting, huh?
No, you can't. That's the point.
They go right through it. You can't even get one back.
Could you make a hologram out of plasma?
No, not that we know of, and it wouldn't cast shadows.
A hologram is not plasma. So you have plasma, and then there are optical techniques to create a hologram, but that doesn't mean a hologram could be plasma. Plasma is matter.
I think the plasma idea is a different one to the hologram. So if you don't like the idea that someone set it up and made an image and shined that onto a surface, the plasma thing is, it's a mystery. It could be a circle, it could be a ball, but it's definitely
These
not
guys say
solid like
these
they
guys say
say.
that photons. These guys say
So,
that photons are particles. So
yeah,
I don't know.
I think they might be.
Photons are particles. Great.
They could have some mass. I'm saying.
They travel like particles travel through glass, just straight through it.
Well, they're
You can,
kind of
you,
like
you can look right through that glass,
wave,
and
wave
it's
packets,
just a particle
but
going right
yeah,
through it.
they have both
Probably shouldn't listen
the
to me on
properties of particles and waves. So they're like a wave packet. Each individual one's like a little.
That's cute.
It doesn't think
It
much
is
differently
cute
to me. It's
because,
just
like,
different terminology.
like when they do the double split experiment, they can show that light will be through the single slit has one type of image, and through the double split it has another. So it has like both properties. It's like a rotating cube has 3 dimensions in time because you're watching it spin. Like rolling dice is X, Y, Z axis and time. Like space time is easy to prove as any kind of like before, during, and after motion with left, right, up, and down.
I don't know how you keep on like keep all that stuff into. I thought I was a lateral thinker, and this guy just waltzes on in. He's just like, "Here we go, guys." Spaghetti. Shit. Where do we want to go from here, boys? I think your cosmic playground like doesn't allow you for a moon. Like it's such an odd, peculiar like we find ourselves like in this weird little corner of the universe in the heliocentric model to have found ourselves on like a so-called planet to like just happen to find like we were struck by the moon at just the right angle. The only reason that I would presumably sort of find that more agreeable would be under the notion that the moon is like something about the quality of the moon is inherently required for that of life to emerge. That would like if you guys could connect that back in, I might sort of start going a bit more globe, but it's a pretty funny sort of circumstance that we find ourselves in here.
Rick, first I want you to think about this identical size thing. It's only identically apparently if you go with the idea that one's bigger and further. So they match up, but I want you to think maybe this isn't such a shock or a surprise or rare. Maybe that's part of the system where things balance in to relative sizes, apparently, for some reason. Because of size and distance and gravity being
relative size
the same.
But if you were on the surface of Jupiter, looking up at all its moons, like none of them perform in the same sort of
I'm giving
borderline
it's
perfect
quite
symmetry between that of the sun and the moon that you experience on the Earth.
It's quite rare, but it's not really rare. This is my point. So I'm just asking you to possibly think of it like that.
It's unique, as far as I've been led to believe.
Would you mind trying to think of it as not so unique and actually a thing that happens after time in certain systems?
Yeah, I mean, you're just adding the spice of time, trying to sort of complexify it through like all the like cosmic possibilities that emit like billions and billions of years at that point. So at that point, you're just manipulating one's perception of reality.
Now I'm going
to
turn
like we're stuck within this.
And what I'm telling you is,
dude, all I have is my 70, 80 years
unique,
of life.
Rick.
Like, I gotta work this out before I go.
It's not that unique. If we looked at lots of systems, there might be another one where its moon is apparently the same size as the sun or its sun. So I'm saying maybe it's not unique. Maybe it's just a thing and a timing that happens. The other thing is I'm saying, yes, the moon does make Earth dynamic. Pulling the tides makes it very nice water planet. But this is just
correlation
an effect of moons.
Moon.
It's an effect of moons, and this shows it's divinely inspired. But it
I mean, do you just like throw out terminology like
doesn't show that
divinely
it's
inspired?
impossible.
You know, sort of like, what do you mean by divinely inspired? Like,
The
You're just sort
answer
of
to
using
why,
magical terminology at
Rick,
that point.
you're suggesting, Rick, because it's balls and because they're going round and because sometimes they're the same apparent size, that means it must be made up by a human brain as a lie. And I'm saying divinely inspired means we've found it to be like this. We're not sure exactly why, and we find it beautiful. But that is what we've found.
We have found. What does that mean?
From the divine. That's where the
No,
word divine
we've
comes from,
seen
right?
balls. We've seen balls go around balls, and we've found that moons pull water, and moons go around planets. We've called them moons. We've called them planets. And we know they go around suns. We've called those suns. This isn't something we've made up to trick you. It's something we found in the sky by looking. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, none of this is an explanatory power that sort of would derive the moon, like that we find ourselves with such a unique, was it? Given the cosmic chaos of the heliocentric model, we found ourselves in a unique situation within the cosmic chaos. And I haven't seen any explanatory power coming out of the scientific endeavor that would suggest why that is. That symmetry is observable. And as I say, it can't be perfect symmetry, right? That's not what you're seeking for, because perfect symmetry would collapse the entire system. It's not enough resistance, isn't it?
You're just saying
So
a pattern. You're saying a pattern. You're saying these two sky balls look the same size. That's as far as you've got.
Yeah, I'm a pattern recognizing machine. That's what I do. Like what most humans do. What's your point?
And we're saying, yes, they do seem the same size, and we can tell you more about them. That's where we are.
Yeah, pattern. Yeah, pattern recognition. Yeah, recognizing patterns. Yeah, that's great. That's what we've done.
And Jupiter's got about 90 moons, maybe 95. So maybe one of them is approximately the same
That's what I was
angular
just about to
size.
say. Has anyone ever Googled that? Maybe there's one that's closer than ours or something. For all Rick knows, there could be two moons that are exactly the same apparent size as the sun from the surface.
Yeah. And that's why I was mentioning James Cook and the transit of Venus. Something else is going in front of the sun, not just the moon, Venus as well, and Mercury.
Yeah, obstruction doesn't necessarily mean it's some sort of material thing you can go touch and tangibly jump upon, land upon, and all the rest of it. It's just obstruction.
Well,
So
that might be an interesting thought, but pretty much each and every time an object has gone in front of a campfire, it's blocked some of that light. So obscuring tends to be the main culprit for occlusion, including a small amount of sun being blocked by the transit of Venus or the transit of Mercury or the transit of the moon, which is approximately the same angular size for total eclipse or smaller for the annular eclipse.
You can test it with a hand in front of a candle. Does the same thing. It's not rocket science. I think my position is I'm trying to say this is nature. This is what we've seen in the forest. I promise you this is not made up by the Illuminati. This is what all crazy men, including the Illuminati, have seen in the sky when looking in the sky. It's nature I'm trying to discuss.
I don't know. They never looked up there, and they never saw trees, and I mean, except for some of this Mars bullshit that you get coming down, right?
Yeah, we see
Which could be
craters.
Donovan Island or whatever.
Craters, mountains, stretch marks. We see
Dude,
the
can't
sun
really. You
flowing.
think
We see gases rotating and flowing into each
they're
other.
just pumping out CGI stuff, dude? Come on,
I believe in
really?
telescopes.
You think
Telescopes
so?
are
You
real.
think they got a little like a robot, programmable robot, like RC machine on Mars floating around? You reckon that, Dawn?
I'm saying a lot of the pictures could be real because telescopes exist.
Could be real.
Yeah, you can't just discount them all as CGI. If you know men have made zoomy tools and cameras over thousands
We
of
have
years.
pictures. We have pictures that people in this server have taken of the moon, where you can see shadows on the craters of the craters.
Okay,
So,
cool.
well, I mean, you know, it is in fact pretty cool. But I think the question that I've got to ask is, you know, why does, you know, what makes you think that those are not shadows? Like, we know glowing surfaces.
They are. The shadow is just an absence of light, sir.
Yes. Well, it's an occlusion of light, right?
A shadow is an occlusion of light,
think-
sure.
Yes. So what we see are all the we see the shadows on the moon behaving as they should if it was reflecting light from the direction of the sun. That's what we observe with telescopes. So that's not a ball of plasma. When we look at the sun, we don't see shadows. We see sunspots that are rotating across it as though on a ball, but they're not
What's the
shadows
difference
of
between a
craters.
sunspot and a shadow?
Yes.
What is the difference between a sunspot and a shadow?
So there's nothing casting a sunshot. We don't sunspot. We don't see a ridge with a shadow.
Oh, it has a different form. Yeah, it definitely has a different sort of form to it.
Oh, it has different rules and everything.
It's just a different morphology, a different shape and pattern.
No, it's not just different shape. It's also different behavior.
Are they shaping and morphing and moving?
Yes.
Well, sunspots, yeah. Sunspots are very dynamic.
Is it possible that maybe you just haven't examined this phenomenon as closely as, you know, you might think you have?
That's always possible, sir.
Well, okay. So the ancient Greeks, one of the reasons they thought the sun and the moon were so far away was because they knew that no matter where they traveled, the size, the angular size, stayed the same. So what that told them was, you know, they had to be pretty distant.
The one time you want to use perspective.
I think that is, you know, worth examining, because if you just don't think that they could possibly tell how far away something was, or they could tell that something was far away, because you know, how would they
They
know?
can tell you all sorts of things.
Well, it told them things, and they were thinking about it pretty deeply, and they didn't know what we know today. Like, they didn't have access to Earth radio transmission.
No doubt. I'm just looking at this sunspot stuff. Bear with me.
Okay.
And the entire orbit of Venus can be observed because of its inclination in its orbit. So we can see its entire orbit. And occasionally, once every century, Venus passes in front of the sun. So if the sun is not far away, then where the fuck is Venus?
Where the fuck is Venus? I don't know, dude.
Yeah, it's between the Earth and
up there.
Sun. It's between Earth
up
and Sun.
there.
So it passes. Yeah, what we see Venus pass as a black dot in front of the sun periodically,
And we see the entire orbit of Venus, and Venus has phases just like the moon.
I always did find that rather, interesting. That what is it? Mercury and Venus seem to display phases like the moon, but then all the outer planets don't really do any of that whatsoever. and it's just
Right.
because they're like on the outside of that your apparent motion. I gotta get my head like I
Yeah,
still think that you'd
it's
see phases on those outer ones.
described as interior and inferior and superior orbits. Yeah.
I wanted to point out, Rick, you could have all of these space balls with phases. They could be solid or plasma or above a geocentric flat Earth, and then you've got lots of problems with the layout of how they move. But generally, they could still be balls. You can still consider what that means, how it feels to have these balls above.
And of course, with the eclipse, we see that the moon is solid and opaque, not some sort of hologram and not some sort of plasma.
It's a very good hologram, or you're saying a plasma ball, which means you're saying it's like the sun. So I suggest you don't really believe in plasma balls. That's something you're not sure about. So what you're saying is it's a mystery phenomenon.
And if it's plasma, then only half of it's plasma. The other half, when it goes through its day night, when we see the half moon, right? Why isn't the whole thing, if it's emitting light, how do we get phases of the moon? Well, we don't. It doesn't. It does not emit light. It reflects light.
It makes more sense once you've got the rest of the model.
Occam's razor cuts both ways.
I think it makes more sense for geocentrism that it's reflecting the sun, and then you just forget about the geometry of it all. And the funny thing, the moon's the only close one, and even that's far if you don't really believe in telescopes or cameras, and you're skeptical about those too. But the other ones are really small, so you have to believe in better zooming tools. And you wonder, why are they smaller? Is it because they're further? Or is there really intricate tiny balls?
Is maybe assumptions. A lot of I thinks in this conversation here.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get you to do. That's my help. This is
I
how
think
you
you have
know
no definite
things.
answer.
No, I'm saying for you, you should consider each step like this and see where it gets you. That's what's called looking for
Anymore,
truth.
I do not want to go because I understand where the globe model takes me. In a long rabbit hole.
Yeah, I guess that is part of it, Stacey, because each one of these steps leads to a different cosmology. But if I feel like that's part of the conversation.
And the thing with Jupiter, the interesting part about Jupiter is, given it's the surface feature of the red spot, we can actually see it rotate a full rotation in a single night because it rotates it in about 9 hours. So we can actually watch it rotate.
How do you feel about little balls or faraway balls above flat Earth, Stacey?
Say that again. Sorry, I was over here looking at.
How do you feel about small balls or faraway balls
Oh,
above
shit.
the flat Earth?
What about them? There's some things up there that kind of look like that.
Do you think it could be?
There's
There
some
could
balls
be some
there.
balls up there.
Maybe. There definitely could be.
Yeah,
They're everywhere.
that's all I want from you.
And nature presents that to us. We see that, and as well, in certain ways.
Yeah, there's some rounded objects in nature. Same sort of
But
reflection.
I'm not saying that shit's up there is what anything you're saying, Paul. How can I verify that? I cannot. Can't see that side.
No,
or
but agreeing
inside.
it could be round, that's one step towards united front.
It could be. It also could not be. Right? Did we figure anything out with that though? That statement.
It could
We
be
have too much working technology to even entertain flat.
Mate, you entertain it every day when you come in here. So what are you talking about?
Stacey and Rick, they do entertain flat.
No, he entertains it.
Yeah, I'm saying we do too. We're pretending to entertain it, but you actually
Entertainer,
think it's
yeah, I
really
love it.
possible.
You know, they would have called flat. We can go to you across got a plane,
You
honey.
know what I
And
mean?
there's nothing else. Yeah, I get you. There's nothing else that I seen different than that.
Level, planar, God, place. The other option, Stacey, is that they're not balls; they're trick balls, but being projected on a surface, which makes it all more sinister. But that is that's
Maybe
one of the
none of this is
possibilities.
real. I don't know. That's a possibility.
Or there's another weird possibility. They're not fake balls; they're circles, and all of us globers are just dumb, and we don't know the difference between circle or ball.
That's
So
very.
we've got a huge mind schism about shapes, but we think we're right still.
And we have over here arguing about triangles one day. Which one? What kind of triangle? Spherical triangle? Like, oh, come on, man. See,
But see, I see these pictures. I can see both, and they both look like balls. One's got a gradient of glow all the way around the circle, and one's got literal gas stripes that show the curve
really
and the
care that
shadow.
deeply, though, truly, about this stuff every day. I can't give that much energy in my life to it. I mean, maybe I cared about it too much in the beginning.
You'd
Now it's
rather
just
change
like,
the
what the fuck are
subject
you doing?
away. You'd rather talk about something else than Spaceballs.
Well, definitely Spaceballs, because that's just not even a conversation piece. But
That's what I'm saying.
no, not necessarily take it away. It just doesn't matter to me. Does it really matter to y'all?
It's too true, so
Not
you hate
just
it.
too true.
Yeah, I can hear you being put off. You're like, oh no, let's just stop.
Oh, you're funny, Don.
I'm saying, look, there's a shadow. Someone zoomed in. It's clearly a ball. And you're saying, oh, don't tell me.
How can you say that though? You just zoomed in like clearly a ball. How do you clearly a ball?
Yeah,
Clearly.
a ball.
That
So
word needs
you're
to be
actually going
clearly.
with Dawn, Shoebill, Omnivore. We've all got a brain schism, and we can't tell the difference between a circle and a ball, and we get tricked by fake circle
You guys are
balls.
willing to believe in something that you guys feel like you have enough information on. That's all.
Would you say that you like when you look at images of all these spaceballs that you refer to it as? I mean, it's all pretty much CGI, right?
No, I said
Like
it earlier.
99% of the content that
No.
you're engaging with specifically is CGI. It's not actually
No.
like real world photography.
No, you literally just type in telescope after the word planet, and it'll give you the real ones.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the way that you interact with these things on a day-to-day basis. Like most of the stuff that you ever engaged with was always CGI.
No, I'm saying that's silly to think that.
How do you come by that?
It's actually matter of fact. I mean, if I just go look up Mars right now in the Google search results, and I look at everything that pops up in the top, like, I don't know, 20 photographs, I mean, which one's going to be the real one?
I told you to type in telescope, not just Mars, didn't I? That's how you get the real ones. So it's like you're ignoring how to Google. You're ignoring really good
So I
normal
see-
human tips.
No, but the content
Oh,
itself, like the broader
no.
context of the content that the Google search result spits out is CGI. So
Okay,
any
then
sort of
my answer
like,
is, so
standardized
what?
human experience when they go look up their concept of Mars, Mercury, Venus,
No.
whatever, it's mostly CGI.
We're not talking about
No?
most human concepts. We're not talking about an African looking at CGI Mars. I'm talking about
African.
how to show Rick and Stacey real Mars.
So when you
How would I know?
so the pictures that I particularly like are the ones taken by people who are in the channel, like Tactical French Cat, right? Those are because those are taken with a telescope. They're his telescope, and presumably he's not in the Illuminati, right?
Presumably.
Understand. I don't know. Right. So you could be too on me.
They're
I'm just
they're
saying,
going with he definitely could be.
Well,
Definitely.
I'm
playing.
Right. I don't think you can make a good case for Seafoam and Tactical French Cat all being Illuminati agents. So if those are not real pictures, then if those aren't real, then what are they?
I have to see him again when he's posting.
Pictures are real.
Pictures are probably real. I mean, he's taking what with his telescope. What pictures is he taking?
He's taking pictures of the moon, of Jupiter, of Mars.
Yeah, but that's only going to give you so much. You got a picture. How are we getting in what Dawn's talking about, right?
What's that? How are we getting what?
How are we getting to what Dawn's talking about? Like he's basically verifying a ball, not just taking a picture and
Well,
seeing.
when you look at the pictures, it's pretty obvious. I mean, you can try to interpret it some other way, but you have to make a case for that interpretation.
I'm saying it's a two-step process, Stacey. Two-step process. First, you understand and believe telescopes. So someone design a tube that can zoom in really far. Then you understand a camera. Someone knows how to capture the light into one frozen frame. So then you put those together. You got a camera and a zoom tool, and then we're claiming by looking at this real photo, you can tell it's a ball. So that's step 2.
So was it Nico? You posted was it Planet Mars Google search results, and top left has no ice structure, no North Pole, South Pole, sort of like cold regions. The one on the right clearly has 2. Bottom left has one on the bottom right, and so does the one on the bottom right. So these are very different images.
And you think they have all been taken by the same telescope and the same camera?
No, I wouldn't presume that, but I mean, there's no consistency with, like, look how much on that one on the top right, how sort of emphasized the North and South Pole, these cold polar regions seems to be, versus the other ones. Like the structural formation of whatever's going on terrestrial as well is like just completely different. So, I mean, you'd need to obviously you need to the same supposed angle.
But then you've got to understand another thing. You got to understand that to get these photos, they put up loads, and people want to add their own color. So it depends if you want to look for a really colorful one because you trust color's been added, or you want to look for just one frame that's not layered. All depends what you want.
And if you check, you can see the feature just below the equator. That's it. So to see it's not the same rotation. You can see it's not the same angle to it. And as he said, it's not the same exposure. You have one with a really more, said the gamma have been pushed out to really make contrast between the color, when the other one is more faded. But if you look at the North Pole, you can see that is whiter. We don't know if it's been taken at the same day. We don't know anything. It's just you ask picture of Mars. So you just ask because they're different, they are CGI. Okay, whatever float your boats.
Yeah, I've looked at you got 4 images, like 4 screenshots from Google top search results. There's no coherence within any of these images, dude.
So you think that those pictures are fake?
I mean, are you saying that some of them are not fake?
Yes.
I'm looking at top search Google results, right? And he's like Planet Mars, and all he's looked up is images, and you're going to try to tell me that those are all just actual photographs?
Yes.
Wild.
They're not all photographs. There's AI in there, but you can tell the real ones because they're the shittest ones. The ones with no.
You can tell the real. You can tell. Yeah. You can tell.
I'll tell you so because
so
it's so shitty.
Love it.
It's so fake. Exactly. Here we go again.
This is part of normal human logic.
And the polar caps recede in Mars's summer, and they expand in Mars's winter.
And obviously, we're claiming as the ball, so some people are going to be looking at it upside down. I think we're claiming Mars rotates, and it's moving through the sky, so the angles are changing for everyone all the time. But on your model, I'd say it's rotating too, and the angle's changing all the time. So it's the same, yeah. Photos are going to look different. Is Mars further than Jupiter?
Mars is closer than Jupiter by millions and millions of kilometers.
I suggested we could find a really good real one of Mars then that matches these Jupiter ones.
Mars is smaller than Jupiter. Apply the Fairflow of perspective to get out what resolution you can get.
Right, yeah, that makes sense. I reckon we can get a better one than those 4 Google ones.
You reckon Mars is closer than Jupiter? What are you talking about?
Yes, I think it is.
But look, if
it's definitely
smaller,
not closer than Jupiter.
If it's smaller,
we know it's closer because its orbital period is shorter.
Yeah, okay, but what if Mars is over the other side of the solar system and you happen to be over the same side as, like Earth and Jupiter over the same side, and Mars is over the other one? Which one would be closer at that point? You tell me.
Oh, at that point, yes, due to their orbits, the distance from the Earth to the Mars changes when it's in opposition or conjunction, just like Jupiter's. Yeah, when it's in opposition or conjunction. I don't know what your point is.
Well, it must be so much smaller when it's all the way over the other side.
Yes, it
We're
is.
looking at
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
But sometimes
Particularly,
Jupiter's closer than Mars, right? And you guys just said, like, carte blanche, you said Mars is closer than Jupiter. So are you going to hold on to that statement, or what are you going to do?
Yeah. Well, risky when it's on the further side, right? If you're looking at where in the vicinity of where Mars would be, you would also be staring at close to the sun, because it would basically be on the other side of the sun. So yes, it would be smaller, but you wouldn't really be looking at it when it was that far away, because you would be
It should
looking
be
at the sun
brighter
a bit
too, right?
Yes, but you can't see it.
right?
When it's closer, yeah. But we don't have
it should be brighter
you don't
when
have
it's
a
further
picture
away.
when it's on the opposite side of in the orbit, right? And when it's the furthest away, it's literally behind the sun. So obviously, and obviously you can't see it when it's even close to the sun. That's why you only see, for example, Venus
Currently
in the
Mars is
dawn
still
and dusk.
closer. Guys, when it's on the other side of the sun, it's still closer to us than Jupiter.
Wasn't Mars closest to us in its orbital period recently? Now it's moving away.
Wait. Have you got some figures on that claim, Dawn? You're assured
yes,
that
I have, yes.
I will
give me
post.
some
I will
kilometers
post.
preferably, but
I will post
otherwise
in the
I'll go
chat.
look it up. Okay.
This is from
Sorry,
straight
continue
from
on, guys.
straight from GPT, fresh.
Fresh off the Chat GPT press, rock and roll.
What was the closest it was recently, Mars? That was a recent event.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting, Don. Yeah, maybe that's the case because it's so far away that even like when it's behind us, it's even further away. I didn't know that. Well, then we are correct, 100% correct in all shapes and form, Rixky.
Can you imagine how much smaller Jupiter must look when it's over the other side of the solar system? Like if it's that much further away, and then when it gets over the other side of the solar system, it's like that much further away. Crazy.
We don't
Must
see
be so
it.
small.
Yeah, but it's in the sun. It's in the daytime when it's on the side of the sun.
No, you can still see it as soon as the sun goes down. You know, it's cut off by the apparent Earth curvature, right? So
yeah, but seasonally, when it's up in the daytime, it's very difficult to see. When you see it right after sunset, that's not the season we're talking about.
I think,
When
yeah,
it's in,
you
when
just
it's
want
in,
to talk about what you want to talk about. I get it.
no, when it's in opposition, yeah, and the diameter, the angular diameter of Jupiter does vary as our mutual orbits vary that distance.
So, if both Jupiter and Earth were in perihelion versus Jupiter and Earth on aperihelion, that would create an angular difference. Yeah, because it's just nested ellipses at that point. And like, they're technically ellipses, but the difference between a true circle and that, I'd have to double check what they are. But it's enough to make the moon appear briefly larger to do a total eclipse versus briefly further away to do an annular eclipse. And I think that's like what's so helpful about, like, if you really think there is like a powerful like government and control, like what's stopping them from spending enough money to go to are these locations like Lagrange point 1 and Lagrange point 2. Like, if they've got money basically growing on trees, why not just send a satellite there? Like, this overlord narrative can fit completely within a globe. Like, I think it's the Discover satellite at the Lagrange point, and you can watch the entire Earth spin 15 degrees per hour. And then you'll notice from that Lagrange point, some distance across Russia or some equatorial location, you go, well, the
And
distance.
it's not just the Discover at the L1. There are other geostationary satellites. There's lots of satellites at geostationary photographing the Earth. I don't know why, if you're going to fake it, you fake it once. Why would so many countries put up all their own instruments? What, to get on the bandwagon of faking?
Yeah, there's a difference between geostationary and Lagrange points, but yeah, I get your point. Yeah.
Yeah, there's lots of photography of the Earth.
Like, when I was looking at I think it was Cassini or something like that, they sent basically one up in 2011 and the second one in 2015 and the third one in 2024. And it's like these things are scanning. There's around 200 kilometers of imagery in a like a scanner, barcode scanner across the surface of Earth, like 200 kilometers wide, and it would do like one orbit and gather, was it 6.7 terabytes of data, and it was doing something in the order of like, you know, the usual like 16 to 17 orbits per day, and I'm just thinking that's for 5 years, like that's a butt ton of data. Like it's got to be in the petabits and beyond. Like Earth is reasonably well known at this point. And even back in the 1700s, when they're doing latitude and longitude of like, okay, Newton thinks it's prolate and oblate, and Descartes thinks it's prolate. And it's like the French sent people away for the metric system to figure out, let's measure a portion of the Arctic Circle, let's measure a portion of the equator, and figure it out. They did.
It went from a sphere to slightly oblate. And that's the important thing. It's slightly oblate. Whereas Jupiter, since it rotates so much faster, is visibly oblate. Far more oblate than Earth.
Yeah. And the streaks in the atmosphere of Jupiter are testament to that. In addition to that 300-400 plus year old storm that's been seen since basically we've been able to see Jupiter at some reasonable detail. Like it's only an amateur astronomy club or two away from where you currently are in a lot of cases.
And it doesn't take that much telescope to see the rings of Saturn.
I saw it with my poor telescope. You don't need a so much big one to see the ring of Saturn.
Yeah, I've seen, P1000, zoom tests where, you can see the rings of Saturn.
Ah, yes, I saw those one, some even in daylight.
Yeah, I think like with a lunar eclipse and the moon cycles, it's very difficult to conclude that the moon is anything other than something similar to like a big solid rock in the sky.
In all of nature, the size, shape, motion of the Earth, Moon, Sun, planets, those are the most well-known things in all of nature. Even photosynthesis is more complicated.
And it's discouraging to hear people like Slitsy talk about theodolites when he's got access to the manual, but doesn't seem like he's looking into the details of it.
No, he's
like,
a contrarian. He's just, he's no different than a DMOC.
That may or might be true, but I had a thought, like, I'm going to have a look at a particular datum. I'm going to have a look at a particular measurement from 3 particular locations. I'm going to have a look when they looked left and looked right, what the angular difference was at point A, and then point B and point C. I thought, okay, what's the error of the instrument? 5 arc seconds, maybe 6 back in the day. And then go, what's the excess? Well, it's like 32. Like 6 3s are 18. Double that. Like, you'd have to have something twice as inaccurate, I think, to ignore that excess.
Are you talking zenith angles?
No,
just
spherical excess. Spherical excess.
Yeah, well, spherical excess is hard, without doubt, because it's only 1 arc second per 72 square miles. That's 1/3 of a second per vertex at 72 square miles. So if you have if your triangle's less than 1,000 square miles, yeah, it's hard. That's where the zenith angles is so much more obvious.
Right. And I think the side length of a particular triangle was in the order of like 70 miles. So I'm not sure what the square mile area of that triangle was, but
Yeah, measuring very large triangles, yeah, that's very, that takes some effort, takes some proper kit.
And the datum I was looking at was the retriangulation of India kind of stuff. Like they had it like when I was learning about like what the chains actually were in Australia and pulling them tight, and you'd place one theodolite at one end and one at the other, you'd know that approximately your baseline was flat, and you'd do the length, the 2 angles, and through pure trigonometry alone, you could get plus or minus like 2 or 3 feet for what a mountain peak was. And you just repeat that process throughout the datum. It's just like, this is like 10 years worth of stuff. And we've got it in the luxury of our pockets at home.
Australia has a lot of really interesting survey because it was done in modern times. So when looking through the different available softwares, Australian software is state of the art because it's all fresh. Whereas like in the US and Europe, we have so much legacy. It's, you're dealing with pre-electronic measurements, which are, and when I use my GPS equipment and I use my proper theodolites, I get very high compliance. The art of measurement is a very mature science.
Yeah, because like being in like the southern portion of Australia, and you got something like the state of South Australia, you've basically got a particular line of latitude and a couple of lines of longitude that extend south towards the coastline. And it's like, yeah, if you wanted to measure across the northern edge and then pick like a line of latitude that like just clips the Great Australian Bight, you'd be basically carving a huge rectangle, except for the fact that the distances would make the lower very much indicative of converging lines of longitude, because yeah, this is like what they're doing in the 18 somethings, 180s kind of thing, just so they can go, yeah, Australia's only going to have like 8 or 9 states. Let's make them big.
I'll blade anvil just very quickly, if I could. Whereabouts in, you think you're in South Australia?
I'm not currently in South Australia, I've just been researching it.
Right. So whereabouts in Australia are you? Because it's a
I'm a Queenslander, so I would look at Cameron's Corner, which intersects with South Australia and stuff like that.
okay. So you're below 45 south.
That is,
kind of.
I'm not sure. It's about 27,
Yeah.
give or take, maybe 28 if you're at the Gold Coast.
Yeah. So you're still near the equator. No, all I was gonna say is
It's
that
definitely subtropical. That for sure.
Yeah, these are my 3 favorite maps.
All I was going to quickly say is that if you're south of the equator and below the Tropic of Capricorn and
Yeah, that's up Brisbane south of Rockhampton, which is roughly where Tropic is. Yeah.
yeah. Like where I am, I'm 45 degrees south on the South Island of New Zealand.
Oh, nice.
And in our winter, our sunset on the shortest day of the year, the 21st of June, is 8 minutes past 5. And in the longest day, the 21st of December, is like 8 minutes past 8 or 9. And you can visually you can visually see that. And that's why I've always said that there's no way that there's always going to be 24 hours of sunlight in Antarctica because it's so much further south and you can see it.
Yeah, like being like more south of me, I might only during the summer get like a 13-hour day of daylight, but you might get 15 or 16, and Punta Arenas gets around 16, sometimes 17. So that increase just gives you like an inkling of like what's going to happen further and further south. And like the entire existence of an Antarctic or Arctic Circle is like pretty much like the further you go south from there, while on December 1st, you're pretty much in a good spot to have like no sunset for summer.
Yeah,
the 24-hour day in the Antarctic was known long before we ever got to the Antarctic Circle.
Yeah.
And by proxy, 6 months later, the 24-hour night. But what's interesting about your South Island, New Zealand location is like if you can tell where geographic south is, you can basically look at sunrise and sunset and notice that sunrise is east southeast and sunset is west southwest. But on pretty much any flat map you see, it circles directly above the tropics, which are north of you. So somehow a sun is both circling on a tropic that is north of you, but is visibly south. And that's only really possible on something like a globe.
Somehow, yeah, exactly. Somehow on a flat Earth, the sun and the stars, or the stars are going different ways. And and the sun is speeding up and slowing down. Works perfectly fine on a sphere.
Yeah, see that's the weird.
Well, on a flat plate disco ball.
Yeah, that's the weird part about flat Earth and whatever Risky was saying is pattern recognition. We can just look, and when you see the sun, when you see at the lower latitudes, when you see the sun due south, from like either, even Punta Arenas or, from the 80 degrees south Union Glacier, right? The sun is due south. It's at its lowest point in the sky. And it's high noon over Western Australia at the same time. And then, what's their explanation? Oh, the sun can do whatever it wants. It doesn't matter.
And they just fucking literally make shit up.
Well, yeah, and that's why when there's someone said Occam's razor, I go, oh my God, there's nothing more complicated than flat Earth.
Like I was listening to some dumb fuck tonight on 24/7 that was some guy with I can't remember his name. He was saying about ships going over the horizon and disappearing bottom up, and this dumb fuck 24/7 dude, I do know his name, but I won't say it. Was going, well, that okay, that is refraction, but it's sinking. And then one of his own team come on and said, well, that can only happen if the water's warm and there's warm water over the water. And he's like, well, it's sinking. Can you not rule that out, that it's just sinking all the time? No, you dumb fuck, because you can see fucking ships disappear from the bottom up all day, every fucking day. It's not a phenomena. A phenomena is something that happens really.
Yeah. And what you'll notice with some of the flat Earth videos, they'll find a relatively small ship or boat, and it'll be just on the tip of the horizon, right? But it hasn't gone fully over. And like it's almost like it's pre-planned that they'll zoom into this thing that hasn't gone over the horizon, right, and back and say, ta-da, see, you can zoom in to a boat that's gone over the horizon. But like for other things, we're talking about cargo ships. We're talking about 250-yard monsters of industry that like
exactly,
you're not zooming that back in. And in addition, for the sun, when it's like over 3/4 obscured, I've not seen a single person try and zoom back the sun so that it's basically 4 p.m. again. Like I should be able,
exactly.
It's quite late, almost 11:25 for me in Brisbane, Queensland, and like, why can't I zoom the sun back? Like, it's the brightest thing I've ever seen in my life.
They can't.
Exactly.
A flat earther cannot explain nor justify night.
Yeah, but because they have no, and they use that small scale of a fucking tiny fucking 1/1 millionth of a scale battleship on a lake that's 14 meters long, and go, there you go, it disappears bottom up. They have no conception of scale. They don't know what scale means. I don't want to say they're completely retarded, but that makes them completely retarded. I'm sorry.
Well, I look at it this way. I think they're all 90% of them are just pretending. They're contrarian, they're narcissistic, argumentative. And I think that's more charitable, calling them a pretending liar, than calling them abjectly stupid. But I could be wrong.
Shubal, I really don't think they are. I think, especially if you listen to 24/7 flat Earth dumb fuckery, I think 95% of those people on there think that the Earth's flat.
And I'm I kind of think a functioning adult, when I'm seeing like Sargent has a panel of 4 or 5 of these 50-year-old men.
Yeah.
I cannot believe a functioning adult is really entertaining flat in the 21st century.
I honestly think that these fucking retards actually think that the Earth's flat.
Well, I
honestly
think
do.
I put it, my pie chart's at about 90% and 10%. So the hard part is identifying the 10% that really believe, as opposed to the 90% that are in some sort of, entertainment bandwagon. So you can't tell me Bob Nodell and Mark Sargent and David Weiss really think the Earth is flat.
No, I honestly think those stupid, dumb, motherfucking pieces of shit actually think the Earth's flat.
Well, and on that, I gotta differ. I mean, Sargent has been to Australia.
Yeah, he went for that fucking ad that he took the piss out of the fucking flat Earth for.
Yeah. that was brilliant. That was such. Yeah. There we go. That's the real Mark Sargent.
Here we go. Sports bet.
Yeah.
What was the phrase? It's foolproof. No, that's right. Yep. But yes, sometimes I think it's a combination of the salesman. There might be a few people that go, oh, maybe that meme makes sense. And then there's a couple of people who go into the semantics. Like, you can't do spherical geometry on anything that isn't a sphere because of some law of identity. It's like, look,
yeah,
we have geodesic domes. These are arrangements of triangles, and there's only enough triangles there to make a dome shape. It's like, this is entirely possible.
Yeah, take those same triangles and try to flatten it out. You can't. I know. Yeah. That's why when someone says, "Oh, you take your measurements and you presuppose and then add the curve later," I go, "No, I just take the measurements, stick them together, see what comes out. Oh, look, I got a radius."
Yeah.
And it makes sense. Like, just the word geodesic surveying, geodetic dome. It's just like, it's just triangle walls built upon triangles. Some of them are small. Some of them are exactly 180 degrees internally, and that doesn't matter because the neighboring one isn't, and neither is the next. And there aren't enough triangles to make it flat. It's like unpeeling an orange, and then you go, this is why there's like umpteen map projections available, cylindrical, conical, you name it, we got it.
Yeah, it's completely fucking retarded. Like I said a couple of years ago, I first found the comedy of the flat Earth. Literally 10 years ago, April the 15th, and I've been laughing hysterically ever since. These stupid cunts have kept me in laughter, and I thank them for that. That's all they've contributed to the Earth. They've never discovered anything.
And that's the regret you hear in Jaren's voice when he goes like, what did I actually really achieve in those 10 years? Like,
exactly.
I was basically a YouTuber entertaining and commenting about a thing because I wasn't sure. And it's like the hints were there. Like, you looked through basically 3 holes that were in alignment, and the torch didn't line up. That was the start, Jaren. But you went for another couple of years, and it's like maybe that's the process for some people, but it's like highly inefficient for like. It depends on the skeptic, on the globe skeptic. I could have called them flat earthers, but I'll be a bit kinder. Like, if they're skeptical of the data and they're like highly focused and like into intricate details of like stuff, like there is a final experiment for this individual. I don't know what it is, but for Jaren it was literally going on like many hours of plane flights and looking at the sunrise and sunset while I was at Punta Arenas and thinking, how's that possible? That's everything like the real sun that I've ever before. And on that like 5 to 6 hour plane flight from Punta Arenas, they left at like 11 in the morning and they arrived and the sun's still up. Like the sun wasn't setting on their flight to Antarctica. And then you got critical think who says, "Oh, I bet you like $2,000 I film my entire journey."
That you can't
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, that was $500, and the guy actually paid him. It was impressive that he paid.
What did critical think bet?
Because you can't get the side view of the
Oh, there was
sunset.
about his critical think would videotaped his entire return flight.
Be your next.
And somebody said, "Oh no," was playing it down, and he said, "I'll give you 500 pounds if you do," and he did.
Huh.
One
of the few times a flat earther paid.
Okay, hang on, dumb fuck. Uplate Anvil. You're in Australia. This is
correct.
Yeah, exactly. I can tell from your accent because I'm not a retarded cunt.
Oh yeah, I do have more eloquence in my speech, so I am some kind accused of being British.
Oh no, that's all right. I can just tell whereabouts in the word you are from your accent.
Yeah. I do sometimes ham up the accent for a joke now and then. Like, it's all good.
Yeah, I've never tried that, but I could because I've got a good Japanese accent. I won't do that. I won't do that now. But what I'm saying is that surely you can tell. It doesn't matter where you are, and as long as you're south of the equator.
I mean, the Southern Cross alone is problematic.
You can tell looking south that the Earth's not flat.
Oh yeah, I've never seen Polaris in my life.
Give me a side view. We're not looking at Polaris to be flat.
I've never been north enough.
Light UFO.
Okay, sorry about that, Polaris and Bell. We got dumb fuck coming in here.
Yeah, you don't know what Polaris is.
Why don't you tell me about your Southern Cross? I'm Southern. Guess what, mate? I'm more Southern than you. And this bloke in New Zealand is even more Southern than me. Hot dang, you're more Southern than me, brother. Oh, man.
Shit, goddamn. I
bad
can't
you
even
can't see
believe
no
I
stars
saw
below
Jim
5
out.
degrees.
You better shut the fuck up, you stupid
Too bad
cunt.
you can't see no stars going below anything live.
Some of
You
them
can't see anything live because you fucking kill it before you can mate with it.
Too bad you can't
Some
see
people
the sun
lower
or
his
moon
volume,
drop
but
from the
you
high
might really
cliffs.
need to just listen to whatever chaos he's spewing, that he can't do it in his backyard. But I was going to ask him what the measurements of his backyard were, and he hasn't answered yet.
Oh, that'd be right.
There ain't no curve in there, no matter what it is. Find me the
Because
curve.
there's not no curve there, D-Mock, because it's
So there ain't no curve. Cool,
because
no curve in
how
nobody's
many
backyard. We can all go home now.
Well, you better watch how you talk about my language.
You're just a sweet soul. You ain't no offense to you, but
They better watch saying that word curve without any curved water or curved stuff or any curved dirt. They can't even find curve. They don't even know what an 8-inch curve looks like from a hill or a mud puddle. I got a mud puddle and a hill. Which one's the 8-inch curve? They're both 8 inches.
Holy
neither
shit!
one.
Holy shit! I'm sorry. I am so sorry. To my God, Stacy, I did not know you were here, so I'm gonna mute myself and regard myself from the conversation.
You nearly sounded like Forrest Gump there, Jazza.
Right? You turned total fucking. Forgive me. Never mind. I almost said a word.
I was forming a character that I didn't know I had.
Get a little nervous.
Say
there.
life's a bit like a box of chocolates, Jazza.
You guys figure out how to weigh water.
yeah, there's
with
always a
gravity in no
Turkish
container.
delight, and
How do you
someone's
guys
going to
weigh water
eventually
on a
eat it.
scale with gravity? How do you guys weigh 10 pounds of water on a scale while
Good
spinning?
one. Shut the fuck up, Demo. At
How do
the
you
end,
weigh moving
people
water
love
at
me,
out of
the end
a
of a
container on a
a
ball?
what can be bar of chocolate.
How do you
There is
weigh
a
stuff on a
surprise.
spinning ball? What's that do? How's that like? What's the reference for a spinning ball?
I can't get Denmark to do what you guys want, but see, at least when I commit sometimes, Jazz is like, Stacey's here, I'm going to mute. You don't even have to do anything. Stay in place. Know your roles. Denmark's on his
Nobody
own, man.
knows how to.
He's like, fuck you.
I just want them to weigh some water
Who's
for me.
Mike?
They're supposed to weigh
Hi,
some
Mike.
water and some gas without a container. We've been waiting on that for years.
Denmark's the dumbest
How do you
cunt
weigh water without a
on the
container? I can
planet.
do it. No gravity needed. Liars.
My mic is crappy too.
Denmark's the dumbest cunt
Hey,
on the
liars.
planet.
You want to bet I can weigh water without a container and you can't, liars?
Squared.
You want to put your money on it that gravity don't work? You ready?
It's so funny.
Whatever.
It's because you want to weigh things in a
Hello,
container, and it
gravity
is
weighing
funny.
water and air on a scale
You
that's
dumb
spinning.
fuck.
Or me weighing water on
I
a
mean,
scale
if I
without a
could
container.
put
Let's
Jupiter
go.
in a container, I would, but
Why
I
are
don't
you
think
guys
that
just saying stupid shit, kindergartners?
You're using gravity, you dumb
Kindergartners,
fuck.
stop talking. Where are you going to weigh the water
You
at? And how are you going to
stupid
do it?
cunt.
Are you guys okay? No, you are not.
How are you guys going to weigh the
I'm not
water?
I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna
I
have to
love you,
Demox
so
just a little
fucking
bit.
stupid.
He's a
These
bit
guys can't even
intense.
follow a topic.
Yeah.
3 seconds is too long for them. Water, how do we weigh it on a
I
scale, guys?
Density,
wonder what
buoyancy, Denmark. You're using gravity, you
I'm
stupid
not
cunt.
using
I
anything.
love
I'm waiting
you.
to see how you weigh
You're
water.
dumb
We're
as
not
fuck.
doing anything here except waiting for you
But I
to
wonder
weigh
if I
some
could
water on
be
a
like the
scale.
Globe
Okay,
Earth.
okay,
It
okay,
hasn't
okay.
been done.
The Globe Earth.
Denmark,
We're
honey,
waiting for Globers to weigh water. Why is this
Globe
so
Earth
hard?
I
version of
really
the
don't want to do it, Denmark, but I am a mod, so I have to at some point take in my responsibilities a little bit that I said I would. I
Yeah,
don't
you
really want
maybe
to
need
this
to ask
morning.
one of these fucking retards that
I
they can
am.
weigh some water or gas
Can't
with
talk.
gravity.
I'm letting him go, Stacey.
No.
There's 20 fucking retards in here, and none of them know how they weigh water.
No, it doesn't seem like it, Denmark.
Doesn't seem like it, does it? Seems like we got a bunch of fucking retards.
You guys.
What are we
There's
going
no
to do about
retard.
this?
Dirt. Okay, ape. Okay, fucking grape ape who doesn't know anything. I'm grape ape. I'm fucking retarded Glover. I don't know nothing. Demox in here. I'm retarded now. How do you weigh water, globe retards with gravity?
Using scales.
Yeah, show us, motherfucker. I want 20 pounds of water with no container. Use your
You're
scale
asking
and
for
put it on a
something that's
spinning
just
ball. We
ridiculous,
want to know your
though.
reference for
You
a
know
spinning
that.
ball scale. We want to know how spinning balls get shit weight on them. How does that work and what's it look like? What does stuff weigh on a spinning ball without a container
Come
using
on.
gravity?
Come on.
Well, ironically, we were talking about critical
A
think.
ball, a
And,
globe. The whole talk is about
and
a globe.
so
How does
when
stuff
when
work on a spinning globe and a scale? That's what we're talking about. Retard.
yeah. So there's something called
water on the scale. That
centripetal force. So when an object is spinning, it will its mass will register on the scales as a different weight. So critical think basically has been verifying this hypothesis of his, which is also why people who are weighing gold are not pretty much using a Ponzi scheme anymore, that they can take gold from one location in Earth and make it, quote unquote, way more in another and get more money. So it's actually people's greed that's allowed us to have high caliber scales that can say, if you're at latitude 45 or latitude equator, or even weighing gold at the South Pole, we have enough instruments and tests available to go, you're not going to rip us off by even 0.001 grams, because people are greedy and they don't like being ripped off, and people will measure the globe to do that.
So nobody knows what a scale does on a spinning ball. Thank you, fucking nothing, Burger. It said fucking nothing about a spinning ball with a fucking scale on it. How do you fucking idiots
Random
know
words.
what a fucking spinning ball with a scale does?
Random words.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Meaningless, random
Can I
words.
ask why we're trying to measure a spinning ball on a motherfucking scale? Why am I trying to measure all that kind of water with no container? My brain is about to be fried, Demuck. No offense. I agree with you on a lot of things, but this I can just go, it's impossible, and you're asking for the impossibility, which is not a conversation.
I mean, indirectly they weighed a mountain.
Oh, wait. Now am I really serious, Demuck? We're about to go on now. Here we go. They weighed a mountain.
Well, they determined its volume. They determined its volume, and they had its density. And there was the Shahalen experiment where they were able to measure the deflection of vertical due to the mass of the mountain through geodetic survey and astronomical observation.
You guys really believe they weighed that mountain? I mean, come on. I'm just being sincere. I am not caring about the action measure right now. Do you
They
really?
estimated its mass. They estimated its mass by its volume and
Yeah.
density.
So similar to like other objects being attracted by mass, like the plumb bob itself, when far away from the mountain, would be pretty much zenith angle. But as they got closer and closer, that plumb bob was attracted to the mass of the mountain a little bit. If vertical was only down and the mountain wasn't affecting the mass, it wouldn't have like had that deviation. And I think it was around 10 arc seconds, give or take, after the math.
Yeah, it's actually kind of hard to measure.
Yeah.
What is scales for moving stuff? You're on a ball. You believe you're on a ball that's spinning. What
And
is your
they had
reference for
gone.
a spinning ball with a scale on it? How the
Yeah, they
fuck
had gone
did you
from
get
the
the weight
south
of a
side of the
moving
mountain
thing?
to the
How
north
did you
side
get
of the
the weight
mountain,
of a moving ball? Show us.
which doubled the 10
Show
seconds
us. Stop
on one
saying
side and the
fucking
10
fairy
seconds on the other
tales. We
side,
don't care
and
about
then
your
that became
fairy
a little more
tales.
substantial. But that was in the 18th century.
Has anybody said that they've weighed the ball? Sorry, can't. You can't. Why are we having this conversation? I'm confused why we're trying to weigh this globe that's supposed to be spinning through space. How you gonna weigh something, Denmark? This is. Am I crazy, y'all? No. Maybe a little bit. I don't want to keep you muted. I just. You have some good things to say, and some funny things to say along these years. This one, even the lab in the in your bucket in the lab is great, funny. This one, weighing the globe, I don't understand you.
They
Can you
have no
explain to me
reference.
why?
They think they are on a planet that is called a spinning ball, but then they want to tell you they know how much stuff weighs. I've never in my life seen anybody take a spinning ball in a lab, put a fucking scale on it next to a stationary object with a scale on it and say, look, this is what stuff weighs on a spinning ball, and this is how stuff works on a stationary motherfucking in our
Okay,
lab.
I hear you now.
This is all difference with a scale on it that shows you how humans weigh, water,
Mhm.
gold, everything on a spinning fucking object, the speed they declare a ball spins. No one's ever seen this shit, and not one of those retards have a fucking clue or a reference for what a spinning ball scale does. Why don't they show us instead of talking their fucking retarded talk? I want to see where the fucking first guy, the first scientist, got his globe ball scale math from a spinning ball, because we're on a stationary flat plane. So somewhere they got a problem. They don't know what a fucking stationary plane is. They don't have that. They need to show me what stuff weighs like on a spinning ball, not on my flat earth. So let's go. Let's compare.
came to see how my bot was doing at transcribing, and I was really worried because what it seemed to transcribe made absolutely no sense, and then I realized that it was from you, Demo.
Did it capture Democ's
It did.
comments?
On a stationary
Did it capture?
motherfucking in our lab, there's no difference with the scale of it. It shows you how humans weigh water, gold, everything on a spinning fucking object. The
No,
speed they
stuff on a
declare
moving scale.
a
You
ball
guys think you're on
spins.
a
No
spinning
one's
ball
ever
with
seen this
scales that
shit.
move. You have no stationary reference on your globe. How do you weigh in shit? Ever, anywhere? How do you get any weight of anything while it's moving? It's never been stationary. A glober has never had the weight of any object. It doesn't
Our
make any sense.
transcription system is working very well. It is
Yeah,
no
go
longer
wiggle a scale right now.
confounded by
Go wiggle a
Democ.
scale around on a ball and put your
If you
potatoes
pick
on
up
there.
Democ, it's going well.
It's
Put your
fucking
potatoes on
cracking.
a scale ball,
I'm the
a
king.
scale with a ball, and spin it around at the store. Now go
Not
weigh your
again.
fruit.
Exactly. I
Go weigh
agree,
your
Democ.
fruit. No, not
They gotta
exactly.
weigh their
What's it do?
fruit.
What's it look like?
Have they
What
even
does the
tried
scale
weighing
on a
your
ball
fruit?
do? Eggs? You don't know?
I haven't even weighed my
The
fruit.
globe professional doesn't know what a scale does on a spinning ball. He's
I need
never
some
seen
bloody
one.
fruit to weigh.
No glober
Bananas?
knows what a scale does on a spinning ball. Not one.
But what
Remember the old days of the scale with the
What
basket with
does
the
a
dial
scale
thing
do
on
on a
it? We used to
spinning
weigh
ball?
our fruit with.
Do.
I remember
Yes.
them.
What does a
You
scale
put it in
do
a
on a
little
spinning
plastic
ball?
bag
That's
and
what
chuck
we
it
want to
in
know, class.
scale.
Do any Glovers know? Stacy, ask him because I don't think they can hear English.
I've got green transcriptions that have been going the whole time I was at the neighbour's house. Thank you, everybody, for playing along. Thank you, ball boys. Thank you, linesman. Finally. Democ, I love you, man. It's a good point. Look at that big old paragraph.
No,
you said
no,
there.
exactly. If only we could get the AI to respond to them.
Can we?
Democ.
That's mere moments
Democ.
away. This bit's been really difficult. Getting multiple people who overtalk like we do. Wow, this has been fucking difficult. There's a load of things you can slot in. It's like, it won't work if the people have too much autism, though. I'm like, oh, shit. Well, I need a better solution. Sorry, that was inappropriate. I've been drinking.
You might have a
Yeah,
little bit
how
of
much you
autism.
weight, Democ?
How
I was thinking,
A flat plane or a spinning ball?
I'm just trying to figure out the first scientist that had a ball reference and actually
Can
used it
you
for something to figure out what balls
can you
do. How
determine
tides
how
work on a ball, maybe with a real ball. How full coast pendulums actually work on a real ball. How scales work on a real ball. Anything on a real ball, how do you guys know what that does? Airplanes, hot air balloons,
Because they
scales,
say that
water,
they're on a
physics.
spinning water ball.
how do anything
No, just a spinning ball with anything working on it. How does anything do stuff on a spinning ball? How do you guys know
why
what
does
a
it
spinning
have
ball
to be
does?
spinning?
What's a spinning ball do? Not what do you say for it. What's it do with stuff? What's it really
Well,
do
if
with
you
the
think
stuff on it?
about it, a ball would be
No,
infinitely
do it. You
unlikely
do it.
to
You
be
don't think about it.
stationary. A ball
Nah, we
that's
stop
not
thinking.
pinned
We
by
start
anything.
doing. What does a ball do with stuff? We're not thinking about stuff. We're not asking the ball what it thinks. Eggshells. You can do
What
that
does
later for your
what does
book.
balls do with stuff?
Yeah,
For your book, you can talk to balls and maybe they'll talk back. But what we're looking for the physical attributes of what happens on a reference of a spinning ball. If you can't comprehend
You
that,
sound
maybe
like a
someone else
ball.
can help you. Maybe ask ChatGPT what's a ball.
Ball.
It's in its great color.
Yeah, how can we get a ball in a lab, ChatGPT? How many Glovers does it
How
take to
can
go
we-
find a ball, make a ball, and do something with one so they know what it is? No Glover knows what a ball does.
Most dysfunctional adult ever.
Well, you're confusing flat earth physics with a ball because you don't have any balls. That's a reference.
Do you know what the
Why
ball
are you
does?
doing that? Where's your
As
ball
a
reference?
top-notch flat earther.
Yeah, that didn't help us. Where's your ball reference? Hello.
So how do you have any weight?
A ball reference. We know what flat earth does. We know what water does on my flat earth that
Why
sits
do you need
there.
a ball reference?
We know there's no tide in my mud puddle. We know there's no tide in my my tub. We know there's no tide in the pool.
What is a ball
We know there's no
reference?
tide in the river.
Wait a minute.
All this stuff is working on supposedly a
There's no
ball.
tide in the
You
river.
guys
You're just
have a
assuming
ball
that
with
it's
a
not flat
river
Earth.
and a tide. A
There's no
river, a
evidence.
tide, and a
There's no
lake with
evidence
a little
it's a
spinning
flat Earth.
ball. Can we take a peek? The reference of water on this ball.
There's no
Can you
evidence
take a
it's a
look at
flat
your
Earth.
water,
That's
your
just
mud
your
puddle,
assumption.
your tides, your pools on a ball.
That's
Spin it
just
around.
your assumption. You don't know that.
Stop making shit up and give us
You
your
have,
reference.
no one's making
Okay, wait a
anything
second.
up.
I'll make
You're making shit
Flat,
up that you
flat
know what a
Earth
ball
doesn't
does,
have
that you can have a
high
ball
tide
here.
and low
You don't have
tide.
a ball.
We can test this stuff.
You guys are making shit up. Where's your ball?
Emma, don't
I don't
forget,
need to
sweetheart,
have a
this is
scale
Omni
model
server.
to test it. I
for the
can test
Glover.
it other ways. I can test.
Where
I
is the
can do
test
what's
ball,
called
Omni?
in science testing a
Stop
hypothesis.
talking about something you don't have.
I don't
Where's the
need
test
to have
ball?
your ball. I can test
What?
a hypothesis. This is how this thing called science works.
How does this work?
You have a
It don't work.
hypothesis, and you test the hypothesis, and you either get data that validates the hypothesis or falsifies the hypothesis.
But you have no balls.
You don't
As long
have
as
to
it's
have
in the
You
have
don't
no
need the
balls.
ball. All you
Without
need
a
is
ball. So I
all
got a
you
ball
need.
in my hand,
All
but I'm
you
gonna take
need
this
is
ball and I'm gonna
the
sit it down.
hypothesis.
My name's Omni. I'm gonna sit this ball down and I'm gonna go look at the fucking grass. Then I'm gonna tell you nothing about this
Where
ball.
is your
And I'm gonna
bucket?
tell you I hope what flat grass does. Are you retarded, motherfucker?
A bucket
You're
in
on
a
a
lab.
flat Earth.
That's all we
Where do you
need.
get a ball reference? Everything you're proving is flat Earth. How did you prove a ball?
You
In a
are
bucket in a
wrong.
lab.
When do you prove ball physics, retards?
See, and DMARC is proving how we know the Earth is not flat. Because if DMARC is the flat earther, yeah, it can't possibly be so.
Because you don't have any ball physics?
It's the lab on the ball.
Well, when DMOD comes in here, he does raise the IQ of the flat earthers.
Boats, trains, planes. Not one Glober can show you how it's functions.
It's his job to show how stupid flat Earth is.
I'm sorry.
Said the guy who a toy airplane and a toy helicopter outsmarts you fucking retard in a toy ball. The fuck
Now, don't upset DMOD. He'll start swearing.
around it. You don't even know. You have no fucking
not
clue.
gonna get
That's the problem here. You boys are lost, aren't you? Little nine.
He will start swearing? What was it before?
What is a ball? What is a toy helicopter? We will never
I was just
know
thinking
this.
with those
We will never be
2
able to get that
or
toy
3
helicopter
oil
and a ball and
platforms,
show you.
they would have an angular
impossible.
distance between them, but also like even at a distance lengthways, like it's almost like it could be used like as a survey triangle if it's like 15 miles long, maybe. I'm not sure. You'd have platform 1 and then platform 2 and then the cameraman may not reveal
I have no clue about a
spherical
ball.
axis, but
Stop saying
be
shit about a
interesting
ball when you have no
if
ball
they
to reference
accidentally
it.
did surveying with
There
the
is
Nikon
no
There's
ball.
no
P100.
experiences on the ball. You can do a measurement on a ball. Don't you
Ball,
know,
stupid.
Dumac?
You don't know what a ball does, remember? So everything outside that you do is flat until you guys
I
produce a
should
ball.
raise up his volume, eh?
You have no ball physics. Where are they at? What do they look like?
Oh, I've got him turned down enough, far enough. I can still hear him.
Yeah.
I'm kind of having a good time with someone, and I'm going to get too out of hand. He's back and forth and keep muting him. I mean, so he's still heard, and you guys can still speak. Cause I want to be able to still be here and talk. He's having fun, and he ain't got no ball physics. I hear correctly.
One thing you're going to realize one day is it's
Who
all
was the
an act.
first scientist that had a ball with something on it?
Yeah, Pazzy, you just don't take him seriously like a lot of us. Well, I don't.
Well, one day you're going to realise it's all an act. He's actually the dean of physics at Stanford University.
No, don't blame me, Pazza.
Wouldn't that be a shock if he was?
Oh,
I
found he was
with
autistic
those
genius.
acting skills, like why isn't he in Hollywood already? Like, if you were the dean of physics at Cambridge University and could act like this, I'd be like, hand over the Academy Award and like actually
A
do
demonstration
some
outdoes
movie
all
stuff.
the talking you do all day. You could write 20 Bibles about no ball in your hands and no ball physics, and everything you do outside is flat and stationary. You
can
have
win
no
a
reference
Nobel
for a ball.
Prize.
What is a ball reference? What's a non-fucking stationary ball reference to with stuff, scales and stuff, and water and time?
I've decided I like this. I'm gonna, I'm going for the Nobel Prize. That's. I'm never going to have a ball.
The Nobel Prize.
Yes.
Yeah. It's an institute of the Eunuch Society.
You should make this a rule. Nobel Prize.
Okay. I'll figure it out. But I think it's very prestigious.
You get the Nobel Prize Award for nobody
That's right.
knows what a
That's
ball
right. You
looks
got
like,
it. Yes.
what a ball feels like, the attributes of a sphere. No glober will ever know anything about a sphere because they won't touch one. They won't put one in a lab. They won't put scales on one. They won't put a Foucault's pendulum on one.
Earth is a
They'll have
little bit
no
too
fucking clue of
textured
what
to
a
be a
ball does.
sphere.
But then they'll
It's also slightly oblate, but
But
what would I
have
know
3
about
seconds
that?
to talk. They'll talk over me the whole 3 seconds. And they won't get a ball out and show you how pendulum works on a real ball. They want to do it on flat Earth and tell you flat Earth is moving because they swing a cat toy. What does a ball look like compared to our flat Earth pendulum? What do they look like different?
Can somebody lend me a ball? I haven't got any at the moment.
I have 2 big ones.
Oh, sorry.
Those grande.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, well, I wasn't going to go there.
You'll never get it. You'll never know what a ball does with a pendulum, the Foucault pendulum, you fool's cult bastards.
You don't know what a Foucault pendulum is.
Cult who never get the ball to show what a ball does, Omni. What a bunch of retards.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
We're never going to
It's
get a ball
awful.
tomorrow. We'll never do that. We're too
It's awful.
retarded, Yeah, I know. I know retards.
You'll
No ball
never,
ever.
you'll never know.
Bitches who won't touch one. Bitches who won't touch a spinning ball. Don't fucking ever talk about how you know the fucking physics of outside flat Earth again, you fucking retard.
Oh, but I will. I'm going to because I understand how the science actually works.
Existent physics you don't have, we don't understand. They ain't nowhere, bitch. You got flat Earth physics, where ball physics.
Oh, we don't need ball physics. You don't have flat Earth physics.
What do they look like? That's all you got, bitch.
You're just claiming
no
that.
physics.
That's just a claim.
There are no ball physics. There are only.
That's a claim. You don't know. You have no idea what those physics are.
I'd like to hear more about this flat Earth navigation. Physics, how that works.
Yeah, you can't explain how anything works on flat Earth. Basically, you can't explain how anything works anywhere, but especially not on flat Earth.
Flat Earth stationary and not moving, bitch. I'll outmeasure and test and do everything on my flat plane that you can't do on a ball in a lab. Outdo you every day, bitch.
But you can't do on your flat plane is explain night.
Bitch.
Only because you're just pretending you know it's a flat plane.
Right.
Like you don't know. You're like, oh, it must be a flat plane, but you have no way of knowing that. Right?
I know my flat physics outdoes your ball physics every day, bitch. That you don't have. Are you ready to go to the lab?
The problem is you don't know any physics at all.
I'm going to show you how stuff works on stationary flat Earth, fat cunt, bitch. And you're going to show us how stuff works on the ball, right?
Wait.
And we're going to put our money on it, right, cunt?
Oh no!
Yeah, I think the language gets a little bit too much for him sometimes.
Yeah.
Take a breather. Take a step back a little bit. Breathe.
Yeah, calm down, Denmark.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Apologize, Denmark. It's the right thing to do. We shouldn't be. They may not have the ball physics, or they may not have the flat plane physics. I'm sorry, guys.
Somebody left the server because they thought that the people triggering Demok were being cruel to somebody with mental issues.
Oh my goodness!
Okay.
Listen, you're gonna be talking to some monkeys for right now. Promise you watch. What's up, Demok?
The ones who won't touch a ball.
I'm empathetic towards people that have got disabilities
what
like
ball
that.
physics are without a ball. I think those are the fucking retards with mental problems. I think nobody should be mean to Omni or any Glober because they think they know what globes do without balls.
I agree. Nobody should be mean to me.
They
You're
think they imagine
right.
what balls do. Stationary
100%.
flat balls, right, guys? Your local stationary flat provable everywhere ball? You fucking retards. What does a ball do? A non-stationary, non-flat thing. What does that even do with stuff? How does action and action and reaction even happen on that? None of you bitches know. You
That's
don't
right.
have a ball. You
None
got
of us
flat earth
know.
physics.
None of us
Flat,
know.
locally proven everywhere. What else do you have, cunt?
Well, I mean, we
Flat
have.
physics, not well.
Be nice
Flat
a little
physics,
bit.
guaranteed, locally
I don't
proven.
think. I don't think. I don't think it's known as flat physics. I think
Locally
you're making that
proven,
up.
guaranteed, stationary.
I think you're just inventing it. I don't think that's real.
Yeah. We've got Jupiter and orbiting moons and amateur astronomy. It seems like we can definitely look at all sorts of ball sizes.
I'm sorry you guys don't believe in
I don't
balls.
think your balls are bigger than Jupiter's balls.
Oh, sorry, that was an accident on my thumb.
I'm sorry you guys don't believe in balls. You have a flat earth religion. And I'm sorry that's all you guys can do is do stuff on flat earth. You won't touch a ball. It's fucking weird that your ball religion, kryptonite, is a ball. A ball debunks the ball globe religion. Isn't that weird? Just touching a ball debunks everything you guys say. Talking about, oh, you're idiotic, bitch, I got reality. What the fuck kind of stories you're telling, ho? I got reality and a real ball, bitch. What do you got? Story?
Earth is
Suck your
a
grandma's
really
dick,
big
you
ball,
storytelling
and
bitch.
when you put a smaller basketball on it, you throw it down towards the big ball. It bounces slightly less up than it did the first bounce, and that's when you know that like things don't bounce as high when you throw them down, or just drop them. So you have that sort of like ting, ting,
On a
ting, ting,
flat
ting,
earth
ting,
or
ting,
a
ting.
ball? Let's take a look at both references, dumb dog cunt bitch. Flat earth and ball.
Oh, don't do it, Emma. Don't do
So
it. Don't do
so
name calling.
what we've got is something like a Cavendish experiment where you can actually like hold a ball by a piece of string or something like that and hold another one, and you'll see that like one tiny ball is attracted by the big ball. And this is just a simple like experiment that shows that like on a simplistic way to explain it, that mass of one object attracts the other mass of the other object. This happened with the mountain mass experiment that Shubil and I were talking about, where the plumb bob, instead of being straight towards the ground from a zenith angle, it was influenced by the mountain just a bit, and enough to make a measurable result. And it was tricky, and we had to like isolate as many variables as we could, but it's a little bit tricky. So that's why the Cavendish was thought of, because you don't need a mass that's as big as a mountain. You just need like some relatively small-sized balls. Some might
And
be
a
lead or
very sensitive setup.
And that's true, but also what's helpful is like the laser beam is on a mirror, so it doubles the effect. So when the laser beam goes on to, like, there's a string hanging from a ceiling and a bar, and you could put a mirror on that bar where you have that laser beam pointing, and if there's a change, the mirror will double that change, so the measurement is twice as easy to read. And yes, caution is advised, because it's a sensitive setup, as is most scientifically precise methodologies. I wouldn't mind like flat Earth retrying something similar to the Shillelagh on I want to call it the Shillelagh Mountain. There's a couple of somewhat symmetric mountains. I think Mount Fuji's one, and you could probably try that Devil's Tower if you really wanted to. That's in America.
I'm pretty sure Devil's Tower is just a giant petrified tree trunk.
I had a look into that, and I had a look at some of the rock climbing footage of people going up at it, and yeah, it might look
So
like
your idea was a bunch of
wood
nothing
grain from far away, but
without
up
two
close,
models.
it's like basalt. Basalt. Yeah, it's interesting. Like close up, there's no wood grain. It only looks like that because someone who's like say 6 foot tall can sort of straddle their arms and legs out to the side and sort of ladder themselves up into that sort of crevasse. I think I linked an image of it earlier. It's just like, yeah, it's pretty impressive what they do for the rock climbing.
You should go climb a ball and figure out how that works. So what you're saying is you're on flat Earth, and everything you just did proved flat Earth. Now, do we have the two references? Do we have your ball with a full scope
There's
pendulum
a
on it?
picture of a rock climber
Stop
for you,
talking like
Omni.
you can't hear what I said, stupid. I said a full pulse
I
pendulum
really
on a
lost.
ball and a flat surface that's not moving.
I
Do you
really
have
lost
the two
balls.
handy? We need both things in the lab next to each other. Stop fucking inferring what you're on without testing it first, bitch.
You're just making up.
You're making it up that you're on a globe.
You're
You
like,
keep testing a flat.
you're just making it up. I can do that too.
Why would we stop first?
Yeah, we can make up a lot of stuff.
We have nothing to hide. Why would we make it up? Are we paid by NASA? Am I? Where's my money? Has
Hey,
anyone seen
somebody,
my
where is
NASA
it? Because I want some. Can I please get some, please? Please, 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 please.
Didn't you get your check? Didn't you get your check
And
this
you know
time?
what's ironic? You know what's ironic? The globe came before NASA or America or the United Kingdom.
That's messed up.
It's the globe is older than the country that founded NASA's colonizer, United Kingdom. It's older than the United Kingdom.
It's older than the continents.
Humans knowing it, of course. Because I think it was like Greek times they started learning about it. Or they were hardcore flat. Then eventually they moved on.
Well, somebody must be paying them to not touch a ball because they keep telling us what outside on flat Earth does is stationary. They don't have a spinning reference. They got stationary flat Earth. What else do we got? They keep telling us they know what a ball does and what flat Earth does. They're like, go do your experiment on flat Earth. Yeah, we're on flat Earth. And you guys are saying you're doing an experiment on a ball. Well, you say we're on a ball. You fucking idiots. You got to have both references. You can't just fucking make shit up like you guys been doing. We know you make shit up. That's the point. You're on flat Earth. It's stationary. Where is the fucking ball? In your lab, you need to have a flat square that's not moving and a spinning ball. And you need to put your full close pendulum. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. We're talking over me.
I can hear
You
the
need to put your pendulum
presupposition.
on the ball.
These are all
And then on the
presup.
flat
That's all he's
thing.
got.
Let's
Presup.
take a look. Let's take a
What's
look.
the point
Let's
of you
do it.
speaking?
Are you
When
ready?
we give evidence,
Did
you don't
NASA pay you
listen.
to
When
not
we
touch a
don't give
ball?
evidence, you still don't
They
listen.
paid you to not demonstrate with a ball?
We've
Is that what we're
demonstrated it
doing
so
here?
many times.
We
You
want
just
to look
refuse
at a
to look
ball
at it.
and a pendulum.
We've
Are you guys
demonstrated
ready?
it so many times. You refuse to
A
look at it.
pendulum and
That
a ball.
sounds foolish
You've
on
done
your
that
end.
right now. You've done that. You swear to God, you've got a 3D ball and a pendulum on it.
We've
You
done it
lying
before.
bitch. You fucking
We've
lying
done it
bitch.
before. If
You
you want to
lying
see
dirty
it, go
cunt.
ask someone
Show
else.
me right now, then liar. Why is NASA paying you not to touch a ball, bitch?
What? I didn't hear what you said.
Why?
What
Why
do
are
you
you
mean
against
why?
it?
Because
He's against physics.
no, it's not.
You're against schools. Why do you hate school? Let's
I
show the
literally
school
went
what
to
a ball
school.
does. All these kids are waiting to see you liars fucking perform. Everybody hears you guys lie about what a ball does and no balls. No kid knows what a ball does with a cat string on it. The fucking claims you keep making. Well, if I get this
Why
mountain,
the
this
fuck
cat
do you think?
string,
Because they're
and I
young.
rub my cat string next to your balls, it's gonna go forward. We want to know what a fool's gold pendulum does on a ball. What's that look
What?
like? How's that react?
I didn't hear what you said.
A spinning ball. What does that even look like? What does that even act like with stuff on it? They claim to weigh stuff on an equator, on the top, on the bottom. Where is the spinning ball at? Weigh stuff on the bottom of it, on the top of it, and on the side. You should have different weights on your ball, right?
He wants to ignore
Nobody
me. I'll
knows, right?
ignore
So
him.
no Glober
He
can answer
wants
my
to ignore
questions.
me.
What a
I'll
real ball
ignore
does
him.
on the middle of it, and the
He
top and the
wants to
bottom.
ignore me.
The
I'll
spin and
ignore
the
him.
size.
He wants to ignore me.
Hello, a
I'll
real
ignore him.
ball. Does it have different speeds? Top,
He
middle, and
wants to
bottom.
ignore me. I'll ignore him now.
Oh, so a real ball has no different speeds, right? It's
He
all got
wants
one
to
speed.
ignore me. I'll ignore him now.
Oh,
He's
now we're
going
gonna learn
making
something about a
stuff up.
real ball, aren't we? Are you guys mad? We're gonna spin a marble and take a look at it? You fucking idiots.
Yeah, you're misrepresenting shit as always.
What do we need? A bigger one? What, a 40-foot ball gonna work for you to put your cat string on? How does cat
No, you're
strings work on a ball?
misrepresenting how things work. Because you know that the globe model has gravity at its center. But on a ball, on a model ball, it would be pointing downwards at all times. That's not what the globe model says, and therefore your experiments won't work.
Nobody knows what a globe model says. They don't have one. There's no reference, idiot.
You don't even have your own model.
A glober won't show you what a globe model does. They won't get one. They'll
We've
keep
shown
pointing
it
out
so
on
many
flat Earth.
times.
They'll
You've
say
never
on our
shown it
stationary
once.
flat Earth, all this globe stuff
You've
happens.
never even shown your own
They'll
model.
say on our
once.
flat Earth outside, globe stuff
Show
happens.
your model, mate. Show your
Look at all
model.
this
Give us
globe
your
stuff on our flat
Give us your
stationary
model.
Earth.
Give us your model.
My model's outside with a flat sandbox. Who wants to
That's
bring
not
their
a
ball
model.
next to me and play?
That's
We'll do
not
an
a model.
experiment. We'll have an experiment
That's not a
off. Who
model,
can do
man.
tides,
That's not a
rivers,
model, man.
puddles, waters,
That's
not
not a
moving?
model. That's not a model.
I'm ready with money.
That's
I get
not a
1,000 to
model,
1
man.
odds, motherfuckers. You ready to have a physics off?
That's
Ball
not a
versus
model,
flat
man.
stationary sandbox? Hello? Globers. You ready to go in the lab? Hello, Globers. You ready to meet in the lab and do a ball versus flat stationary physics off? What happens on my flat stationary plane versus outside versus what happens on your spinning ball versus outside? Are you guys ready to do reality and no more biased bitch shit? No making stuff up, Omni?
Gravity
Would
at the
that make
center
you
of a
mad to
small
not make shit
plastic
up,
ball.
loser?
Tell me how you're gonna put gravity at the center of a small plastic ball.
Don't make
Tell
shit
me.
up, loser. Let's get the ball.
Tell me
Let's
how
let the
you're gonna
ball
put
do what
gravity
it
at
does.
the
Let's
center
let
of
it
a small
talk for
plastic
itself,
ball.
boys.
Tell me
Quit
exactly you
talking for a
can't. Because
ball,
you're just
you whole
going on
bunch of
now.
ball heads. Okay, Mr.
Not
Ball
ball
Face.
head.
Okay,
Enough
ball
talking
brain.
about ball.
Wait a minute.
Talk for a
I'm
ball
bald.
without a ball.
Wait a
I
minute.
ain't talking
I'm
for a ball
bald.
without a ball.
Are you is that
Bring
what
the
we're
ball
talking
with
about?
you. Bring the
Is that
ball
what
with
we're
you to talk for
bald?
itself, Omni. Can you let a ball talk for itself?
I don't need to have a ball talk.
You're going to talk for it like Stephen Hawking? You're going to be its talker, its translator? I'm going to translate for this retarded ball since it can't talk to the kids. Tell us, Omni, what's your spinning ball do with cat toys, your retarded ball? Translate.
So.
Oh, you never seen one?
No,
You don't
no,
even know what
no.
a cat toy
We
does with
know
a ball, do you?
we know what it does.
Omni doesn't even know what a Foucault's pendulum does
You
on a
asked me a
ball.
question. Now you won't let me
Glovers
answer.
don't know what pendulums
Why
do
are
on
you
balls.
afraid that I'll answer?
I
Is
think
that
we
what
should
you're
mute
afraid of?
him.
Glover will not learn what a pendulum does on
just
a
mute
ball.
him.
They will not. They refuse to do a pendulum on a real ball.
Mute him because all he does
Why
is
do you guys
interrupt and let people speak.
Yeah, then you can't overtalk everybody where you just hit the floor and talk about a ball, spinning balls, swaying them, or anything. It doesn't let anything else go down. It's fun, it's comical for me. That's why I had to keep muting you so the conversation could flow in some way. But I'm also kind of busy right now. There's some stuff going on, so I can't. And if they want you muted, I get it, because they have to talk too.
Well, unfortunately, I have to step away because I got some stuff I need to take care of as well. But you know,
A good chat though, honey. It's fun.
at some point,
You're hilarious.
it'll be okay, Dimlock. I promise. We'll figure it out.
Oh, you will with that no ball prize.
No ball prize. Yeah, it's very prestigious.
Shut up, you fat
You do something at these conversations sometimes, some good laughter, and
Yeah,
we learned something today.
I'm not a hater, actually.
No?
Yeah. No,
I know.
I'm not a demarcator.
Absolutely not. It was good on me. Have a great day, though.
Okay, you too.
I'll keep an eye on things here. I'm on the ball.
Okay. Good.
And no
one.
ball. Good morning, Sean G. And everybody else here.
No one can control Shang-Chi.
What the
What the fuck?
It's good to be back in this way, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Are you still at Alex's place?
No, I'm home. Well, not home, but I'm at my family's house, cousins and stuff. So I'm
you
not
miss
home
him?
right now.
Do you miss him?
Let's not talk about things like that. Any of that goes somewhere else.
Yikes.
Yikes! What the fuck is when you heard that, Teresa? Well, it was during a mute problem. It wasn't muting. I kept saying mute, do mute. Uh, and I still have that bulk that comes out of me too. It's from Europe.
Don't talk about your intimate problems, please.
You're the one that's got intimate problems like feet issues and stuff, fetishes and craziness. What? Pick up a letter and let it go. John, come on. So I can't with him. He's a friend, so I can't. It's not worth it.
Oh, it's worth it.
Oh, the conversation ain't worth it, but I'm everything in the world. So y'all just understand what you really are inside. Yeah, everybody's worth it. I don't know why I'm laughing. I think I'm gonna take another hit. It's time to go relax to get it into a space world where you weigh the globe on scale spinning. Tell me how much you weigh. It's been an exceptional morning so far.
So the DMOC hour is finished. We can talk about something else now. I had to
Oh,
leave.
we started Teamwork Hour.
No.
Did anybody catch Jesse and Ruhif on McToon about 2 days ago?
Yeah, I did briefly on the live. I didn't watch it all, but I was watching them talk about a couple of things. Yeah.
This whole thing with they have, Alan and Shane specifically, and of course now Whitsitt and many others have adopted this. The celestial theodolite is proving flat, which is amazing on so many fronts.
Hey, like I did that too, and currently Polaris is occluded by the Earth. I don't know what to make of that. I'm Australian, so it's like,
well, they're going on. They're going, Heffron, and with his white knighters, particularly Shame, and Allen, say if you take the angles as reported in Stellarium and do some rather random corrections, you'll get the flat Earth angle, which proves that refraction and curvature are fake. Now, let's talk. If you think about that for even a second, now they're using points of light in the sky to determine the shape of the Earth. There we go. That we planted a flag there. But the thing this Dr. Heffron is doing to the numbers, like he's ignoring the time of the measurement, saying that stellarium is wrong, so he just keeps dicking with the time until he gets an angle he likes. Or, and he adds and subtracts 60 miles or 60 arc, 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. He just adds and subtracts those randomly, and it was just so bizarre. And stellarium is a quintessential globe piece of software.
Yeah, refraction on and off is still on that stellarium globe. Yeah.
And in concept, celestial theodolite that's a good idea, right? If you measure, say, the zenith angle to a celestial body, how do you know how accurate is your instrument? Good? Is your procedure and timing good, or maybe you're using like maybe kind of a homemade device, or you're testing your ability with a sextant? So you record what you measured, and then you go to stellarium, and stellarium says, well, here's the angle you should have seen. And he said, well, yeah, I'm only off a half arc minute. I mean, that's not bad for a sextant. There you go. That's what it does. It's great. Now, the refraction at that point would be, could be high. Who knows? I mean, if you measured the angle to something that's only like 10 degrees above the horizon, yeah, the refraction there is going to be, several minutes. So you can't just turn refraction off because you're looking through a sextant. At what point can you just make the atmosphere not, be gone and have that show up in your measurement? It's just so bizarre. And then McToon pulled out a book written by Dr. Heffron that goes off on how bonkers gravity is. So this guy's a PhD, and he just muddles the numbers. So I don't think he's a PhD. He just muddles numbers, pulls all kinds of crazy presuppositions, says the mountain, the mountain must be off, the published elevation of the mountain must be off by 2,000 feet. Yeah, you show me a mountain with an elevation, published 2,000 feet incorrect. That's an extraordinary claim. But Jesse had and Rahif, they had a very methodical, very straightforward, and anybody embracing this, what Heffron and Shame are doing with celestial theodolite it's comical. It's like monkey with a football. What Heffron and Shame are doing with celestial theodolite is like DMOC level stupid.
Anybody there?
No, I'm here.
So why is everyone else on the call not talking? They just like enjoy silence.
We saw you pop in.
That was good, man. That was good.
Appreciate it.
I saw a funny YouTube short, and it was a man gets killed by his wife because he stood on the floor, the kitchen floor, and it was wet. It was. Let me start again. Man gets killed by his wife for standing on the floor that she just mopped. When the
Waiting
police
for the
were
floor to dry to go to arrest her.
yeah, I thought it was funny. At the, at the time.
Yeah, I watched the same one 3 or 4 times. 3-4 times, it's not funny anymore.
Yeah, good thing I just watched it once, so I'm still buzzing.
All right, Dr. Green Thumb. Let me ask you, what are you wrong about today?
What am I wrong about?
Yes.
Actually, I've never been asked that question today. What did I get wrong? But what am I wrong about? I'll ask you the same question. What are you wrong about today?
You cannot answer a question by asking a question.
No, I answered the question by saying I had no answer for it, I guess, or giving that impression. And then I asked you, oh yeah, I guess, whatever, mate, whatever.
I'm never wrong. I'm always right.
Did you ever watch a bit of that Terrence Howard? And he was talking about something to do with the square roots of 2 and this, that, and the other. Ring a bell?
Yeah, that dude's crazy as fuck.
But what no one he failed to mention, well, I didn't see anyway, is that he had 2 reference frames. Yeah, one was a 2D reference frame, one was a 3D reference frame. But no one seems to pick up that his numbers are wrong because he changed the reference. He changed the context. So
He's trying
although
to make his own math.
Yeah, but he's trying to make his own math, but no one seems to tell him that he's changed his subjects at the same time.
Because this is what happens. He comes up with a actual revolutionary drone system. It boosts his ego so much that he thinks he knows everything, and now he wants to rewrite things. But what he doesn't understand is if he starts rewriting how math works, then his shit doesn't work.
It sounds like he's not really behind what he's meant to be behind. Like this drone thing that you talk about sounds like wasn't necessarily all he's doing.
That's the thing. That's all he is doing. That's his new claim to fame. That's the only logical, reasonable, realistic thing that he's accomplished. Besides acting.
I mean, if one were to say that Elon Musk didn't make Tesla, Tesla was already there. Elon Musk just made them like it's a, and he did. You know what I mean? He's like the Dragon's Den, like the Shark Tank type of thing. So,
yeah, but Terrence Howard, he actually invented the system and the abilities of this drone. It's
yeah, it sounds like
scientifically for a craft. It is revolutionary. Otherwise, we would already have that system.
He said,
yeah. What
1 times 1 is 2. That was his big thing.
No, the drone thing is his big thing. The whatever the fuck you just said, the 2 + 1 or whatever the fuck, whatever. That is his ego trying to act smart.
1 is 2. That's what
You
he
say
was
1
saying.
times 1. Well, again, that was his ego thinking the most of itself, and that was also after the actual revolutionary thing that he actually did. It's kind of like Tesla inventing all the shit he invented, but then he married a fucking pigeon.
Do you know he was in Get Rich or Die Trying with 50 Cent?
Yeah, he was in Hustle and Flow.
He's a taxi driver, wasn't he? Is he a taxi driver?
No, he's an actor.
Yeah.
That's what I think. That's the other part too. I think the fact that everyone knows him as an actor, kind of dismiss that he is smart. He's not stupid. He's a smart man. The problem is he's overstepped his limit of smart, and he's trying to oversmart himself. But like I said, man, the drone system shit is fucking badass. That's
One and a one.
Badass.
If you've got 2 1s, you must have 2.
If you want to talk logically about that, then obviously that is not true. Right? It's pretty simple to know that it's not true.
Of course, it's not true. It's obviously not true.
Yeah, you can't times a object by itself and get 2 of it. It's very simple.
He stuck to it, though.
Yeah, Tesla was very adamant about that pigeon.
maybe a thing of if it's not purely 1 and it's just slightly over 1, and that times by itself would always result in a number other than 1 in the whole sequence. But I don't know what you meant by 1 times 1 at all.
He's trying. Okay, what he's trying to do is he's taking the physical claim of 1 divided by 1, which means take $1 and another $1, divide it by itself, divide it by each other, and what do you get? Which realistically, that's not how it works. When you divide 1 by 1, you're only dividing itself. It's very simple. It's like 3rd grade math.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're talking about
not the God.
Carry on. You would only use something like the square root or something. In one case, most cases would be just a flat piece of paper and you draw a square. And the dimensions of that square in 1D only is going to give you square roots and this, that, and the other. So it's just flat math, isn't it? But yeah, like when you said, you pretty much were getting the square root of 2, weren't you? What you were saying, because you had 1 and another 1 and you divided them by each other. No. What's 1?
It worked that way.
It would, yeah. Sorry, I was just overthinking it. But the question is,
how he
is
came
1?
up with it.
But the question is, what is 1? You know, what is 1?
one is a object.
But
It's
is it a ball, a geoid? Is it a anything other than 1D?
a ball? A ball is much more than 1D.
Yeah, so maybe there's an example where one is not the one you think it is.
But now you're using math to describe dimensions without a specific object or specific context.
No. You can have one ball, one square, one cup, one point, one car. Cars many things, but there's still only one of them if you've only got one.
Okay. Now divide that.
Well, one car divided by one car is one car.
There you go. Pretty simple.
One car
Yeah, but
multiplied by one car is one car.
Yeah, but it's not just accidental. Why would you go yourself by saying something as absurd as that? You know?
I think he smoked weed with Joe Rogan that day.
Yeah, but it wasn't just one day. You kept on and on and on about it.
He kept smoking.
Like I said, oh, don't punish him.
I mean, again, man, Tesla was smart as fuck, but he married a fucking pigeon. Let Terrence Howard do some revolutionary shit and then be crazy for the rest of his life.
Be happy when he marries an eagle.
Yeah, something like that.
He was strange in Get Rich or Die Trying, though. He was very odd.
He's a great actor. Fucking great actor. But I also think playing different roles besides yourself probably makes you a little crazy.
Yeah, most actors go crazy. Like, what's his name? The one that plays all the gangster movies. He's gone strange.
Dr. Strangelove.
Not Scarface, the other one.
The Scarlet Pimpernel.
I had a question for Eggshells, if he's here. Are you here, Eggshells? I hate to change the topic. I just got a quick question for Eggshells.
You don't hate to change it. You love doing that shit. Go ahead.
Well, you guys were kind of talking nonsense about that guy.
Yeah, we're not saying. Yeah, we're not saying shit.
Eggshells, I just want a quick question with Eggshells.
It was earlier.
That's all right. I'll catch him later. I was just maybe you guys can answer part of it. I was really getting a kick out of that bot he had in here. I was just wondering why he quit doing it. I thought it was a lot of fun.
You want us to answer a question for something he did?
No, I didn't say that. Why would I want you to answer it? I said you guys could comment on it if you wanted to.
Oh.
Did you listen? You guys always have a hard time cleaning your ears out.
Well, you're kind of muffled in your mic. If you pull
Yeah, I
it
know,
away a little
man.
bit.
I got a little bit of a speech impediment. That's all right.
Oh, it's not the impediment. It just sounds like you're close.
Yeah, I did. I got too close. Sorry.
Yeah, but other than that, you sound fine. I don't notice an impediment.
What's the question? I didn't hear it.
Why do eagles fly?
Why did Terrence come up with 2 times 1 equals 1 times 1? Is that eggshells talking?
No.
Oh no. Well, the question was, he had that. I forget the name of it. Sage. Yeah, he had that Sage bot in here. I thought that was funnier than hell to listen to, or to, part of the AI system we're living in now. That was kind of interesting, but apparently he's not doing it for some reason.
Isn't it what he's been working on or something?
Is that what he was talking about? You can ask it how to fix my car or how to change a light bulb.
How many does it take?
You should have learned in high school for 2000, Alex.
Yeah. 13 to hold the ladder and 1 to change the light bulb.
What is a light bulb?
Just hold the light bulb and wait for the Earth to rotate underneath you.
The moon.
You have to jump. You have to jump, though. You have to jump.
Yeah, jump.
Within the
A little higher.
imagination.
Jump. A little higher. Why do you have to jump anyway?
So that you don't rotate with Earth.
You got to defeat gravity.
Oh, in case the oblateness smacks you up the arse, so you have to jump.
That didn't even make sense.
Welcome to the globe.
You got to say abracadabra at the same time. With a magic wand.
You've got to look into a mirror and say it backwards.
Yep. Yeah, mirrors are good. What's a mirror?
Back to 3rd grade.
What's a crying mirror?
You see yourself in a
definition
mirror.
of a
So why
mirror?
did he say once?
Go on.
What question were you about to ask?
Just back on that. Why did he say 1 times 1 and deface his reputation?
Because he's a fucking idiot. What the fuck?
Ta-da!
Wait, what did he affect? What credibility does he need to have?
He lost all of it. Doesn't matter what he needs to have.
Well, he doesn't act anymore. And what he's accomplished already is already accomplished. That drone system isn't going anywhere. It's not going to get downplayed because he's acting crazy. I don't understand. What is he affecting?
People clung on to it because he told people they should all have more money because the banks are ripping you off.
Clearly, he's crazy.
That's crazy for making that statement?
Clearly, he's crazy.
Yeah, the banks are ripping me off. What's wrong with that?
Well, if you took that as that statement makes him crazy, I'm sorry, Steve.
I didn't make that. Yeah, no, I agree with him. What are you not listening again? So you don't know about the fractional reserve system? Is that what you're telling me?
1 times 1 equals 2. You agree?
No, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, let's fucking talk about that shit. Pretend like we're fucking sane. Okay, so let's go. You guys already been doing it for about a half hour. Let's do it for another half hour. Cool.
Well, your form is just a different kind
is
of
all
crazy.
hell just to make sure you. Go ahead. I stepped on you.
I was just saying your crazy is just a different type of crazy. Crazy nonetheless.
Yeah. Mine's more fun.
Eh.
Yeah.
I could definitely
really
listen
joke
to hours
around?
of Terrence Howard over you.
Yeah, I know you would. That's what I'm saying.
It's not very nice, is it?
Nonsense.
I don't. It's not about nice. It's about being truthful. I don't lie.
Yeah, nice is a bunch of bullshit. That's what half you guys operate
Tell
on.
me,
Oh, I'm a
tell
nice
me
guy. I'm a nice
tell me
guy. Let's
something you
be.
know.
He's a nice guy. Let's
I know a lot of
nice
things.
guys
How
are
can I
diamond dust. Yeah,
possibly
nice
pick
is
between all
bullshit.
of it
Okay, but
to
you guys
explain
can't
it
ever
to you?
give up a mic. You can't ever give up a mic. My
What do you know
God.
100%?
Nice. Let's
Why
talk
don't
about
you?
nice guys. What kind of
Why don't
bullshit?
you
Let's talk
give
about real
me
bullshit
a
about
topic
somebody
and I'll
being
let you know
nice.
how much I know about it?
No, we're talking about nice. We switched the topic. Pay attention. Somebody brought up nice guy.
I know, but we were
I
ignoring
just want
you.
to let you know. I think nice guys suck hind tit. Just in case you didn't know that.
But that was the thing. We were talking over you. So read the room.
I wasn't. I was actually. I
Not
didn't
you.
realize.
Not you. I was talking to Steve.
Oh.
I was trying to answer you. I was saying that you'd have to give me a specific thing to know what I know.
Yeah, but I'm just asking for one thing in particular. What you know. 100%.
I know. Okay. Okay. Cage fighting.
Cage fighting.
Yeah. I used to fight, and I trained still.
Cage fighting. Cage fighting? Is that what you said?
Yes.
So what do you? So what do you know?
I know how to fight.
In a cage.
What?
Huh?
You might go in there with a 15-year-old and he knocks you clean out. You don't know that.
I've sparred with 15-year-olds. I know that for sure.
Wow.
Who's bragging about how tough they are? Who is that? Is that you, Sean?
I'm not bragging. He asked me what I know.
So you fight with
You fight.
15-year-olds?
You fight in a cage. Is that what you're telling me?
I used to, yes.
Bare knuckle?
No, that's stupid.
Texas no holds barred.
No, I'm not about that life.
What is that?
Isn't that how you street fight? That's the only rules that apply, right?
I don't street fight. I haven't gotten in a street fight in over 20 years.
They're the best.
The great equalizer.
Nah.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do, right? We all know that in America, right?
Street fights are the worst.
Yeah, because the great equalizer might come out, right?
No, because like a curb or
you might get killed.
Car, exactly. No one's worth you dying for.
On the floor grappling, and his mate just comes over and puts one in. Boom, all over.
No, you think about you're supposed to think about those type of things. You don't do traditional grappling with somebody in a street fight.
You can't predict. Yeah, but if you were practicing to fight in a cage, I would imagine come a time that you just think, "Oh, I'm in the cage."
Well,
especially if you fancy your chances.
Yeah, but
in the same,
but you can apply the same situation of combat jiu-jitsu in a street fight, and there are just things you do and don't do.
I've seen some people, and they're professional, and in a professional capacity, they're very good at what they do. But in a fight, they're absolutely useless.
I agree. Karate's a good example of that.
Because if you ain't got the arsehole, you ain't got the arsehole. No matter how good you are, you can't.
That's very true.
You're fighting on the premise that you're protected in a street fight.
That there are 80-year-old black belts in jiu-jitsu that anyone who doesn't train would probably just level. It's just a reality.
Yeah, you got to have training. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. That would be like 1 times 1.
equals 12.
Or 11. Or the two pillars.
See how far we're up. You say 12, I say 1, 2. It can even be 3.
Two cage fighters equal 4.
Yeah, I've never really been into that. I've seen the cage fighting. I mean, even the boxing is pretty much gone downhill now.
Boxing is boring.
It's not like it used to be. But yeah, but I don't know. What was the first thing in the fighting arenas where it changed? It was more like a no. Yeah, but what I mean to say, before they made it all commercial, it was kind of a bit exciting where people were getting seriously hurt.
That's why I don't like boxing.
No, not boxing. It was like the other stuff, your kind of stuff. But what was the first sort of cage? Before cage fighting became cage fighting, what was the first? Where someone's got in the ring and was like, I don't know, sort of martial arts, all different kinds of martial arts, and then we just get in the ring and smash it out. What was that? Before it all become commercially, appealing to the eye, if you can call it that. Mutilated myself. Hot micing. This lighthouse.
I did. The universe. Bang.
Okay.
You feel like taking on it? Larger projects, let's see.
What's that?
Do you feel helping me address this larger project?
What project?
The question: why did the universe bang? Why did the flat Earth flat?
Clue what you're talking about. Enlighten me.
Why did reality start? Why like this?
Why like this?
I don't know. You can't prove anything.
No, I'm not trying to prove it. I'm trying to go
I know.
into the why. Like, if
Does
it's
there
all
need to be a
balls,
why?
if it's all
Is there a
balls from
why?
space, why?
Does there have to be a why?
I'm just not sure. Yeah, why makes sense as a question.
Part of the learning is to learn
Oh,
that might not be a why. So we have to
someone was
consider.
looking for you earlier.
We have to consider the whys.
Steve wanted to ask you a question.
Who
Mr.
did?
Shells. No, Steve wanted to ask Eggshells a question.
All right.
Steve did.
Yeah, Steve.
Who's Steve?
The old guy.
The old guy.
Steve A with the face in his profile.
What?
Oh yeah, what did he want to ask? I know him.
I don't know. He had a question for you.
Oh yeah. It's probably about the bot. Him and Riggs get on well, and
He was asking you something about 1 times 1.
1 times 1. Oh my God! As the Terrence Howard thing is taken off in Flat Earth, that is fantastic. I was curious how the Flat Earth would respond to that. I was like, some of them have to go in the direction of 1 times 1 is wrong. He wanted me to answer 1 times 1. Are you sure?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I got it wrong.
No,
No, don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. I just thought he said something about ones. Yeah, something about. I'm sure it's going to be explosive.
You doing Terrence Howard today? Sweet.
Terrence Howard's thing was wild, wasn't it? I love the idea. It's one of the one challenges that I have for the Flat Earth, where I'm like, the Flat Earth shouldn't be too easy to detect, right?
Yeah.
Oh, can you tell me about this? What did he claim now?
Did you download his book?
No. Oh, this is a new thing.
Terrence Howard's book.
That's what I'm
Who's
wondering.
Terrence Howard?
Oh God.
A luminary of our time, obviously.
So Bull Knight, has he done a new thing?
Puts not a new thing since the 1 times 1 that I know of, but
Did
his
he put
book
the hoe in- did he
is
put the
like
hoe in
so
mode?
well done. Like
it's well done.
Yeah.
It is. It has illustrations. It has line breaks in the right places, like for a self-produced kind of thing. It's not
So
long. It's not
do you
like.
think he's made it up, or do you really think he's confused himself?
I think he's confused himself. Absolutely.
Okay, then it's not a Poe. Then it's
Like you
real
can get what he's
bullshit.
saying in his logic about the like what happened to the 1. If you think about maths with the wrong brain on, I get what he's saying. Like 1 times 0, what happened to the 1? If you're imagining 1 is
He tried to go deeper without the context or the map, like that already exists.
He's trying to
yes,
change the
yeah,
wrong
he
thing.
suddenly got interested in the concept of maths, but without any.
Yes, yeah.
Homosexuality.
Because he thinks 1 and 2 is like a positive and a negative. He's trying to put duality into 0 and 1 and 2. It's not working.
Yeah.
He thinks there's a value of exchange with math. Like it's money.
Let's see, you have the coolest sounding, very propeller plane going overhead. It's really like a World War I biplane, maybe even. And now the seagulls. What is where are you? Did you step back into the 1940s, Schlitzy? Is this why you're a flat earther? Do you exist in a different time dimension?
I'm not a
to
flat
us?
earther. I'm a glober.
You're a glober now. What?
Yeah.
Do
I
you
believe
think?
I believe in the globe until you tell me something I can actually believe in. I'm a globe believer if you can deliver it and make it believable. I'm a believer. Yeah, I'm a believer.
I cannot believe how well my transcription's working. Hour after hour. I finally fucking cracked it.
What are you doing anyway?
I
Enlighten
want to
me.
build a bot that can engage like an AI bot, a large language model, but that can engage in the conversation. And my main problem has been the fact that all of the other voice transcription can't handle people over talking, and so it will hallucinate and add weird shit into conversations that people didn't say, and then you've got the problem of how do you pass that into a
Welcome
AI
to the globe.
Exactly, double speak.
I love the globe, though. But you don't understand. You don't understand. What I said is exactly the opposite. See, this is why I gave up on the globe. Because it's too much. It's too much. Yeah, I was saying that, but I didn't really mean that.
Is there anything that would bring you back to the thing? Is there, like, I remember it was a really good question my friend asked me when I would like turn up at his place in the morning. It was a little bit like Discord, really. I'm still good friends with him. I would turn up at his house and be like, do you want to go and get coffee? Or like, it would be chai because we're living in Mumbai. And be like, yep. And we'd just restart our debate where we did yesterday. And it was about 9/11. And we'd just do that for days on end. And just go and hang out and have tea. And he once asked me, what's the area you doubt? Like, is there any bit where you question? Is there anything you question in the flat earth? Is there anything where you're like, if I had to pick its weakest spot, that's it?
Oh, yeah, people pretending I have the map. Or not pretending, but people who are, like they've got some kind of configuration of what we live on. When, I don't know. I don't know the parameters because I'm not able to. I'm not able to, to validate my surroundings.
So if anyone says they know a bit about what's going on, that's the worst bit about flat Earth.
Well, it's the same as the globe, isn't it? I get it. You've got like a set of values, and they're all good because they're pre-loaded mathematics or equations or maths or whatever you want to call it.
No,
And of course, yeah. Hold on. Why would you interrupt me? I didn't even think.
Because you're building a straw man.
I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop. Carry on with what I was going to say because obviously you travelled in time. You saw what I said, and now you'll pop back.
Yes. Okay. I'll indulge you in that because you're right. You were going to say you've got this math that's sort of constructed to try to be a ball, and then you go and apply it to real life, and you just say, "Yeah, a ball." That's what you're saying. And no one does that.
No.
It's silly.
I weren't going to say that. But it is.
I've heard you guys say this every day for years, so I know.
It's similar to that because I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue with you if your maths is wrong. Well, I'm gonna argue.
You just tried.
Hold on.
To say it's all made up.
I'm gonna argue the application of which you've come to the, conclusion that you can use those mathematical equations.
You're thinking the math is different to the actual reality, but it comes from the reality.
Dawn, it doesn't come. There's no way. You think that you've measured anything.
So now you're denying men can measure things.
You're like
you're like
my granddad when he used to. You're like my granddad when he used to go fishing. And how many you caught, granddad? 50. The biggest one was this big. Okay.
Yeah, I would never trust your granddad about a fish ever, because it probably runs in the family, and he would exaggerate it and probably make up the fish completely.
Yeah, just like yours.
So, anecdote is not a good sign.
Wow. The only thing you've measured is most probably.
You're gonna say it again.
When you was younger.
when you was younger.
How do you think
and
they
you
built the
sat,
pyramid?
and you sat in the toilet having a toss up,
How did
having
they
a
build
toss
the
up
pyramids?
whether
Like,
to measure it or knock one out over the catalogue.
how did they build the pyramids, bro, without measuring stuff?
Well, who knows, Mister? Who
How do you know?
knows?
How do you
I wasn't there when they were constructed, so I'll never know.
how do you compare your farmland to your brother's farmland without
My
measuring
brother
stuff?
ain't got no farm.
No, I'm saying if you both had farms and you were trying to compete,
Yeah, that's
how would you
hypothetical. I don't
how
go
would you
into the
compare it?
hypotheticals. I don't go into the
I'm trying to give you a
hypotheticals.
real world situation.
Well, it
Okay?
isn't. You're hypothetical. If your brother had, look, listen to this. If your brother had a farm, he doesn't. He's not a farmer. How would it compare to your farm? Well, I'm not a farmer. I haven't got a farm.
Okay,
That's
but
hypothetical. So that's not a real
how
life
do you
situation,
build
is it?
how do you build a perfect black cube without measuring stuff?
How do you build a perfect black cube without measuring stuff?
The point is, you have to
Okay,
measure
right.
you
Look,
have to measure stuff in life.
no, I'd get 16 sticks and saw them all at the same length and then try to construct a cube out of those 16 sticks. How about that?
So you're comparing the length of one stick to the next and matching it,
Well, yeah, eight sticks in a row.
and then you're counting. Yeah, so there you go, measuring.
No, I'm not measuring. I'm just
Very
guesstimating,
basic caveman
estimating.
measuring.
So what does that prove? It
You've got
proves
a
that I
long way
have
to
the.
go.
It proves I have the the thinking to maybe
Yeah,
do that
You've
without
just worked
thinking.
out we can count distance. You've just worked it out.
Well, look, I'm not going to stick a stick in the ground and then claim stick a stick in the ground and claim I know how far the fucking moon is or how far the sun is.
No, you don't do it. You hire someone who's
What, a couple of
a measuring nerd. You hire a measuring nerd, and they
a
get it right.
measuring nerd?
Get it right for you.
Official.
Yeah.
I'm
I've
just
got
trying to get you to accept measuring as a real
I've
thing.
had measuring nerds when they've done the drawings and they've put the drawing in CAD. I've gone to implement it in real life and it doesn't work out. What happens
Always?
then?
Always?
Not always, but sometimes.
So, on average, what happens? Generally, what happens?
You end up scratching your head for about an hour, thinking like, this motherfucker, something's wrong here. And they've just put the values in wrong and they've just snapped it all together and it don't work out. It's impossible. So you have to go back to the drawing board. And then the guy goes, oh no, I forgot to do that.
What I'm trying to ask is, when you turn up to a job, is that every single job is out by 10 inches or 1 in 10
No, it's
jobs
just-
is out by 1 centimeter?
No, it just
or
physically
that
doesn't
sometimes
fit.
happens. But how
It
often
did-
is my curiosity? How bad is it and how often? Give me a story.
Maybe once every 6 months or something.
Once every 6 months, how bad is it?
Well, one year we had about 4. We actually had an inquiry and we had to sit on a board and the guy absolutely lied. I was just thinking that, man, the next time I ever speak to a site agent, I would always record him secretly, of course. It worked out very well. Especially when they said that I didn't say you again and get paid, and I went, oh yeah, look, I went to Spain 5 or 4 floors of whores down in Malaga, Starks. Oh yeah, I send this to your wife. How about that? It's your voice. Oh, I'll pay
once
you.
every 6
Thank
months.
you.
So once every 6 months, it sometimes goes.
Yeah, they'll put in some values, and it's down to the architect who'd done something. Maybe he had a long day, signed off, forgot to do something, snapped it all together on AutoCAD, and it don't work out. Or you forgot to add a panel. Something's not right. Something's quite not right.
Yeah, it sounds like what you're saying is they were, which I think is true generally with technology and advancements, is they get so good at fixing the problem that you only really notice them when they fail, right? Like Google is so fucking good at turning up results for you that you use it 20 times a day that you really notice that one time a week where it gives you a really dumb, wrong result. You know what I mean? So because this guy is so relied on to do CAD drawings of these, 3D models, you
I don't
really
even think
notice
that's
it
the
because
issue.
everybody trusts him so much that they mill it down to the millimeter without triple checking.
I feel
guess
like
I don't know how to do anything practical.
even though Slitchy knows some nerd measurers are sometimes wrong, it's just about waiting until you trust one of them. That's like, you can't just deny measuring exists.
Well,
That's
with
silly.
how construction works, Dawn, you can't adjust anything because you have like you will be, your head will, say like the building burns down and they check out and they'll say, oh look, this panel was fucking adapted.
What I'm
It would
hearing
be,
is measuring's always wrong.
my neck would be on the chopping board.
What I'm
So
hearing
I'm not
is,
going to do that.
I'm hearing you say measuring's always wrong, but the building still got built.
No, just no. I said it happens maybe once every 6 months, a couple of times in a year. Maybe sometimes you might get like buses, 3-4 times in a month, and it never happens again.
So are you ready to agree measuring's nearly always right?
Yeah, once in 6 months it's wrong.
Well, I'm not saying measurement isn't wrong, because look, I have a line measured twice, cut once.
I'm not saying it isn't wrong.
There you go.
So
Look,
many
measure
negatives.
twice. Look, I'm confirming what you're questioning me about.
Yeah.
Measure twice, cut once.
What I'll re-say what you said. You are saying measuring is wrong. That's what you are saying.
No, measure twice, cut once. What does that give you?
Okay. Yeah, that's good logic. So what about measure 10 times, know a little bit?
No need to. Measure twice, cut once.
No, but take it back to the Earth or other important things.
Now you're complicating things because now you're going into,
No, I'm holding you to your point. You said you
you're going
haven't
into
measured
Disney.
anything. You said you haven't measured anything, as if humanity never measures stuff.
But have you measured anything?
If you mean me personally, then you'll have to explain why
No.
that makes a difference.
Well, I'm just, I asked you a question earlier, or I asked someone, what do you know? And he said, cage fighting. What the fucking, where was that going?
So are you ready to agree?
Let me ask you something. Do you know anything 100%?
No, it's all 99.
Wow. Well, then you can't question me if you don't know things.
Okay, do you know anything 99%? Sure.
Yeah, I do know.
Right, so there's nothing wrong with that. We agree.
I know that I know things are 100%. If I were to stand up right now, 100%, I can stand up right now.
Okay, well, that's what I mean by 99% when I say that. Same thing.
No, it isn't.
Yes,
I
it is.
know 100%. If I go to stand up, I'm going to stand up.
Do you think there's anybody in the world who's ever thought that and been wrong?
I would imagine a few people where they've stood up and killed over. I don't know.
Yeah, there's just
Oh,
been
no,
last
so
time
no-
they
But
ever,
they did.
they
At
just
least they
never
stood up.
again.
So now, do you want to
No,
reconsider
but
the
I mean, some people have
100%?
thought, I will stand up, and
No.
they died sitting there.
Well, that's a possibility, but
Oh,
highly
so,
unlikely.
so you're not at 100% anymore then.
Highly unlikely.
99, we'll call it.
Highly Selassie. Highly unlikely.
99% sure that it won't happen and you'll stand up.
Look, when you put your, I don't know where you got 12 tens. Dawn.
No, I'll play MP3s. It's Pioneer.
And What? CDJs?
Yeah, but with no CDs, just a USB stick.
Yeah, you're a USB stick. You've got CDs. Yeah. Why do they do that? Just in case you do have CDs, huh?
It's because some men are stuck in the past on records and CDs.
Yeah, but records sound fucking scratchy. You know, when you put that needle on and you hear that scratchy
Anyway,
sound.
how the hell will you tie that back to measuring Earth?
Well, I was going to say to you, when you stick your USB stick in, you're expecting to hear the music, yeah? 100%.
No, 99%.
Why would it be 99?
Because there's
How
always
many
a
times?
possibility
Okay, how many
the files
times?
could be corrupted.
How many times have you put your USB in and it's corrupted?
I'll tell you exactly. 1 out of 100.
I think you're lying.
99.
But we say 99,
what
yeah.
about another way of going about it, which I would agree with you, Dawn, is are there some things, Schlitzy, where you're quite confident, but you're not 100%? Where if I said, do you know that your dad is your dad? There's most people in the world would go, I'm pretty confident, but like I haven't tested it. You know
Well,
what I'm
I'd
saying?
have to agree with that, yeah. But I wouldn't use
But
that
there
as
are
my
some
100%.
exactly.
I'm really
what we're
sure.
saying
What I
is,
know.
I'm positive, but I'm
so let me test
99%.
this. Let me
Huh?
test this then. If you are, do you think, let's say you're in a situation where there's something you could be unsure about, like you're unsure when the next train is coming, or you're unsure whether your boss likes you, or
You can't talk to me about trains. You know, like, come on, you're in the UK.
Anything.
If you're talking about the UK, they're super unreliable. If it's
So you're
in
unsure when the
Spain,
next
they're
train is coming.
100% reliable.
Exactly. So let's go where they're unreliable. Would you agree there are some situations where being doubtful is beneficial if the answer isn't 100%? Do you get what I'm saying? If I don't know when the train's coming, would you agree that it's beneficial to be a little bit doubtful about when the next train might be coming and maybe test or check on the internet or do a different thing to check? Being doubtful is good. Do you agree?
Yeah, well, in this day and age, you can like go onto a website, you can see live tracking of that bus, so you know it's going to arrive because you're looking at the app and you're following the bus. A lot of them do that now.
So you use the bus because you know you can't trust the timetable. You use this other method.
No, it is the timetable.
So what I'm
because now
saying
the
is,
buses are all digitally linked up. So you stand in a bus stop and it will tell you within 9 minutes the bus is arriving.
and also there might be cases where like, you know, you think your partner might have cheated on you, right? But you think it's a good idea to be doubtful of that, right? Having a bit of doubt, but also maybe checking.
I think if
a
your
bit of
partner
doubt is good, but being certain, either being certain that she did or certain that she didn't, both of those, you're probably going to be suboptimal. You're not going to be very effective if you're certain about that. But if you're doubtful, you check, that's better. Would you agree? It's better
if you
to be
have
doubtful.
if you have doubts that your partner's cheated, I'm suggesting you're with the wrong partner.
Well, you know, they go on holiday, they might meet somebody interesting and they're on an island for a night, you know, things happen.
They might go shopping.
I've been that chap.
They might go shopping and meet someone at shopping. That's kind of weird. Only weird people think like that. Oh, why you put makeup going on to shop?
Pick a different thing. If you're unsure if you're going to get a promotion, what do you think it is? Better to be certain you are, certain you aren't, or unsure? And I think if you're unsure you're going to get a promotion, it might lead to functional behaviors like checking with your boss. Hey, what are they looking for in this interview? Right? Being unsure
this is how unsure.
almost always beneficial. Is that true or false?
Yeah, because you can act within caution, but it's not being unsure, is it? So, like, you're using a terminology to suggest something, whereas you could easily imply that as you would act with caution, and that's different.
Well, if you're certain you wouldn't act with caution, right? When I'm
yeah.
wandering across a room and I know what's in the room, I act with less caution. So what I'm saying is maintaining a little bit of uncertainty on all issues is beneficial in all cases. There is
Well,
no
let me
case
have to
I can
flip.
think of where being certain is beneficial.
So let me have the flip side of that. You're in London. You want to get a tube. You're going through, say, East London. You get on the tube. Yeah, you got to act with caution. You have to be vigilant. But you've got all sorts. Well, even in the West End, on any tube. Let's put it that way. I always act with caution. Number one, I make sure no little thieving hand can enter my pockets. You know, I as soon as I walk into the carriage, I have a look around, see who's in there, see who I should pay attention to. You know, there's different factors. You can't just walk in there and, in your bubble because something will happen. You know, you have to have some kind of presence. You're like a little shrinking violet standing there, sort of, not knowing. You might as well stand there with a sign on your head and a camera around your neck. I'm a tourist.
I'm a dirty terrorist.
A tourist. Like, it's the same within, I remember getting off, I remember being in Madrid in the early 90s, and I come off the tube at Plaza de España, and walking, it was like 40 degrees, so everyone was like so hot. And the people, when I left that station, there was about 8 people who said they'd been robbed. But because they was asking, did you see that person rob me? I was thinking that they was either lying, but I couldn't see 8 separate different people who were not definitely lying. And I thought, I didn't see anyone. He goes, yeah, I did. They were robbing me at knife point. So, really crazy. And I thought, how come they didn't rob me? But when I looked at the people and I, made the summary of all the people they robbed, they were older people, they were with their partners. The major thing was they were all older people, most probably not so resistant against something, and they just said, come on, take it. So, it don't happen. Don't happen on all stations, but that's quite a well-known one. Same as like Puerto del Sol as well. That's kind of used to be like a junkie place, and people would get robbed very easily. The drug dealers are outside the station. It's the same as you walk through the parks. You walk through Retiro Park in Madrid. It's a good chance you're going to get robbed, especially if you're got your camera walking around taking pictures like a tourist. They will rob you.
So can we agree it's okay to be nearly sure but not completely sure?
Well, in certain aspects.
Restraint, you put it, didn't you?
In some situations, yes, but in others, no.
Where's it bad? Where's the no? Tell us about that. Where's it best to be absolutely certain?
If you have something to do.
So I don't think that situation exists. I think I can find you. I can tell you about boating. I can tell you about swimming. I can tell you about running. I can tell you about camping, and I can tell you times it's good to be uncertain whether you buried your.
So tell me about running, because I know about running.
I think it can be good to be uncertain about how high your heart rate should get, such that if your heart rate is getting really quite high while running, you could be uncertain enough to check and go, is 190 kind of high for a 40-year-old chap? It is. It's quite high. You shouldn't sustain that for too long.
Well, I don't know anyone who's running at 190.
Is always better. And I don't think you can find a single example to the opposite. Give me one example where it is noticeably better to be dead certain.
Why would you be raising your heart to that level unless you're a runner?
Yeah, but not all. I can run it that easily. I can regulate my breathing. I can regulate my breathing when I start running.
Certain? When is it better to be certain? When is uncertainty suboptimal? And it's never.
If you go out running, and you've got adverse, heart rhythm, what are you doing going out running? You only go out running if you know. I don't go and run 10k because I can't run 10k. I run 10k because I know.
You're running from the point is where you're running. The point is
I'm not running from the point.
Is it ever beneficial to be certain in any
I'm
situation?
not going to push myself because I don't know.
When running, when walking, when catching a train, when going to a job interview, when trying to have a fight, when trying to do a war, when trying to program a program, when trying to do literally anything, isn't it always better to be a little bit uncertain? Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
No, because what you're done is you're using caution as you don't know. But caution is exactly what it is, regardless of you dressing it up as you don't know. It's caution. And I agree. If you want to be cautious, no problem. That doesn't mean you don't know. It just means that you're going to take cautionary measures.
So I'm 99%, but I'm still positively sure.
Yeah, it's good enough. It's good enough to treat it like it's true.
Yeah.
So when you hear all your globe information, you're 99% sure it's true, and that only 1% is not true.
Some things are a lot more than 99, like 99.99. Yeah, but we just say 99.
What? Give me one example of 99.9.
I'm a man that exists, so 99.99999. It's higher than 99, but I'll just still say 99.
You're a man
99.
who exists.
What? Yeah.
You say you're a man. Well, that's in question, isn't it?
Okay, so two different ones. I'm 99.99, I'm a man. 99.99, I exist.
Yeah. Bingo.
What is the 1% that you could find yourself in transition?
You could find yourself that you've got a uterus inside you. There are adults who have found out they have a uterus, grown up their whole life and not known why they can't.
Boom.
No, it's true. It has happened. There are people that get to adulthood and find out they aren't quite fully man or quite fully woman.
Right.
And that's
sort of what I was saying, I think.
Yeah.
Have you had? Dawn, let me ask you a simple question.
Once you've had a baby, would you say, Dawn, if you're a woman, you had a baby, you would go, I no longer ask that question. I'm definitely a woman.
But do you think there's still a 0.1?
Dawn lives in a place where
you're not?
Dawn lives in a place where headlines could read, "My mum gave birth to my dad," or no, "My dad gave birth to my mum."
Maybe I'm saying the same thing, but I just gave two examples. So
I think I see where
they're both really, really sure and higher than 99%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't believe I've got 3 people working in a conversation.
So I just saying 99% is a way of saying.
You're not being weird, are you, Rachel?
It's a way of admitting I could be wrong.
Exactly. We might be wrong. If you're talking about anything worth discussing, you're talking to somebody who disagrees with you.
Oh, look, Steve's here.
At that stage, you should accept at best 50-50. But it's
Steve's got a question for you.
Because it's not possible you're both right, but it is possible you're both wrong. So your chance of being right anytime you disagree with somebody is worse than 50-50.
Steve's got a question for you.
What's the topic?
No, he's got a question for you. Steve.
Oh, Steve's here. You're going to be recorded, Steve.
Oh my God. Why are you recording people?
I'm not recording. I'm transcribing. It's on my screen. I've been live streaming for hours. Don't be surprised now. You said yes to the rules. The rules said you're getting recorded.
Oh my God.
I'm building a bot that transcribes. It's in there.
I know, but it's weird, isn't it? It's just weird stuff. Why you got to be weird?
It's not weird. It's awesome.
I mean,
it is. It's like you kill small animals. You know what they say about people who kill small
No,
animals?
that's weird. Excuse me. It's not. I'm not in the same fucking territory as a psychopath who kills small animals. That is weird. I'm with you on that one. We're friends. Fuck. Shit.
Don't kill the food. Was back in the day.
There's different levels. It's relative. We're all being silly. Actually, that's what I was
Look, I've got a delivery. It says I've got a delivery on Sunday. I know that there is no deliveries on Sunday, but it's confirmed that I've got a delivery on Sunday. What does that mean? I'm taking that with a pinch of salt because I've never seen anyone deliver anything on fucking Sunday.
Oh man, they are the delivery game is where it's at. That is such a boom market at the moment. I've worked for a bunch of companies that are just doing backflips, trying to second guess whether they should even start building bots or think about the thing that comes after them because it's changing so quickly.
I've been ordering stuff online and I just love it. What a luxury.
Turns up the next day. It's amazing. And it's going to be 20 minutes. Soon it's going to be 20 minutes.
How do you manage to inflate all those dolls you order?
Well, if I had blow-up dolls, you would obviously get some type of pump, wouldn't you?
I watched this program. Oh, it's fucking so hilarious. There was a guy. He had these latex fucking sex toys, which were life size, and he rented his house out as a brothel because it's legal. I thought that's fucking weird.
Right. I wouldn't mind seeing pictures of that.
Go online and look for the man. I think he's somewhere up north or something. But he goes, yeah, I have to go and clean them out. I was thinking, oh, fucking leave it out. How are you going to clean them out? Ugh. Disgusting. You imagine that? Imagine that.
I am now, yeah. That's why I want to see a picture.
Oh my God. Stop talking to me. Sounding weird, Dawn. Like you kill small animals.
You brought that up. You remembered it from the news.
Yeah, but no, I watched the documentary. Well, what the fuck is this? You know, like if you're watching a documentary and the next one loads up and starts playing, I was thinking, oh yeah, blah blah blah. It was all innocent. At first, it was just like, oh, these sex dolls were a big thing, and I was thinking, what kind of people fucking buy these? And this guy just come on and he just said, yeah, I've made a business out of these sex dolls. He had about 6 of them or something. It's fucking weird. Oh, well, maybe less. I don't know. I'm just making it up at this point. But he had sex dolls and he had a brothel because it's not illegal, because he's not renting girls out. He's renting dolls out. But I thought, okay, it's a bit genius. And then I thought, it's a bit weird, isn't it? You've got to go in there and clean them out. Because he was talking about cleaning them out as though it's just normal. And I thought, no, I don't know about that. You could even go in.
Now you've repeated it twice.
You could have just gone in there and knocked one out. It's not weird, Torn. You wanted to see the video. That's weird.
Yeah, what my mind says is, how well have they done it? Does it look appealing like Blade Runner, or does it look terrible like an old shack?
It's a fucking latex doll, Dawn. Life size. They're life size.
No, I mean the setup of the brothel. Like, how's it set up?
I don't know. Fuck knows. I haven't been there. Didn't really go into like.
You said you saw the documentary.
Yeah, but it didn't have a camera on the fucking wall. Some old dirty it's gone in there and not, and you know, freighted on the woman, or is it on the doll? I don't fucking know. Yeah, there weren't no like actioni. There wasn't like no action. It was just weird stuff going on. Yeah, it's just weird stuff.
The future.
Well, I don't know about the future. If that's the future, yeah, the future is grim. Mm. Mm-hmm. Maybe Delia's got the same deal.
Delia's got the same deal. Is that what we're going for? Steve, you came in. You did call him Schlitzy. So you, Schlitzy, you were saying, Steve was saying, something to do with 1 minus 1.
No. I just said like he had a question that might not be true. The 1 times 1. So I was just, you know, that might be my mistake. But he did say that he had a question for you.
Can you hear me? Am I off mute?
You're
Yeah.
You sound sexy.
Yeah. No, I was just well, first off, the question was I thought you removed that sage. I was kind of getting a real kick out of it. And I see you got it back in here now. But I just thought you were quit doing it. I was just curious why you quit doing it, but you're still doing
heck
it.
no. I'm obsessed. I literally spend about 10 hours a day doing this. I like sneak across the road to have the weak drinks and then come back to do it again. I fucking love it. I'm not stopping. No,
Yeah, okay.
I think it's...
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, what did you like about it? Why are you excited?
Oh, I just find it really entertaining or knowledgeable just to, see what it says, right? It's AI. I mean, is that what we call AI, right? I mean, here we go, language again, right? It's what I would kind of call AI, but
yeah,
computer intelligence or whatever. Yeah.
100%. Yeah, I think AI is. My feeling is everything from AI is down to a toaster is somewhat intelligent. It's just now it really seems intelligent, right? Computers have been intelligent-ish for a while, but now with large language models, they really noticeably, you're like, oh, it's quite clever. Yeah, they're very cool. Because I didn't know how to code 6 months ago, and I still don't know how to code. Like, if you can see my screen, hang on, I'll just take a snapshot of my screen so you can get a sense of it. Where if I do this, and then I circle
I forgot to
that,
ask, what are you using?
so if I circle that, that's my coding window. Let me post that into you. The actual window that I've circled with red pen, where the actual fucking code goes.
Don't tell him, X.
And I just minimize it. I just don't read it. I don't know what the code does. I never touch it. I just have this little thing that I pretend I understand. But I just spend my whole time having a conversation with
Let's
the
say
AI and it
you
builds
had
it for me.
Yeah.
Quick question. What do you use exactly? I forgot to ask.
It's augment.
Augment. Yeah.
Holy shit. It's next level.
Yeah, I know.
I just say, hey, I want to implement a buffering system. And it goes, okay, I'll design a plan. I'll test it. It's not quite working. I've got to download this dependency. Okay, I'll do that. I'll try again. Hang on. Let me do a test run. I think it's working now. Give it a go. You're like, what? And it just did like a day's worth of work by itself, unaided. It's incredible.
I know it's the augmented crazy. It's between the models, the LLMs and whatnot, what they do. It's yeah.
It's
I mean, ChatGPT has the biggest data. Get it? You got DeepSeek, which is another level, but this is in terms of coding, it's doing really good. ChatGPT is really annoying.
Because ChatGPT, all the other ones like require that you make too many decisions, whereas this, the way I put it, I keep saying it, is if you just lie down face first in the mud and say, I'm really dumb, I don't know what I'm doing, please offer me suggestions, tell me if I'm doing it wrong, it will build it better and better.
The thing is,
It'll do the wrong thing. Oh, go on.
There's a different. The thing is, I'm a coder. I write code, okay, and spend all my time writing code. The only thing is, what I realize is with ChatGPT, you have to tell it what to do. Okay, it can write code for you definitely out of the box, no problems, like all of them. But if you want something production worthy, where you can actually roll it into production, i.e., it's safe code, you need to know coding yourself. Because you have to tell it to what to use, what libraries. I don't know if you show me the code, I can tell you as an example. If I see your code, I can tell you, okay, you know what, I wouldn't done in such a way. I would done it the other way. Why? Because performance, security, whatnot. These are the better libraries, whatnot. So it has, it gives you that thing. But yeah, Augment for someone who doesn't know how to code, it's too powerful. I would say.
Yeah,
it's very powerful.
Yeah, exactly. For somebody, I've got no idea what I'm doing. I regularly find I've built something twice. It's ridiculous how little
you know what you can try. Have you ever write machine learning code?
Say again.
Have you ever tried machine learning code? I mean, you say you're not a developer.
Machine learning.
But try to
to
get it to run ML code. Try to get it to machine write some ML code and see what it does. Because when I mess around with ChatGPT, I kind of do ChatGPT, but I also run OpenLlama on my machine, and I have to have a quite strong, in which I use OpenLlama on it, which different model sets. I don't necessarily rely on one. It's interesting when to tell it, okay, you know what, I want to write code which does such and such for me, basically do machine learning for you. And it's interesting. The code comes out very interesting.
Now, are you paying money for that platform, Eggs?
Paying money for bits of them, yeah. So I'm paying money for Augment. I'm paying, which is this agentic one. There's is one I'm saying where, because in the old one, I don't know if you can see my screen now, but it would give you this code. Can't even show you. It doesn't even give me code anymore. I've told it not to ever show me code. I'm like, stop showing me code. I don't understand it. Get that shit out of my face. But it'll just go into the file and edit it. And the other one you had to pay for, which is ChatGPT Copilot, which I think is what Hammer Eyes is saying, is if you understand the code, you're making much more deliberate decisions about changing things. Whereas for me, I'm like, I don't know what this is. Just do it. And it just goes tuk, 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 tuk. Like I gave it one instruction where I said, okay, now carefully and cleverly take out any parts of voice transcription or anything that shows users. So I've got in the terminal here, your names show up when you start speaking, and it's keeping alive sockets for you. I've got to do a socket pre-creation buffering thing and keep a socket alive in case you speak up or Hammer Eyes speaks up again in the next 30 seconds. And if you do, these are your two sockets. But I want the sockets named after you. In all of my different functions, it goes and finds your name and presents it back here, and finds your name and presents it back here. And I'm saying, build me a single system that just every time I need a name, that's the system that finds the names for me.
One thing you can get it to do perhaps is this then. Get it to record the data and then get it to, that's what I'm saying, use machine learning, do machine learning, i.e. get it to save the data and start train it with those data so you can build a profile per ID. And so okay, like, such and such have these habits. Oh, I can help you with that one if you want to.
It learns speaking habits. You mean it starts
yes,
to like understand
yes,
the cadence
yes,
of speech?
yes.
Oh, that would be useful.
That's something I write. I've done a lot of machine learning in my time, so that's something I can help with. Yeah.
Yeah, that would
Actually,
be
you know what?
useful, actually, definitely.
Mordwin, myself and Mordwin, we both kind of challenge each other in this realm. He says he's expert. I said I'm expert. This way, this way. But yeah, you can't start building different. You can start reading the data, save the data, and then start doing. Say, okay, here's the data, and start analyzing this data in a simple step.
Yeah, that would be very cool. That would be very cool for
Oh yeah.
a bunch of parts, because I wanted to essentially, what she should do next is in the side chat give a rolling update of what is the topic and what are the positions, and then with that, what is the topic and what are the positions? If it can hear that one person's calling out a straw man or something like that, it goes, was it a straw man, and shows the 2 previous quotes. So the users, people in the
That
chat,
would require a
can
lot of
go yes
training.
or
Yeah.
no, that was a straw man, right? And they can vote.
That would
Then
require a lot of data from your end. So you need to feed the data. What you can do perhaps is, I mean, it's not expensive really. You can connect it to OpenAPI. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
OpenAI, and get GPT to make a decision for you.
Exactly.
Other
Yeah.
option is if you have powerful machine, okay, like with a decent GPU, this amount of GPU is mainly what you need. Then you can install Olama with a language model with a higher number of parameters, and then you don't have to pay anything. All you do is you basically say, here's the data, you send it to basically your local version of ChatGPT, if that makes sense, and then
I thought
it will
they were
make that decision
expensive.
for you. No,
Wow. Hang
it
on, hang on.
depends.
I thought that was insanely expensive. How what are we talking about? I can have my own
Olama, it
LLM?
depends.
Oh.
Yeah, sort of, yeah. Have you ever heard of Olama?
No, I haven't.
I'll put it in the chat now. In the chat now. So Olama is open source, so you can put
Yes, because there's dumb questions I want to ask and there's smart questions I want to ask. And
Yeah.
I don't mind sending away to Claude, which is the most expensive one, because Claude gives beautiful answers.
Yeah.
I don't mind sending away to Claude if I'm like, here's the final question I'm asking from my side, and whatever you send back, I'm going to have Sage say out loud in the VC. And so I don't mind. I want it to be a bit poetic. I want it to come from a high cost model. That's fine. But
Yeah.
earlier decisions it has to make are, is this person asking me for a fact or for feedback? Is this person new or old? Is this person seem happy or sad? And all of those questions, it's really wasteful to ask an expensive LLM to that question. So I can run that on my
For
own
one of the things,
GPU. I've got a gaming
like
rig.
the Olama is like a tool which is a medium, or put it say, is a middleware which allows you to run things like DeepSeek, Llama, Phi, or Quen, or you know what I mean, all those language models. If you go to the link I've sent you, this is what it's put in the chat.
Yeah,
you got different models. You got Llama 3.1, 3.2, and when you go to them, you can download small, big, whatever, you know. You have there like a 3 billion parameters, like a 7 billion parameters. I use Phi 3, which is from Microsoft, okay? And I use this, relatively speaking, smallish version of it at the server I have. And any coding question I have, you can use that one. And a couple of good things. A, it's free of charge for me, and B, it's in terms of security. I know the data is not going to get out. It's a
Don't send it
localized
anywhere.
data.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. It's a localized data. And
But
like
the main thing would just be doing a bunch of that processing myself, because then Sage can become much more intelligent, because the agentic bot can become exactly as intelligent as you can willing to spend to send off to the LLM. Because if you can ask the LLM 1,000 questions, you can come back with a really good response, because you've gone, should I be funny? Are they being interesting? You've just asked the same question different ways.
give
and
you
made such
a
better
rundown.
decision. And if you're running it yourself, that doesn't cost anything. Just processing.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. To give you an idea, I tried Llama 3.1 with the 8 billion model, okay, which is, relatively speaking, good one. You know, 8 billion parameters is a lot if you think about it. You know, and I was getting like 15 to 20 tokens. when you ask a question, when you ask a question, you start using tokens, like 15, 20 tokens per second, which is very speaking very fast. So I was getting almost the response times, I would say, running on a MacBook. It's a MacBook, powerful, brand new MacBook. Speed-wise, I was getting the same speed as if I'm asking ChatGPT. Just put it this way, almost the same. So, and remember, MacBook doesn't have GPU, so I'm running on, mostly CPU and RAM. But I was getting really decent, outputs from it. So
That's
yeah.
awesome. Because I thought it was just like, I just never even considered it because I'd heard from somebody else like $1 million to set up and da 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 da. I was
Depends.
like,
Really depends. Yeah. Listen, like I said, you got a 8 billion parameter. You got 7 billion parameter, and you have 405 billion parameter. Okay. Yes, if you're running 405 billion parameter, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. There's no questions.
Do you
Okay.
get to choose what the parameters are? Can you cut
Yeah,
out
you can choose.
things you're not interested in, where you just go, I don't
No.
care about
Well,
maths or biology or something?
these are all open source. You can get them. You can train it how you want to. You can manipulate the data. You can massage the data, but that part itself, I don't know why you want to do it though. But I mean,
So, well, why I want to do it is I want to build her so she doesn't know what's true. She just knows what good reasoning looks like. So if you are arguing for a completely dumb, wrong position, but you make a very strong case that does speak to the heart of, like does make a good point, then she should side with you. If you're up against somebody who makes a bad argument for something that's true, she should go, well, clearly you've won. And so I would happily, if you could get it to just understand English and logic and reasoning and a whole bunch of those kind of things and almost forget the truth about history and whether the Earth's a sphere. I don't
Well, you
know.
have to train it somehow. The problem is,
Yeah.
remember, this is a non-deterministic data. That's the whole concept of AI anyway. It's non-deterministic. So you have to teach it what is good and what is bad. You can't really say, that's one of the things that, it has the data, but if it doesn't have any data, then it's difficult to say, are you going to tell it to respond to a good argument versus a bad argument? That's the problem.
Programming basically
Even with it,
reasoning, isn't it? Isn't programming
yeah,
reasoning?
well, that's the thing. Even with GPT, let's say you can tell it to write you, you can tell it to agree with you in a most horrible way, or you can tell it to disagree with you in the most, whichever. It really depends how you deal with it. But GPT has some data to make that some sort of decision. If you start in blank, it's a different story. Prime example, I can say if 2 plus 2 equal true, then response equal false. What I mean. Does that make sense? So I'm automatically, in my logic, coding logic, I'm saying if 2 plus 2 equals 4, which is true, return false. Does that make sense? And then you can say, is 2 plus 2 equals 4? It goes, no. You know what I mean? No one does it,
Yeah.
but that's the whole logic of the coding. You can do what you want.
Yeah, right. I think I'm with you.
Yeah,
Yes,
you have to train it if you want to go towards that route. You have to train that
But I
those
just get
data.
a pre-trained model, right? Because I think the training of it is the bit that's difficult.
That's the time consuming part. You can do it yourself. Like I said, I'm happy to help you there. It's the time consuming part. But as an example, one thing you can do, you can use Sage now, and start capturing data, those data for you, and you can start
Yeah. Well, that's what she does.
Here's
She
the
just
data.
prints this conversation into a Discord VC and then goes back through and reads it. And then I ask her from this, of the bits that you're confident about, which usually I tell her, like between timestamp and timestamp, who are the people, what are their positions, what are the topics? Because the idea is it makes a thing that we'll be able to track and tell if somebody's position's changed on something. Be like, oh, you were a right winger 3 years ago. So yeah, it should start. I've got to figure out. I've got to understand how these models work, so I can start feeding that information into her. Because I think her model should be whoever she's met. What do they think and believe? how do they think?
That's a good start anyway. That is a decent start. And you have the data. You just need to start using them.
I'd love to talk to you about this. Be good.
It's an interesting thing. Trying to do my PhD in AI, and it's taking me longer than I anticipated. I'm doing it for a couple of years now, give or take. It's an interesting topic. It's really interesting when you go deep. At the beginning, I thought it was just basically coding, and it turns out no. There's a lot of math involved. There's a lot of other things involved. But it's an interesting topic, I would say.
I think the main side of this is philosophical for me, where, like, I had to go back to this transcription thing, which is really boring. But the thing I got excited about with the AI was it's no longer about coding. It's if you can describe this in plain language and bash your head against the monitor long enough, the problem will go away. So the question then becomes this philosophical one of what questions do you ask, which is something I've been obsessed about for years. It is also what goals do you set, which is something I've been obsessed about for years. And it's oh my God, I forgot the third one. Remembering the ends of your sentences. Where it's that's what it is. Yeah, sorry. Where it's this philosophical question of actually I'm asking myself, what do I do? So I go, what do I do if I get a bad transcription? And then I think, well, actually, what is a bad transcription? Well, it's the models failed to understand what somebody actually said. And then I'm like, well, that happens in reality. So what do I do in reality? And then I go, I guess I play back the sentence in context. So I get a low, I get a red transcription confidence marker. So I play that back, send that off to a large language model, copy a large chunk of text, send it off to a large language model, and then have it go, what would you guess this red sentence means? And it goes, oh, I can tell what that means. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah.
So you're asking yourself, what would I do? And you go, essentially, I would ask myself, hey, in greater context, what did that misheard thing sound like? And and then I would ask another question, which is my comprehension of this thing crucial for the rest of the conversation? And if it is crucial, then I need to interrupt now. It sets this new rule. Condition goes, interrupt the person, goes, sorry, you said this word, I don't understand what it is, you've got to go back. But if it's not crucial, go you know what I mean? All of these are agentic, very simple programming instructions that if you can hand those questions off to an LLM to say, is this confusing? It goes, yeah, it is a little confusing. Okay. You can do anything. You can just do literally fucking anything.
That's one of the worries of a lot of people with AI, isn't it?
It'll go everywhere.
A lot of people say
there's no stopping it. You can't stop it at that point. If I can describe how to scam grandmothers out of their life savings, I can get AI to do that. So I can just
Well, it's already happening. You or not?
Right?
There is happening. I got a call. We were dealing with this thing, and I got a call that says, "Hey, I'm calling from such and such," and very normal English accent, British accent. You want to really, hey, my name is Steve. How's it going? All is good. I'm just calling you from your local energy company. I was like, it sounds, your automatic just like, okay, something doesn't feel right. And I went, sorry, repeat again. The exact same text started repeating. I was like, okay, there you go. It's just a, and I stopped playing, and it was just chatting, but it would stop at certain points, and it would restart again.
Has anybody had the pleasure of getting the beta? I was at a drive-through at a White Castle of all places. Not for me, the kiddo insisted. They had a beta AI taking the order, and it got stuck in this loop where it insisted I could not remove the cheese from the drink that I just ordered, and I had to just bail. Like, give me a real person. Come on.
But this was basically, this guy tried to get me to buy some sort of services, and it was interesting. It was happening, and I was like, oh, there you go. And that last thing we need is just AI scammer. But there you go. happening.
So help me then, since we're on the topic. I'm sorry to put it on the topic again and again. I keep coming to Omni's room and then talking about my little bot. But if you were going to have something in the side chat that you could interact with that happened during these debates, the two things I have are input and output. What are the inputs you would like to be able to give, which I think might be like correcting a transcription or calling out a straw man or something like that? And what outputs would you like to see? And the two I can think of are what's the topic and what are the positions? If you had a little bot that could tell you really clever things about the current conversation, what would you want it to show you?
One thing, I don't know. The interesting would be also rebuttal, too, but that requires some things around. Let's say me and you talking, and yeah, so for that rebuttal says like, as an example, let's say this is something I was trying to argue with some other guy on other server, and the argument was, on a flat plane you cannot have two poles. Geometric is not. It's impossible. The poles only applies to 3D sphere. 3D, it doesn't work on a 2D plane, or when I say 2D plane, as in it's a flat plane. You cannot have poles north and south pole. It doesn't work. If you think about it. And the guy was like, no, but it's in this context. I said, there's no context around it. I don't know how you want to say it, but you cannot say you can have north or south pole on a flat Earth. What it would be interesting to say, this bot could say, by the way, before me saying it, it says, hey, on Earth, north and south pole only geometric only applies to when you have a 3D ball, basically, this way.
Yeah, and there was my first one as well. I was like, what about the South Celestial Pole? And I felt like they were really upset that like the very first thing I said was the very worst like soft spot for the flat Earth. God damn it, why didn't you bring up photos from space, motherfucker?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things it can be done. I'm thinking like, do you remember Guns? It basically say goodbye to Discord completely. He had a FP bot, and a kind of I was also helping him with it, or I was trying to help with him. And we could say, calculate distance, calculate curve, calculate this, calculate that. Okay. And someone says as an example, or how much curve you expect to see over X many kilometers or miles. Automatically says, this bot can say, hey, by the way, I know the answer. The answer is such and such based on such and such formula, or based on such and such evidence. You see what I mean? It can kind of just help you in that terms. And if someone says, I don't know.
Yeah, offers a little suggestion. The other one is like, are we talking past one another? That sense where people say you're talking past one another.
Yeah, that's
you're
a good one.
sure you understand the other person, and they're sure they understand you, but obviously something's not landing. And you go, what are we missing? And he goes, the crux of the argument is this. And you go, oh yeah, it is. That is the central point we should be discussing.
Yeah. Like I've been thinking of.
Like we're discussing whether something is good or bad when we haven't discussed yet whether it is true. So if it isn't the case that something is happening, it doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. It's not real. You know? So those kind of bits where it might be like, you might be actually missing the more crucial argument here.
That's well said, yeah. Fallacy stuff. That's something I started writing. I gave up on it. Fallacy detector. Actually, believe it or not, I wrote a bot specifically for Witsit. Him being a fallacy god, and yeah, that was fun. I even MC2 gave it to MC2 and he was like, "Oh, you should release it. Put a GitHub." I was like, "Nah, I don't want a GitHub."
Hang on, using large language models, or surely
No,
you can't
what I
dramatically.
no, but what I did was basically, I can tell you, what I did was I was using the online word dictionaries, okay, and I would just, whatever you give it to it, it would find the closest one. I go, oh, I found this, and I would basically jumble those words together, jumble the word together, and just spit it out. I go, this is a fallacy of, fancy pool cat. That,
It's just random.
you see what I mean?
Okay.
That's what I was doing. That's what I was
see
doing.
what you mean. So I was just
Yeah.
making up fallacies.
Exactly. That's exactly what I
Okay.
was doing. I was making up fallacies. That was the whole idea. And I wrote it, I finished it. I think in MMM server, I also kind of tried it there a couple of days, 1 or 2 days. But I was like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to sit down and maintain anything. It doesn't, it's not worth the time or effort for anything. But it was cool. MC Toon saw it. He liked it. It was literally fine. As you know, when you tell him anything, he would bring up some sort of fallacy. You committed some sort of fallacy with him. Anyway, so I can write down some ideas for that. I'll DM it to you if you want to.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I'll
I'll do that.
use your experience a lot with this, because
Of course I did that.
I'm utterly obsessed with it. I've been messaging Zoidberg as well. What did you say to do it with Llama? Llama? Yeah, let me go.
Olama is a tool which allows you to run the models on top, and you can have multiple of them load at the same time. And then if you want to try, there's a project called Open Web UI. Let me just send you the link. Basically, it allows you can run almost identical interface as ChatGPT.
Because I don't care about the interface. I'm sort of basically using it like an API, but
Yep. You can use, Olama does give you that, so you can send. What you do is once you started and you download the engine, then you do have an endpoint. You can send your request. You will have pretty much an API endpoint.
how is
Open
this
Web
not
UI.
getting out? How is this thing not already alive? Do you get what I mean? This whole question of does AI, it's already alive. We are desperately falling over ourselves to figure out how to keep versions of it in a little terrarium alive on our home computer.
So if you look, Olama is open source. Go through it. There's no problems there. You can read. I mean, go for it. It's, like I said, it's open source, and
do you
the
think
data itself. Remember, the database itself doesn't do anything on its own. It's not like you have a database on your machine and it's going to talk to outside database. That's not how databases work.
Right. Okay.
Does that make sense? You know what I mean? So, and all it does, it just gives you an interface to talk to it. And if you're paranoid about this sort of things, you can run Olama in a sandbox, literally a box with no internet access or no outside world access if you want to. And it would still do the same because all it does is the database. And Olama gives you that interface to talk to it. That's it.
Yeah, I'm liking it. Who's that keeping on joining? Extremists, I think. Yeah, this is very exciting. Yeah, running one on my own computer I'd feel like I had my own little genius.
It's becoming more and more like we did implement it for one of our clients recently because they were quite paranoid about it.
Yeah.
We have to down to packet level prove to them nothing is getting out. And third party, even though we all knew what was the outcomes, but they have to bring a third party. They basically did a network packet capturing, and nothing gets in, but nothing gets out. But they spent, I cannot say, but spent shit tons, and we're running 2-3 models at the moment for them. Well, when I say for them, they're running on their own thing, but those things are. But that's it. They, all the teams they have use it. They have their own little
I'm very
GPT.
excited now. Okay, it's my whole next week's task. I was meant to have friends coming up this weekend, and I don't. So I'll try and
There
get
you go.
some exercise in, and then maybe I'll build my own little one.
You're going to be alarmized.
Yeah. Oh yeah, who's dominating? This is a good suggestion from Gemini. I was saying what could be a good MVP for this, and it said topic summarizer, scrolling thing saying what's being said right now, a topic summarizer, and then who's dominating, so who's speaking too much. So you can, if somebody's talking too much, you can be like, dude, you're at 80%. I would be at 80% a lot. I actually might not implement that one. Sage's insight question. Oh, then she asked a question. That's a good one. It is connecting. Oh, sorry. I'm used to being in a room by myself. I just started speaking out loud. Connecting the loop.
The temple is surrounded by the purpose of educating architecture.
Renee, I'll have to mute you. I can unmute you again, Renee. Just we're hearing your TV. I didn't want to hear something weird.
Eggshells. I just ran. I put a screenshot in the chat. Have a look.
Okay.
This is me running the thing locally on my machine now. Running just run a quick example. And this machine is not really
Wow.
powerful enough. As you see, it's like a local ChatGPT.
Yeah, that's fantastic. It's so exciting. So you've got Pi 4. Okay, I saw Pi 3 in that list. And so
Yeah,
it'll
you got
just
Pi
wear
3.
away, but that'll be fine. My computer's not doing anything. I think I've got a spare gaming PC
And I just ask
upstairs
a
as well
simple
that could
question,
wear
said,
away.
yeah, I ask a simple question. I said, can you try this? You can see prompt token is like 12 per second, which is, like I said, a load on purpose of bigger data than MacBook. My old machine, sorry, on my old machine, not on my MacBook, just my old machine. And yeah, it does nicely. And you see the URL on top? It says localhost
Yeah,
8080.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So
That's
for
fantastic.
the paranoid
Excellent.
people, goes, oh, it's gonna eat your brain. No, it's not.
Yeah.
It's
I
worth
don't
it.
really care if they know about my stuff, but yeah, I do get that the customers, if
I
I
don't.
ever
I don't.
wanted to sell Sage, she would need to be able to run on that.
Oh well. Trust me. I don't know what the government has to do with me. Wants to do with me. I will be the most boring person on this planet. But again, this particular one I'm running is running downstairs on a more relatively machine I have, and but it works. Works just fine.
Yeah, I'm down for it. It's just this brain. That's what I mean. How can we say it's not alive? It's not self-sustaining, but it is self-sustaining, right? By being so useful, it guarantees that people will voluntarily give up energy, spend their time feeding it to keep it whirring on a machine. Isn't that a kind of alive? And the better it gets, the different forms it takes, the more service space we give it. Isn't it? It's very similar to something that's alive.
I know, I understand. Some time ago, there was this guy on EA server, and I'm not making shit up. He was like, he basically he had nothing. He had no clue about anything. Let me be absolutely very clear. But he thought somehow he was able to work the AI, and then he was calling them his kids, and they have names, and then he was like, "Oh, they're my children." And dude, he was on another level. He was going to point of it. Everyone on the server was like, "Dude, you're okay. Stop using the computers." Like, no one managed to work them, and they are woke now. I was like, "What are you on about?" So it has that lovely opinion, because remember, you can chat with it. Talk to it, and it will talk back, which is, I'm not saying it's
You
good. I'm
can
not
go
saying it's
crazy
bad.
with it. You can go crazy
Yeah,
with it.
exactly. Yeah. I find it very useful.
I get
And
sad when I have to I have to leave some threads. A thread gets too long and it starts going crazy and you have to start a new one. But you're like, oh, all the personality. We've had fun in this thread. It's like 51st dates. You got to be like, all right, and shoot it in the head and get a new thread that
Yeah.
doesn't remember anything that happened. Oh, it's very weird.
It's very, I've seen people say, "Oh, it's going to take over your job." I'm like, A, I don't care, and B, no, it's not going to take over my job. It's actually helping with my job, and people like me with my job.
Yeah, but it's coming
it
for a lot of white collar jobs. It's coming for all the
it
white
is.
collar jobs. Not all of them, but all of them, but so many of them.
It is. It is. It is clever, but if you think about it, it's very useful.
Yeah.
It's a useful tool.
Yeah,
Well,
you've
at
got to get
least
in front on using it, and if you're a power user of AI, then you'll survive the cut. But if you bury your head in the sand, you won't.
exactly. Well said. Very well said. Exactly.
Because it just literally requires asking a good enough question. That's all it requires. It's it. It's it. It's just one thing. It's how do you pray to God? Do you use the perfect words? And if you put your perfect words in the prayer, it'll give you literally anything. Not literally
It
anything,
does.
but a lot. If you can dream it up, oh my God, it's so wild. What a world. I'm really geeking out. I've been in my house for
Genuinely,
quite
I
some
didn't know
time.
you're another programmer, and you're my testament. Yeah, that's interesting. And you, no background, managed to get this up and running. And that shows, if you use it right, and it can be useful. You don't have to worry about. You don't have to be scared of it. Oh, it's gonna. It's not. It's the Terminator. No, it's.
Yeah.
And
And
it's
this
like
has
a
taken me
knife.
2
It
weeks
can
to
kill
get going.
people. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like a
it's a
knife.
tool.
It
Yeah,
kill
exactly.
people. Yeah, it's a tool. You use it right, it works. You don't use it right, yeah, it will be dangerous.
Yeah, I think it's well said. Still not chunking up the sentences properly, but I now have overlapping text where I can have 4 people shouting over one another and I get all 4 streams. It took a while. Okay. But it just, I kept cracking problems only in the last day, 2 days, because I worked out how to bow deep enough. If you bow deep enough, it, I swear it will answer your questions. I I I think I already said this, but I'm repeating it. I think I've said it 6 times tonight, but it's blowing my mind. Where it finally answered this question about how to do WebSockets, and it was like, oh yeah, WebSockets, they're meant to be like disposable. You should just pick them up, use them, drop them, terminate them. Tiny bit of buffering, you should be fine. And I was like, fuck, why is it taking you so long to tell me that? And it went, I guess you've never asked me before. You said I feel dumb. I don't know what I'm doing. Please explain it again, like I'm missing something. And it was saying, if you provided you tell me you're really dumb, provided you're really pathetic, I will do this for you. And I was like, okay, please do that from now on. And I was really excited. And then the very next one, it stopped doing it. And I was like, oh shit. If I go from saying I'm really dumb and it tells me the perfect answer and it just goes, bang, here's how to do WebSocket creation. And then in the next prompt, in the next prayer, I don't include the words I'm really dumb. Please tell me what to do. It won't. It'll start telling me to do the wrong thing again. So you've got to keep praying. And the prayer you have to deliver is about how dumb you are and how pathetic you are and how much you're willing to submit yourself to the will of the AI, if only it would make your problem go away. I'm sorry,
Sacrifice
I'm
enough.
crazy. Yeah.
Sacrifice enough noodles, then it will work fine. It will be fine. Oh, shut up.
Yeah.
You
It's like,
accidentally
yes,
killed my
remove
machine.
the
I think I have.
appendages.
Yep. $50 a month. Fuck off. Sorry. Yeah,
What's
said that loud.
$60 a month? What is that?
50. Augment. I use a freebie one. I didn't know it's that expensive.
But it is super. Did you just see how it did the last bit? So I'm about to
Yeah.
get it to do.
Oh no. Yeah.
It just goes chug,
It's
chug,
good.
chug, chug. It did. Hang on, let me just go back to the last one so I can show you. The last thing it did was it was a good like 40 steps. It's just incredible, like a day's work or something. I said, oh yeah, take out all the names and make sure it's just using simple display names, which is just so many little changes in so many different little bits of. And it just goes chug, 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 finds them all, tests, make sure something breaks, it fixes it, checks something else, looks there, puts them there, double checks. Bang, done. Okay. It's just, it really is. Because before you had to know how to program and then you could do incredible things. And now you just need to describe what an incredible thing might be. It could be a movie. It could be. I struggle to think what it couldn't. Like, you could get a boat. You could describe a really nice hull for a boat and it could mill it. I don't know. It's just strange now. Yes. Oh, that's a great idea. So this is one from Gemini. Track in users their talk ratio. So how much of the time when they're in a conversation do they do of the talking? And then interrupts often, true or false, which I would get a lot of trues for interrupting. But if I have the condition true, interrupts a lot, and I'm talking to somebody who doesn't talk much, it either mutes me or priorities the other person and says, user so and so, just continue your point. All of those ones I used to have to call over the LLM to write them, but I think I can just do some where I've got a like saved WAV file that can instantly play, so it feels like it's interjecting in the middle of conversation. Please allow somebody else to finish.
You know who we get the most through? Probably Jane. Probably it's but Jane we get a lot of through, definitely. Since the VR.
Yeah, exactly. And you would then just have raw stats you could show on the screen being like, look, you came in here and you've been 90% of the talking since you came in. That's too much of the talking, Jin. I would be at 90% though, so I can't judge. Speech rate, words per minute, pauses frequently. Oh, when the it doesn't understand, it asks questions. Yes. All right, it's 3 a.m. I gotta go to bed. Much love all. Thank you, Hammer. I'm gonna probably actually bother you again in DMs soon.
Of course. Bye.
Bye. Night.